Chapter 12-13. You want to kill me? With that tiny and laughable power of yours. Ha 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 ha. Die, ying bang bang. Crown Prince Xuanzhen clawed at Lin Chen. When the spatial crystal wall collapsed, it turned into several earth-rock dragon claws, and the space froze. Lin Chen stomped his feet, and the everlasting green light protected him. His flesh shell collided with Crown Prince Xuanzhen's claw head-on. Ah! You have 8 billion dragon power points. Crown Prince Xuanzhen was slightly stunned. The two crown princes were also very interesting. When they were in the Sky Barbarian plane, they clearly sensed that the new Azure Dragon King's strength was only 5 billion dragon power points. He had only stayed in the second stage for 20 days, and he already had 8 billion dragon power points. Where did this monster come from? Unless he hid his strength in the Sky Barbarian plane, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He had to defend against Crown Prince Xuanzhen's casual attack with all his might. Although both of them had 8 billion dragon power points, this guy's strength was comparable to the monsters on the monster ranking. You really hid your strength well. Crown Prince Xuanzhen grinned. So what if you have 8 billion dragon power points? I can fight 10 of this trash bloodline. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you the legendary Yong Chun Yi Xuanzhen? Crown Prince Xuanzhen's murderous aura surged, and his shoulders shook. His aura was like 1,000 mountains in the sky, and he moved like a dragon and tiger. The two crown princes also surrounded Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed. What's the rush? Don't you like to fight 10? This time, I'll prepare 100 for you. Snap. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the sea outside the vast expanse sea shook. A large number of figures appeared from all directions, hundreds of them. At a glance, there were hundreds of draconic penitentiary criminals in the sky alone. Their auras were so powerful that they were all draconic penitentiary criminals. It was the joint team of 2 draconic penitentiary criminals. Some of the criminals even popped their heads out from under the vast expanse sea, and their vulture-like eyes stared at the people in the sky above the sea. Ha ha ha, it's the 3 primordial dragon crown princes. Don't fight with me, I'm going to chew their dragon tendons. And this ying bang bang, mother f***k, I'm going to f***ck him up. These criminals of the draconic penitentiary were filled with murderous intent. They had no intention of cooperating with Lin Chen at all. They even planned to kill him as well. The 3 dragon crown princes were all people who had seen big scenes. Seeing that they were surrounded by the criminals of the dragon penitentiary, they did not panic at all. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you really think that a bunch of rotten criminals like you can take down this prince? Ying bang bang, you're not the only one with a backup plan. Boom tilde. Several beams of dragon breath holy light traversed the boundless sea. Waves surged, and raging waves swept out for 3,000 miles. Bang! 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 The dragon's breath holy light broke through the encirclement formed by the draconic penitentiary's convicts, heavily injuring more than 10 of them. 2 of them died on the spot. Myriad Flames Dragon Race, return. Extreme Q Lightning Dragon, return. Protect our Crown Prince. Protect the Crown Prince with your life. The Dark Mountain Prison Suppressing Dragon has arrived. We have given our lives to the Crown Prince. The Azure Dragon has arrived. Dragon race teams appeared out of nowhere. Not only the 3 Dragon Crown Princes teams, but there were also many Primordial Dragon Race and Primordial Dragon Race teams participating. At least 2/3 of the Dragon Race teams participating in the second round had come this time. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. He had long expected that these fellows would come. Under the purple dragon pearl, everyone's movements were clear as day. Damn it, a bunch of arrogant fellows. I'll destroy all of you today. A bunch of dragon race elders is nothing. I've even dealt with the Dragon King's female dragon before. It'll be a piece of cake for me to deal with you today. Beat them up. Including the criminals under the boundless sea, there were close to 800 people in the Dragon Penitentiary. Each of the Dragon Penitentiary's convicts was extremely powerful. Apart from the powerful primordial dragon race elders, very few people could fight them one-on-one. Rumble tilde, kai, bang. The sea shook for thousands of miles, and a whirlpool raged. As the waves churned, endless dragon auras collided, shocking the heavens and earth. In the boundless sea, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there were intertwining lights and shadows everywhere. This battle gathered most of the dragon race teams and the dragon penitentiary's convicts, and they were locked in a fierce battle. I bet half of the way. Many of these fellows didn't get all the dragon contribution points needed to pass the test, especially the primordial dragon race. Their goal is not like some primordial dragon race or primordial dragon race, who only let their core members pass and abandon a portion of their elders. The primordial dragon race team wants to let as many elders pass the test as possible and proceed to the third round to obtain the baptism of the totem. After the dragon penitentiary's large-scale teams, many primordial dragon race teams didn't get enough dragon contribution points. Now that the test is about to end, they have no choice but to fight. Lin Chen flapped his holy phoenix wings and flashed in the chaotic battle. This logic is the same for the dragon penitentiary's convicts. In order to guard against my sneak attack, they don't dare to fight easily except for large-scale operations. Many convicts also don't have the qualifications to be pardoned. The result will evolve into this life-and-death battle now, and no one can retreat. Whoever retreats will regret it for the rest of their lives. Lin Chen's mid-Saint Realm mental energy had undergone the system's mind awakening, so he could sweep through the battlefield in one thought. His reaction speed was almost unparalleled. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled as GQ Thunder Dragon Crown Prince stepped on a dragon-shaped blue lightning bolt and rushed toward Lin Chen. He put his palms together and pushed forward. 10 thunder dragons shot out from GQ Prince's palms. They roared angrily in the sky and surrounded Lin Chen at an incredible speed. Hey, that's my target. Get out of my way, big thunder dragon. Crown Prince Xian Zhen shouted angrily as he pushed back a convict from the dragon penitentiary. Ha ha ha, now is not the time to beat you up. The next time we meet, I'll make sure you have a good time. Lin Chen laughed loudly as he instantly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. With a bang, the thunder dragon missed. The faces of the crown princes changed slightly. He escaped. What a strange spatial teleportation. I didn't sense any traces of spatial teleportation at all. In the outside world, the crown princes had many ways to chase after Lin Chen or find Lin Chen. Let's get rid of these convicts first and earn dragon contribution point. However, the giant whale plane's perception was limited, and only the vast ocean's perception was slightly better. Under such circumstances, they couldn't find the location of the new Azure Dragon King. On a certain island, a beam of light descended. The elders of the Azure Dragon tribe were instantly alarmed, but they were relieved when they saw that it was Lin Chen. They really started fighting. What a terrifying battle. Even with limited perception, I can still feel the tremors on the other side of the vast ocean. Just as the new king said, the Primordial Dragon Tribe's team needs a large amount of dragon contribution points. The Primordial Dragon Tribe's team has been a huge hindrance to the Primordial Dragon Tribe. They must obtain enough dragon contribution points before the assessment. This battle is inevitable. All the elders looked at Lin Chen in unison. In fact, there was still one thing they didn't understand. In such a large-scale battle, even if they could fish in troubled waters, they wouldn't be able to snatch as many points as the Primordial Dragon Tribe. The vast ocean was the location with the thinnest fog on the giant whale plain. In other words, the opponent's perception range would also increase. In such a situation, their sneak attacks would be greatly weakened. They wouldn't be as efficient as a powerful Primordial Dragon Tribe team in killing the convicts. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. I still have a trump card. This is also why I chose the vast ocean. Elders, it's time to show my true skills. Chapter 12-14. Vast Sea, North and South. This unprecedented chaotic battle was filled with all kinds of characters. Some criminals left after killing 3 participants. Some seemed to be aggressive and rushed to the front, but in fact, they used their strongest power to snatch the targets of other criminals. Some criminals hid in the sea, waiting for their targets to burst out with a powerful attack for a short period of time. Then, they would suddenly attack and assassinate them. Some even killed the criminals of the Dragon Penitentiary. Some formed teams of a few or 10 people. When they met the ancient dragon clan, they would retreat. When they met the ancient dragon clan, they would fight. Some worked together, using their own abilities to double their combat power. They specifically chose the dragon clan teams with abilities or attributes that restrained them. This was a real life and death battle. It was almost a fight to the death. For the criminals of the Dragon Penitentiary, this was the only chance to be pardoned. For the Dragon Clan team, each Dragon Clan elder only had one chance to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Conference. This was also the only chance to receive the baptism of the ancestral totem bloodline, whether they could be pardoned and be reborn, whether they could break through the shackles and advance to a new realm. This was the only chance for both sides. If they didn't fight now, when would they? Not many people from both sides held back. More than 90% of the powerhouses used all their strength. More than half of the sea area of the vast sea was stirred up and the space was shattered. Some Dragon Clan elders died, and some criminals died. Their dragon cores and sacred beast cores would instantly become the target of many powerhouses. The battle was chaotic and unprecedentedly fierce. As far as the current battle situation was concerned, the Dragon Clan had the advantage in terms of numbers and strength. Although the criminals of the Dragon Penitentiary were stronger, they lost because of the lack of endurance. In addition, some of the criminals of the Dragon Penitentiary wanted to escape after achieving their goals. This gave the Dragon Clan team a big head-on advantage. Waha, it's finally our turn to pick up the ready-made ones. Damn it, after so many days, there's finally a chance to kill. All the signals have been sent. Most of the battlefields are around the north and south of the vast sea. Kill to your heart's content, our freedom is coming. While the battle was in chaos, another team of more than 100 people charged out from the north. It was the last force of the Dragon Penitentiary's criminals. They had sent out experts who were good at infiltration and roughly marked out the area where the battle would take place. Then, they used some kind of signal to inform the entire team. They had truly become the Oriole. For a time, a large number of draconic penitentiary criminals poured into the various battlefields. They did not differentiate between friend and foe, and killed any opponent who was on the verge of death. The advantage that the dragon teams had built up began to gradually crumble, and they were even at a disadvantage. In less than half an hour, almost all of the dragon teams knew that a new criminal force had entered the battle, but not many of the participating teams retreated. Because this was their last chance to earn draconic contribution points, even if they were at a disadvantage, they still had to fight. This was also the chain reaction that Lin Chen wanted to trigger. The battle was like a snowball that was getting bigger and bigger. When it rolled down, no one could stop it. Inside the Myriad Dragon Assembly Hall, seeing that nearly 70% of the teams on the screens had fallen into a chaotic battle, some Dragon Tribe powerhouses were shocked. Among the spectating Dragon Tribe experts, there were many who were at the Fourth Heaven True Saint realm. Even so, they felt their scalps go numb when they saw this crazy chaotic battle. Thousands of draconic penitentiary criminals, hundreds of dragon teams, were like a meat grinder that did not have any intention of stopping at all. This is too crazy. Not good. With our strength, our ability to protect ourselves in this battle is too weak. F***CK, why aren't these fellows retreating? If this continues, we won't be able to keep the crown prince. The crowd was restless, and the 10,000 dragon tribe experts were shocked. Great expert, stop the test. Yeah, if this continues, how many of our people will die? Although some of the holy dragons are unable to break through due to their bloodline restrictions, they are still the foundation of our dragon tribe. Is it worth it to lose so many lives? Some of the old experts of the dragon tribe could not help but stand up and transmit their voices to the great experts on the stage. Even the great experts of the dragon tribe had not expected things to develop to this point. This brat is playing too big. Who would have thought that this brat would actually do something like this, gathering people from both sides together? Who would have thought that these criminals would be ambushed by the Azure Dragon tribe and join forces? As a result, the number of participants who actually obtained dragon offering points is extremely low, and the same goes for the criminals of the Draconic Penitentiary. The results of the test that we expected did not appear. It's all because of this brat. This is the trend of the times. Who would have thought that this trend was created by this brat? The great experts were filled with shock, but it was a pity that they no longer had the right to stop the test. Because the higher-ups had spoken. Let him cause as much trouble as possible. No matter what happens next, the test cannot be stopped. The 10,000 dragons gathering is not a game. The devilish Chen Xie snorted coldly, and his dragons might shook the entire crowd. Ari. It's too difficult. 3 of our elders have already died because of this battle. Everything is the fault of the new Azure Dragon King, Ying Bang Bang. It's him who planned this battle. What do you think he benefits from planning this battle? Where's Ying Bang Bang? What is he doing? Many old antiques sighed and were about to sit back down and start looking for the Azure Dragon tribe's screen. In the next moment, they were fuming with anger. Among the thousands of screens, there was only one scene that was fresh and refined. On the screen, a strong and slender youth's back was naked, and his chest muscles were exposed as he swam through the surging water. He was wearing dark blue underwear, and he raised his hand again and again, gracefully and swiftly making a freestyle swimming gesture, swimming towards the vast seabed. His swimming posture was leisurely and dignified, and he even had a long kingwo string in his mouth. He was not flustered at all, and there was a cheap smile on his face that deserved a beating. Countless dragon tribe experts were so angry that their bodies were about to explode. The entire 10,000 dragons gathering ground erupted with shocking roars. Mother **K, he's actually swimming at the bottom of the sea. **CK. Look at what's going on outside. Why is he swimming here? My brother-in-law's third nephew's illegitimate son finally became the dragon tribe's crown prince, but he died in the battle just like that, and he's actually swimming? Swimming? Swimming in dragon skin? Let go of me. Mother **K, I'm going to go in and beat this bastard to death. The entire dragon tribe almost exploded on the spot. The corners of the dragon tribe experts' mouths twitched wildly. Crazy, he must be crazy. The battle outside the vast sea was earth-shattering. As the instigator of all this, why was this kid swimming here? Did he have a grudge against the entire dragon tribe for doing such a thing that harmed the dragon tribe without benefiting himself? If the previous generations of the dragon tribe teams that were harmed by him were already dead, the Dragon King would probably be so angry that his coffin would flip dozens of times. Chapter 12:15. Vast Ocean, 130,000 meters deep. As expected, the vast ocean is the core of the giant whale plain. Although the fog has weakened, most of it is actually at the bottom of the sea. I can't even fly at the bottom of the sea. This energy is too strong. Luckily, I was a little black dragon in the clubhouse and a little white dragon in the waves. My swimming skills are still quite good. Lin Chen swam down and clicked his tongue in wonder. Behind him, the green dragon tribe members followed closely. The water-type energy was too strong, causing the density of the sea water to be extremely high. The elders couldn't fly and could only rely on pure strength to swim forward. Finally, when they reached an extremely deep and dark location, what appeared in front of the green dragon tribe members was a dark underwater cave that was tens of thousands of feet wide. Turbulent water currents swirled around the cave like a whirlpool. The water-type energy inside had already condensed to a terrifying level. If an ordinary holy dragon went in, even their dragon bodies would be crushed. There were no treasures here. Apart from the excessively strong water-type energy, the pressure was also extremely terrifying. The prisoners of the Dragon Penitentiary and the Dragon Tribe wouldn't go too deep. Legend has it that the giant whale died. This cave might be a part of the giant whale where its energy is condensed. It doesn't look like a chrysanthemum. What is it? Lin Chen didn't think too much. Faint blue dragon aura condensed at his fingertips, forming a blue rope. With a swing of the rope, the Green Dragon Tribe members caught it and tied it to their waists. The Green Dragon Tribe members didn't know Lin Chen's intentions, but they chose to believe in this new king unconditionally. The rope connected Lin Chen and the Green Dragon Tribe's aura. Lin Chen suddenly used the 10,000-year green light to protect himself and rushed into the cave. Rumble tilde tilde, rumble tilde. The entire seabed shook violently a few times. Lin Chen instantly felt as if thousands of heavy objects were pressing down on his limbs. In an instant, Lin Chen's sacred dragon body was pressed into the underwater cave. The rich water-type energy seemed to have condensed into a block and pressed down on him. Ha ha ha, good timing. I can't wait. Lin Chen let out a hearty laugh as he abruptly activated another bloodline. Heavenly Divine Sea, activate. Inside the myriad dragon gathering ground, the heavenly imperial winged dragon race elders suddenly paled amidst the curses and furious roars. I understand. I get it too. They had seen the new Azure Dragon King use their clan's bloodline ability before. This meant that he possessed the bloodline of the heavenly imperial Raindragon clan. The heavenly winged dragon was an innate water elemental king, a super dragon that could control water. They were once part of the primordial dragon clan. Although they were later reduced to the primordial dragon clan, their foundation was still not to be underestimated. However, the heavenly imperial winged dragon clan had not participated in this myriad dragons gathering. They had already participated once several tens of thousands of years ago. Their results were average, and they didn't pass. They even killed quite a few powerful elders. Up until now, the heavenly imperial winged dragon clan had been accumulating power, but they had yet to finish accumulating power. An elder who had participated in the 10,000 Dragons Assembly once would not be able to participate a second time, and a team that was barely put together would only end up as cannon fodder. Winged Dragon Amaji did not want to repeat the same mistake, so he had always been in a wait-and-see state. As for the heavenly imperial winged dragon, whose potential and combat power could be enhanced by the water elemental energy of heaven and earth, it would skyrocket. This kid wants to use the heavenly imperial winged dragon bloodline to increase his own strength when the water elemental energy of the giant whale dimension arrive. No wonder he wants to erupt the battle in the boundless sea. What a good move. Fighting in the nest and rising freely. The mighty dragons who knew about Lin Chen's 3 bloodlines also realized what Lin Chen's goal was. Although the heavenly imperial winged dragon is the king of water elemental ferals, the vast ocean of the giant whale dimension is the place where water elemental energy has accumulated for the longest time. How much power it can increase depends on the bloodline user's ability. I estimate that it would be good if it can absorb 1/20th of the energy in the vast ocean. As the mighty dragons discussed, a blue dragon light suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's body at the bottom of the ocean. Hum. Bam. The vast ocean shook. Endless water elemental energy was swallowed into Lin Chen's body like a whale. His divine dragon body and the dragon meridian at the critical value were all blasted open. Whoosh. In an extremely short period of time, the divine dragon's dragon meridian was blasted open. Although it was only temporary, the divine dragon had indeed broken through an entire realm. Then, his unstoppable power rose as if all the water elemental energy had been converted into the divine dragon's power. 8. 1 billion dragon power points, 8. 3 billion dragon power points, 8. 8 billion dragon power points. The divine dragon broke through 10 billion dragon power points at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not enough. Dragon meridian, explode. Bam! Half of the divine dragon's dragon meridian exploded, and the water elemental energy of the entire vast ocean began to condense into his body. What? The new king actually blasted open his dragon meridian. This. If it's not treated in time, his cultivation will drop at best, and his life will be in danger at worst. The elders of the Azure Dragon tribe were shocked. Exploding 400 million dragon meridian could last for a period of time, and the heavenly imperial divine ocean would be unleashed to its maximum potential. Whoosh! Intense water elemental energy flowed through Lin Chen's blue rope to all the green dragon elders, and their strength also rose temporarily. The temporary boost from the exploding dragon meridian allowed the heavenly imperial divine ocean to transfer the water elemental energy to other dragon. It could also temporarily increase their strength. Although the effect was not as terrifying as Lin Chen's, it was still a temporary breakthrough of a major realm. 120 talent points consumed. Host continues to activate origin restoration. Elders, there's no need to panic. I know what to do about the exploding dragon meridian. Just focus on absorbing this power. Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly, and his battle intent soared. When the green dragon tribe leaves, Even the primordial dragon tribe's team won't be able to stop us. What? Exploding dragon meridian? Is this kid crazy? Unless it's a dragon-type healing item, the exploding dragon meridian might not be able to recover, and his cultivation will drop. No, this kid's strength has broken through several levels. The dragon tribe's mighty figures were shocked. This new green dragon king was really daring. He was so decisive and ruthless that he didn't even bat an eyelid when exploding dragon meridian. Vast ocean, 1,500 kilometers south of the battlefield. The battlefield in the vast ocean was still chaotic. Dragons flew everywhere, and the battle continued. A huge pitch-black shadow descended from the sky and transformed into a black-robed man. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Ha ha ha, big brother, I ate another primordial dragon tribe member. How satisfying. I almost killed a primordial dragon tribe member. These guys are really tough. If they continued fighting just now, they would have perished together." The long-haired man appeared in the air with flesh and blood at the corners of his mouth. His legs transformed into a pair of grayish-white scaled claws, like the legs of a vicious beast, standing proudly in the void. They were the two criminals from the Silent Valley and were among the strongest of the criminals. Whoosh tilde whoosh tilde whoosh tilde. Suddenly, the sea surface surged, and the brothers felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Not good. There's something. Bang. A torrential dragon aura rushed up like a storm, followed by more than a dozen green light dragon blades and green dragon arrows that pierced through their bodies. Fart. The two strongest criminals were sent flying, vomiting blood and injured. "So it's the two of you. Sorry, I accidentally let out a fart. I didn't expect to hurt you." A young man's laughter echoed on the surface of the sea. Water splashed and decorated the silver robe. The young man held two sacred beast cores and put on his silver dragon mask again, standing proudly on the surface of the sea. The long-haired man's pupils shrank. Those two sacred beast cores belonged to the draconic penitentiary criminals. "Ying bang bang, it's you? You're actually not dead in the center of the vast ocean?" Lin Chen smiled calmly. "Dead? The ones who are going to die next are you draconic penitentiary criminals." Beams of green light soared into the sky and descended beside Lin Chen. They were the elders of the Azure Dragon clan. Dragon auras surged violently from their bodies, and it was as if countless giant dragons were hiding within their bodies. Even the mighty figures in the venue were shocked beyond word. 8 billion dragon power points. This kid drained the energy at the bottom of the vast ocean, and the strength of all the Green Dragon clansmen has been temporarily raised to 8 billion dragon power points. The Green Dragon clan had begun to fight. Chapter 12:16. Sacred Boundary, Green Territory, Peak of Open Sky Mountain. The beauty put on her cloak again and murmured in a dreamy voice. "There's not much time left before the inheritance. Would I forget you?" Lin Chen, the beauty jumped off the peak and disappeared in an instant. The giant whale plain, the chaotic boundless sea. Rip tilde. The Azure Dragon elders were as fast as lightning. 9-10,000-year-old Azure Dragons appeared and attacked together, severely injuring the grey-haired man and his brother. Their true forms were revealed. They were two immemorial ink eagles and immemorial demon falcons, which were comparable to high-level phoenixes. Roar tilde. Azure Dragon tribe, could it be that you want to kill the two of us? If we die, your people will also have to pay the price. Big brother, fight them. Grey-white talismans appeared out of thin air. As if they had received an order, the Azure Dragons swarmed forward while their movements were slightly stagnant and attacked with all their bloodline special abilities. 10,000-year-old Azure Dragon prison. Dragon fall, bite. Azure Dragon fall. Azure Dragon moon shattering bow. The bloodline special abilities were like divine lights, meteors, heavenly rivers, and light blades. They exploded on the two ferocious beasts' true forms. Even though the two had put up defenses, they were still blown to pieces. Whoosh tilde. Two streaks of azure light collided with the energy storm, and the space disintegrated. The woman was valiant and awe-inspiring, while the young man's silver robe was shining. The two of them held azure light dragon spears. Dragon power exploded, and the spear tip pierced through the heads of the two behemoth. The 10,000-year-old dragon-piercing spear was a bloodline special ability that Lin Chen had inherited from the Azure Dragon altar. It had a strong penetrative characteristic against dragons, and it was the Azure Dragon royal bloodline special ability of the past generations. Suddenly, two streams of light with strong vitality flashed out of the Ink Eagle and Demon Falcon's bodies. This was the brothers' life-saving technique, golden cicada shedding. They used the last of their vitality to condense a Saint Beast core and escape. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How could such a technique hide from his mid-stage Saint Rudiment stage spiritual power? He turned around in the air, and his dragon tail turned into a sword and slashed through the air. Azure Dragon Sword. Rip tilde. The dragon sword slashed horizontally, and the two streaks of light were extinguished. Miserable shrieks rang out. No! How could we die here? I can't accept this. I just received a pardon. The Azure Dragon tribe's Jade token increased by another 1,000 dragon contribution point. These two were 5 times more dangerous than ordinary criminals. Lin Chen collected the attribute points and sacred beast cores and used the advanced blood chi attribute points to nourish the dragon veins. The prisoners of the draconic penitentiary within 100 miles seemed to have sensed it and were stunned. The Xianmo duo Banes were killed. These two fellows were able to kill several peak 4th Heaven True Saints when they were at their peak. How did they die here? Oh my god, that new Azure Dragon King has 10 billion dragon power points. Not only that, it's even higher. The criminals of the draconic penitentiary acted as if they had seen a nightmare and immediately retreated far away, abandoning the battle. Everyone from the Azure Dragon clan, follow this king to battle. Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar, and with the 10,000th dragon spear in hand, he charged into the most chaotic part of the boundless sea. Follow our new king. The various elders let out dragon roars that tore apart the sea, and their bodies danced as they chased after Lin Chen. The range of perception in the boundless sea was extremely limited. At this time, only the first batch of witnesses knew the strength of the Azure Dragon tribe. No one knew that such a dark horse that could rival the primordial dragon tribe had appeared out of nowhere. The sea waves rolled furiously, and a crack appeared in the waves as the Azure Dragon tribe's group surged with momentum. Two powerful auras locked onto Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, you're the new Azure Dragon King? Multiple bloodlines, right? This daddy has wanted to eat you for a long time. Damn, even if this daddy's woman dies in his hands, this daddy will still kill him. One of them was a sinister youth in his teens. He had 3 heads, and his aura was mature. Snake scales covered his body, and he bared his fangs. He was a 3-headed hell python. The other person's eyes were blood red, and his aura surged to the heavens. His draconic aura burned with majestic might, and a dragon tail swayed from his back. It was a 9 netherworld horned dragon. These were 2 super criminals with 500 dragon offering points each. The moment Lin Chen drew near, the expression on the two men's faces changed drastically. Something's not right. There seems to be something wrong with his strength. Lin Chen sneered. You're courting death. When the slowing rune in his palm shot out, Lin Chen swept his dragon spear, and a green light tore through the 9 netherworld horned dragon's defense, not giving it a chance to retreat at all. He spread his holy phoenix wings and charged toward the 2 criminals with the Azure Dragon tribe. Rip tilde. Bang tilde. In less than 10 rounds, the 9 netherworld horned dragon and the 3-headed hell python were killed. Attribute light balls, sacred beast cores, dragon offering points, and criminals' sacred bodies. Lin Chen took them all. Oh! Trash from the Azure Dragon tribe? Your strength seems a bit strange. As a few doubtful voices echoed, a group of figures appeared in front of them. It was the primordial dragon tribe's group. Ying Bang Bang is the one the Crown Prince wants. Kill him. These guys seem to have used some special ability to increase their strength sharply. It's just borrowed strength. Kill them together. The primordial dragon tribe was not afraid of the Azure Dragon tribe at all. Hey, hey, hey. Here's our target, primordial dragon tribe guy. Get lost. Another dozen or so draconic penitentiary criminals appeared behind the Azure Dragon tribe. It was actually a team led by 4 super criminals. The primordial dragon tribe elder sneered. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen stepped on the azure dragon's head, holding his dragon spear and laughing maniacally. You think I'm prey? Billowing flames burst out from Lin Chen's glabella, spreading like a monstrous sea of fire. He laughed sinisterly. Those who have designs on me must all die. Instant light split shadows, great flames prison. Lin Chen struck out with a heaven-shaking burning heaven flame sea. It was like 5 burning mountains and seas, instantly enveloping all the enemies present. The crimson sea of flames enveloped the sky in an instant. The flames in all directions burned until the entire sky was dyed red. This is not a dragon tribe move. Quick, defend. This inferno prison can burn our dragon chi. Damn it, we can't charge out. The terrifyingly high temperature instantly destroyed the defenses of the draconic penitentiary criminals and primordial dragon tribe elders. Their scalps tingled. The azure dragon tribe elders were greatly shocked. The new king's trump cards were simply endless. Lin Chen shouted domineeringly, "Don't let these trash block the way. Charge in." When dozens of sluggish runes descended from the sky and exploded inside Hongyang prison, rumble tilde. The sky shook and the sea shook. The 10,000-year-old azure dragons unleashed endless attacks and charged into Great Flame's prison. Bang! 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 Regardless of whether it was the draconic penitentiary criminals or primordial dragon tribe elders, a large number of them were killed or injured. Clang tilde. A crisp dragon roar sounded like a divine sword being unsheathed. The azure dragon light became the last ray of light in the vast sea. With a flash, it cut down all the enemies in Great Flame's prison. Lin Chen's dragon offering points rapidly decreased and then increased rapidly. Lin Chen's dragon roar shook the vast sea. Continue forward. Boom. 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 The azure dragon charged forward, charging straight for the main battlefield with the momentum of sweeping across the vast sea. Inside the myriad dragon gathering grounds, when they heard the young azure dragon king's roar, the hearts of many dragon tribe experts trembled violently. How crazy was that? Regardless of whether it was the primordial dragon tribe, the draconic penitentiary criminals, or the primordial dragon tribe, anyone who stood in the way of the azure dragon tribe was killed by this new king. Chapter 12:17. All the experts of the dragon race stared at the screen, their mouths trembling. The silver light was like a ray of light, spreading out a curtain of blood, dyeing the vast ocean into a sea of blood. The young azure dragon king held a dragon spear, and Mu Tianqing followed with a spear in hand. The 9 azure dragons surrounded their dragon king like stars supporting the moon, galloping across the boundless sea with unstoppable momentum. Every time the young dragon king waved his spear, every time he swept his dragon tail, a strong enemy would fall. He was unstoppable. No matter how strong the ancient dragon race, the criminals of the dragon penitentiary, or even the primordial dragon race, all those who stood in the way of the azure dragon race were killed by this new dragon king. It was so domineering and cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. The azure dragon race's momentum was unstoppable. At this moment, it was as if there was a flame of anger passing through the azure dragon race and burning in the hearts of all the experts of the dragon race, making their hearts palpitate. It was as if there was nothing that could stop their rise. Chen Xie's eyes flickered as he said excitedly, They're heading in the direction of the vast ocean's main battlefield. Ha ha ha, the princes of the primordial dragon race are going to bloom. In the Azure Dragon Palace, countless members of the Azure Dragon race were dumbfounded. In the past, those high and mighty ancient dragon race prodigies, elders, and primordial dragon race nobles who looked down on the Azure Dragon race, and so on. Those existences that the Azure Dragon race could only look up to and even kneel on the ground had all turned into dead souls under the Azure Dragon King's spear. Whoever came would die. His invincible figure and domineering spirit were imprinted in the hearts of everyone in the Azure Dragon race, deeply engraved into their bones and unforgettable for all eternity. This young Azure Dragon King entered the scene with the dragon flag, using the most domineering and crazy manner to kill the giant whale and dye the sea of blood, announcing to all the dragon race that the Azure Dragon race would rise because of this king. Long live our new king! The Azure Dragon race will never be bullied again. Our king's divine might shines, and no dragon can defeat him. This day came too suddenly, too unexpectedly. I didn't even dare to hope. The Azure Dragon race members' eyes brimmed with tears, their dragon blood burning. Regardless of gender, age, or gender, they all shouted the name of the new king, strong and tough. Mu Xue'er's exquisite eyes were filled with admiration and excitement as she stared at the figure on the screen. Big brother did it. He really saved Big Sister and everyone. The vast sea, the northern and southern battlefields. One after another, the ancient dragon race teams fought fiercely. Among them, the ancient dragon race, the dark mountain prison suppressing dragon race, and the wind saint-winged dragon race were the most ferocious. A nimble and petite dragon seal slammed towards the black-haired woman. Rip Tilda. The blade-like dragon breath swept out and tore apart the dragon seal. The black-haired woman said gloomily, "Are you courting death? I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Last time, you injured my clansman. This time, I'm here to pay the price." The agile and graceful green-clothed young woman chuckled, and a wisp of rare killing intent appeared between her fresh and refined brows. "You're overestimating yourself. I'd like to see how far you've progressed with the 3 seals of eternal night. Then don't fall too fast, Tilda." The two women fought fiercely. The 2 primordial dragon race princesses instantly exchanged blows. The 2 teams of primordial dragon tribe immediately stopped killing each other and looked at each other with hostility, their bows drawn. However, they didn't start fighting immediately. Instead, they handed over the authority to the 2 princesses, and they were responsible for the safety of the 2 princesses. There were many grudges between the primordial dragon race teams. Thus, in this chaotic battle, many of the primordial dragon race teams fought each other. Ha ha ha, the number 1 dragon offering points this time will definitely be my Xianyu prison dragon race. Prince Xianzhen held ahead, took out the beast core, and laughed wildly. Prince Wan Hua wasn't to be outdone. "I've said that the champion will be my Wan Hua dragon race. My dragon offering points have already exceeded 7,000. Wind Saint Winged Dragon Prince stepped on the blue waves and killed the enemies as if they were invisible. He smiled coldly and said, "In terms of killing speed, I'm not slower than you, Prince Xianzhen. Don't be too proud. No one knows the result until the last moment." The giant punched out, and 10,000 lightning bolts surged, causing the body of a dragon prison criminal who couldn't retreat to explode. Extreme Q Lightning Dragon Prince said in a low voice, "Why are you being so stubborn? If you're not convinced, just fight." The princes of the various races looked at each other with hostility. No one was willing to fall behind in killing the enemies. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the sea, and the spatial crystal wall shattered. Boom Tilda. A gust of wind came and smashed toward Prince Xianzhen. Huh! Prince Xianzhen's eyes were like lightning. He reached out and grabbed the thing that was coming toward him. It was a heavily injured dragon elder. All the princes were a little shocked. This elder Genu dragon was actually thrown here? Who had the ability to throw him here? This dragon servant had 8 billion dragon power points and was one of the best in the vast wilderness and the human world. He was also one of the top talents in this competition. Now, he was actually thrown over like a commodity. Prince Xianzhen was enraged. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, who is it? Are you looking for death? I've never looked for death. I only look for trouble." A mocking laughter rumbled and shook the space. 9-10,000-year-old azure dragons flew over. All the princes took a closer look. When they narrowed their eyes, they exclaimed in shock. "Azure Dragon's new king Ying Bang Bang? Your strength is not just 8 billion dragon power points." The princes were more vicious, and they could see that Lin Chen was different. "Your Highness, retreat. That guy is a monster. Your Highness, don't fight with them." Many dragon race elders rushed over with voice transmissions. The 10,000-year azure dragon soared into the air and blocked all the primordial dragon race elders from all directions. The azure dragon elders let out a roar. "We pledge our lives to block all enemies for the new azure dragon king. Please fight to your heart's content." A huge battle broke out around the northern and southern battlefield. The azure dragon race used all their strength, and the 4 primordial dragon race teams fought. The commotion of the battle even affected the other primordial dragon race members, and they could not help but retreat. The agile and graceful green-clothed girl and the gloomy and cold black-haired woman separated. The two princesses were affected and were forced to stop fighting. "Princess, what should we do?" An elder sent a voice transmission. The black-haired woman frowned. "Let's observe the situation first. That B*TCH's team is at the side. Don't attack rashly. This battle is strange." The green-clothed girl exclaimed, why is the Azure Dragon race so much stronger?" On the other side, Lin Chen stepped into the air and looked around. He did not find Ji Xiaochuan and Yang Anran. Looks like their team didn't come. Could it be that they had other fortuitous encounters? Following that, Lin Chen looked down at the 4 dragon crown princes and took off his silver dragon mask. His young and cold face was calm and composed. Lin Chen's lips curled into a provocative smile. He grasped his dragon spear and pointed it at the princes. "The 4 of you can fight together. I've always liked to pack up and take turns to fight. I only like to play with girls." The 4 princes were shocked and furious. They roared and glared at him. "Damn it, who do you think you are? 1 against 4. Chapter 12:18. When she heard Lin Chen say all 4 together, a wisp of unconcealable astonishment surged into the green-clothed young woman who was a few tens of kilometers away in the sky. "This Ying Bang Bang is crazy. Even if those 2 monsters join forces, it's still impossible, right?" The 4 primordial dragon crown princes were filled with murderous intent. They felt that their dignity as crown princes had been humiliated. What was the concept of 1 against 4? Crown Prince Wn Hue, 8 billion dragon power points, 7th grade bloodline, and used thousands of types of otherworldly flames to refine his dragon body. He controlled many heaven-defying abilities and refined 6 fire attribute odd crystals. He was the true king of the fire attribute dragon race. Winged Dragon Crown Prince, 7. 9 billion dragon power points, 7th grade bloodline, born in the eye of the extreme sky storm. He could swallow 9 yin storms and refine 5 wind attribute odd crystals when he became a holy dragon. He could destroy a country with 1 breath and shatter hundreds of thousands of mountains with 1 roar. He was the king of extreme speed, and no one could match him in terms of speed. Extreme Q Thunder Dragon Crown Prince, 8 billion dragon power points, 7th grade bloodline, an example of the great desolate thunder dragon's ancestral bloodline. He had a mutated thunder attribute bone structure and controlled 6 thunder attribute odd crystals. He could purify beast cores with the power of thunder and used beast cores as a sacrifice to thunder to create his own bloodline ability, the Heavenly Dragon. Crown Prince Shen Zhan of the mysterious Yu Prison Dragon Crown Prince, 8 billion dragon power points, 7th grade bloodline, known as the bloodline closest to his ancestor, the Tianyu Prison Dragon. If he could obtain the baptism of the divine dragon totem, he would definitely surpass his royal siblings and become the new dragon king of the prison dragon. Other than the winged dragon crown prince, who was slightly weaker, the other 3 crown princes were all comparable to the monsters on the human race's monster list. Crown Prince Shen Zhan, who humiliated the green dragon race, was the appointed successor of the Dragon King. Boom tilde. The Wind Saint winged dragon crown prince revealed his true form. His wings were hundreds of meters long as he furiously struck the sky. His dragon feathers were sharp as they crushed the space crystal wall and swept up endless wind blades as he charged at Lin Chen. Crown Prince Wn Hue pushed his claws forward and dragon flames formed a seal that covered all of Lin Chen's escape route. Lightning exploded like thousands of lightning bolts striking at the same time, shooting towards Lin Chen from all directions. Crown Prince Shen Zhan put his fingers together and threw out a huge dragon talisman. Dragon aura surged and suppressed the world, suppressing Lin Chen's movement. Boom, boom, bang. The terrifying explosions sounded as if they were about to overturn the sky. The attacks of the 4 dragon princes were so powerful that they instantly became the main battlefield. Myriad Flame Crown Prince and Winged Dragon Crown Prince's attacks clashed, but they didn't join hand. As peak crown princes of the primordial dragon clan, they had their own pride and dignity. They simply didn't plan on joining forces to deal with Lin Chen. They had only attacked Lin Chen out of anger and killing intent. Boom tilde. Azure light swirled around him. Lin Chen, protected by the everlasting azure light, tore through the tide of energy and rushed out of the attack zone of the 4 crown princes without a single injury. When he completely revealed the aura of the dragon vein, everyone finally clearly sensed his strength. 12 billion dragon power points. The heavenly imperial divine sea had temporarily boosted the holy dragon's power by 4 billion, almost making him a mid-tier tier 8 holy beast. It was equivalent to an early 4th heaven true saint. What kind of divine ability is this? Even my clan's king of myriad flames doesn't have such a terrifying boost. The 4 crown princes were shocked. Lin Chen activated the fire element odd crystal and the heavenly invisibility rune as he struck out with his palm. Instant light split shadows, great flame prison, Kai. Boom tilde. The 5 great crimson flame purgatories were like the underworld of mountains and seas. They descended upon the world and enveloped the 4 crown princes. Due to the assaulters' innate ability, their power increased explosively. Great Flame Prison was the Great Flame Sacred Phoenix's bloodline divine ability. This move was a peak divine ability, but after being strengthened by Lin Chen's bloodline, it was infinitely close to the perfect grade divine ability. With Lin Chen's current strength and the addition of the instant light split shadows talent, it was as though the sky was burned through. Such a powerful bloodline divine ability could even severely injure or even kill a dragon penitentiary criminal at their peak. Inside the Great Flame Prison, even Crown Prince Xian Zhen, who had the strongest defense, was solemn. If the new Azure Dragon King was in the same realm as him, this divine ability wouldn't be much. However, he was now a realm higher. The 4 crown princes in the Great Flame Prison used all their divine abilities to resist the scorching heat that could burn through an early 4th heaven true saint's defense. Break for me. The extreme Q Lightning Dragon Crown Prince pulled out a lightning spear, and the aura of a lightning dragon surged. He unleashed a lightning spear technique that pushed forward layer by layer, but he couldn't break through the Great Flame Prison's shroud. This is a bloodline divine ability that combines binding, killing, and defense. The fire expert Crown Prince Wn Hua said solemnly, "Don't think about breaking through it. Its borders are very sturdy. You have to cancel out its flames and reduce its power to break through the prison." He was in 2 great flame prisons and was Lin Chen's main target. Lin Chen was surprised. As expected of a fire-type primordial dragon, he could see the flaws of the Great Flame Prison at a glance. It doesn't matter if you see through it. I still have more killer moves. Super Chaos. Super Chaos activated 7 times. Duration, 28 seconds. Hum. The 4 crown princes' chi, blood, and dragon bodies were in chaos. They didn't even listen to their commands, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Whoosh! Lin Chen turned into a streak of green light and charged toward Crown Prince Xuanzhen. "Coming for me. I want to see what you can do with your lowly bloodline." Crown Prince Xuanzhen's entire body glowed. He revealed his dragon body and turned into a 3,000 feet long giant dragon. He used his dragon claw to meet Lin Chen's azure dragon spear. Clang! Sparks flew, and the dragon aura dissipated. Black Mountain Dragon Suppression Domain. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body released thousands of blurry dragon lights, forming a dragon-shaped aura field and forming a domain. In this domain, the burning power he suffered was greatly reduced. This divine ability was at the perfect level, and it stunned many dragon race expert. Trash is trash. So what if you have 12 billion dragon power points? I'll crush you. Crown Prince Xian Zhen bared his fangs and roared as he forcefully resisted the Hongyang prison. His dragon claw was enhanced by a Prime Val and Prime Val dark yellow brilliance, causing it to become indestructible, and he slapped out repeatedly with a horizontal claw. The dragon suppression claw's power was so powerful that it caused the dimension to collapse. Countless dimensional walls exploded as it faced Lin Chen's azure dragon spear head-on. Lin Chen waved his dragon-piercing spear, and streaks of green light shot out like rainbows. They pierced the dragon claw repeatedly, and the 12 billion dragon power points were all destroyed. Hell Suppression Explosion. Kai. Rip tilde. Crown Prince Xuanzhen opened his mouth, and his dragon aura was like a tide. It contained the majestic earth elemental dragon aura that could create heaven and earth, and it clashed with the tip of the dragon spear. When the dragon aura clashed with the tip of the spear, It was as if the core of a planet had exploded, and a storm raged in the Great Flame Prison. The seemingly huge Black Mountain Dragon suppression domain was able to follow Lin Chen's attacks closely. It was extremely difficult for a saint to cross levels, let alone a perfected third heaven saint. No matter how amazing a genius was, they couldn't cross this gap. However, this logic didn't apply to the monster ranking. It was the same for Crown Prince Xuanzhen, who was comparable to the monster ranking. Every divine ability he used was either at the peak or at the perfect level. His foundation was so strong that even some of the other dragon race princes were impressed. I'd like to see how many perfect divine abilities you have. Lin Chen laughed heartily. As he threw out a rune of deceleration, the 10,000 wave dragon spear stabbed out and pierced through his dragon domain. Phut tilde. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon head tilted, and his dragon body fell as he spat out blood. Chapter 12:19. Hiss. In the venue, all the dragon race experts gasp. The new Azure Dragon King actually managed to hold back the three princes and even beat Prince Xuanzhen to the point of vomiting blood. In the vast sea, Prince Wanhua and the others were shocked and sighed. In terms of overall strength, Prince Xuanzhen was indeed slightly ahead of the three princes. He had a perfect offense and defense. Having so many perfect god arts is indeed very powerful. If we were at the same level, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you other than using the absolute life and death rune, Lin Chen's battle-intent sword. He spun his dragon spear and threw it out with 12 billion dragon power point. Sky prison armor. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon eyes trembled. He activated all the earth element odd crystals and condensed them into a rock-earth dragon armor that flowed with hellish crimson dragon aura. It was like a ball of dragon aura that covered his dragon body, forming the strongest defense. System, activate Sovereign's Descent. This Sovereign's Descent was the final killing move that Lin Chen had accumulated from the Sky Barbarian plane. Sovereign's Descent has been activated. The host's bloodline god art attack has been increased by 3 times. The might of the 10,000 behemoth dragon spear skyrocketed as it split into 5. All the princes and princesses felt their scalps tingle. They smelled the scent of death from the 5 dragon spears. Poochie tilde. Rip tilde. When the sonic boom sounded, the 5 dragon spears pierced through Prince Xuanzhen's strongest defense. The sky prison armor that could withstand the attack of an early-stage 4th heaven sage was pierced through by the 5 dragon spears. His dragon scales cracked, and his flesh and blood were torn apart. The girl in green covered her red lips with her hand, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. This is too powerful. That's the sky prison armor. It's one of the best defensive god arts recorded in the primordial dragon race, but it was pierced by Ying Bang Bang. The black-haired girl was shocked and her heart trembled. What a fierce dragon spear, Sovereign's Descent plus instant light split shadow. The power of this spear was the highest destructive power in all the battles in the giant whale plain. Dragon blood gushed out like a fountain. Crown Prince Xuanzhen was both frightened and angry. How can I lose to someone like you, who temporarily borrowed power? His dragon body fell to the ground, burning with green flames of vitality. It was as if some life-saving sacred object was protecting his lifeline, so his life was not in danger. With a flap of the holy phoenix wings, Lin Chen collected the attribute light balls dropped by Prince Xuanzhen. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, the vast azure dragon breath inside the holy dragon's body suddenly trembled and gradually dispersed, revealing the crisscrossing dragon vein. Lin Chen's strength started to decline. The heavenly imperial deity ocean ability was about to end. Even the strength of the azure dragon elders was beginning to weaken. Time's up. Looks like killing those fellows blocking the way took a lot more time than expected. Lin Chen glanced at Crown Prince Xuanzhen. Although this guy was on the verge of death, he still had some life-saving trump cards. He could still maintain his consciousness in Hongyang prison. There's no time to kill this guy. Take away the elders first. With a flap of the holy phoenix wings, Lin Chen killed his way into the battlefield. Using his hand as a sword, he repeatedly waved the azure dragon sword. While repelling the primordial dragon tribe elders, he took away the azure dragon tribe members. The azure dragon tribe elders were riddled with wounds. Some were on the verge of death. They were hanging on by their last breath. Primordial Dragon Tribe, let's meet again in the finals. Lin Chen laughed domineeringly. He led the Azure Dragon Tribe members and retreated. He had the effect of the purple dragon pearl. Almost no one could track his aura. In less than 10 breaths, all the Primordial Dragon Tribe elders lost Lin Chen. The elders immediately supported the 4 princes and worked together to destroy 5 Hongyang prisons. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Today's battle was like nailing them to the pillar of shame. They were held back by an azure dragon that could not even be considered a primordial dragon. They were even suppressed to the point of flying. The 10,000 Dragons Assembly's examination was open to the entire dragon tribe. In other words, their miserable appearances were all seen by their own clansmen. Some of the princes who had retreated to watch the battle were currently looking at the messy vast ocean with twitching mouth. The one who benefited the most this time was undoubtedly the Azure Dragon tribe. They had killed many of the Dragon Penitentiary's prisoners, primordial dragons, and even primordial dragons. In the outside world, there was no such rare opportunity. The Azure Dragon tribe killed their way to the main battlefield. The Dragon Penitentiary's prisoners, who were already in a bad state due to the battle, were basically wiped out after encountering the Azure Dragon tribe. They had accumulated an unknown amount of dragon sacrifice point. Giant Whale Plain, Far East region. Dreamy illusory dragon aura swept across the sky. It was like streaks of shadow burial instant kill, colliding with the dark light that covered the sky time and time again. 4 hours later, in the Far East Sea region, a figure quickly retreated. It was Ji Shaochuan of the Shadow Burial Illusionary Dragon tribe. His handsome and devilish face was as pale as paper. The corners of his mouth twitched. As expected, you also know this secret. A beautiful figure rose into the sky. It was young Anran. She was holding a glazed crystal in her hand. There were blood-red veins on it, as if it was a living thing. It was extremely strange. She sneered coldly and cruelly. The heart of the giant whale has long been recorded by the dark heavenly dragon tribe. It's not up to you to get it. If you hadn't cultivated your tribe's shadow burial 1,000 illusions, you would have died here today. Ji Shaochuan's expression was ugly. You came to snatch the heart of the giant whale. Aren't you afraid that you won't have enough dragon sacrifice points? Yang Anran put away the heart of the giant whale and said confidently, "My people have already gone out to collect it. Naturally, it's not up to me to worry about it." Ji Shaochuan looked at her deeply. It seems that the dark heavenly dragon tribe is determined to become the king of myriad dragons this time. She suddenly broke into a smile. The primordial dragons haven't been completely unified for 100,000 eras. There should be a true great dragon king to unify the dragons and merge them into the primordial dragons. Ji Shaochuan's pupils shrank. Her ambition was actually so great. Ha ha ha, damn, this is great. This is too great. I've never felt so good in my life. Those primordial and primordial dragons who looked down on us were all beaten up by us. It's worth it even if we die. The Azure Dragon elders were injured and laughed. Their faces were pale, but they were in high spirits and carefree. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and many long kingguo shot into the elders' mouths. During the retreat, Lin Chen's strength gradually decreased, and he finally returned to his original cultivation level. He brought the elders and retreated to a valley. There were no enemies in a radius of hundreds of kilometers, so they could safely recuperate. The elders bore the temporary power boost of the heavenly defense divine ocean. Their dragon veins were slightly damaged, and their chi and blood were half depleted. However, they could recover with time, and their foundation would not be affected. They were more worried about the new king in front of them. The new king had personally used such a powerful ability by exploding his veins. If it was light, his cultivation level would regress, and if it was heavy, it would be difficult for him to advance in the future. However, the elders expected the new king to be on the verge of death did not appear. The Azure Dragon race watched helplessly as their new king was full of vigor, as if he had eaten aphrodisiac. Awesome. Awesome. Ha ha ha, I've gained everything this time. This handsome guy can be unrestrained again. Lin Chen laughed into the sky. His attributes soared to a terrifying level. Even the mighty figures of the dragon race who had been watching the battle stared at each other as if they had seen a ghost. It must be fake, right? They had witnessed Ying Bang Bang's exploding veins with their own eyes. Why did he look like nothing had happened? Was he experiencing terminal lucidity? Or had the world gone crazy? Chapter 1220. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't explode his meridians, but that the blood essence he obtained after exploding his meridians had soared too quickly. His damaged dragon meridians had been nourished and repaired, far surpassing the previous time. With 12 billion dragon energy points, Lin Chen had killed at least 200 criminals in the draconic penitentiary. This was a terrifying number. When these criminals were at their peak, they were comparable to 4th-level true saints. When they died at Lin Chen's hands, the amount of blood essence they lost would only be more. Not to mention, Lin Chen had also killed a large number of primordial dragon tribe elders who had tried to kill him and the Azure Dragon tribe. The dead and injured had all died, but the blood essence he had gained was even more. It seems like we've underestimated him. This kid is too monstrous. He's completely fine after exploding his meridians. This daddy here is convinced. He was so close just now. If he hadn't saved the Azure Dragon tribe members and had pursued them, that Xianzhen brat from the Dragon tribe might have died at his hand. Ha ha ha, just watch. This daddy here said that this kid can't be predicted with common sense. A new legend of the Dragon tribe is rising. Not necessarily. Let's look at the 3rd and 4th trials. Don't forget that Lasyang Anran is a true monster. In the vast sea, the 2nd trial that lasted for a month came to an end the day after the Azure Dragon tribe left. When all the participating teams were teleported back to the Myriad Dragon Gathering Grounds, the expressions of the various experts were extremely interesting. This time, only 50% of the participating teams had returned. More than half of the participating dragons had died. This was much more tragic than before. This number was equivalent to 2,000 holy dragons being buried in the giant whale plain. When Lin Chen led the Azure Dragon tribe members into the gathering grounds, no one dared to stop them. His lively appearance was a stark contrast to Crown Prince Xuanzhen, who was covered in wounds. Azure Dragon tribe. Crown Prince Xianzhen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He was wrapped in bandages and herbs as he roared, "Don't think that you can beat this Crown Prince just because you used some dirty tricks. Next, this Crown Prince will make you wish you were dead." Oh! Lin Chen shrugged playfully. "Can't help it. I'm a person who likes to keep a low profile. I just like to be fierce once or twice. Who knows, maybe I'll be fierce again the next time you challenge me." At this moment, cough, cough, cough. The grey-clothed old woman coughed a few times and said in a firm and powerful tone, "Let me announce the result of the 2nd round. In the 2nd stage, there are 27 teams that have obtained Dragon Contribution Point." What? The many dragon race experts were stunned and almost thought that they had heard wrongly. There were only 27 teams that passed the test. There were 71 teams from the primordial dragon tribe that had entered the 2nd stage. Not even half of the teams had passed. Everyone cast their gazes in the direction of the Azure Dragon tribe. It must be because of Jill Bang Bang. This guy directly beat up the criminals of the draconic penitentiary until they were like an iron bucket. Then, in the final battle at the vast sea, he killed until no one dared to stop him. It would be strange if many people passed through. Lin Chen patted the back of the Azure Dragon tribe members. The Azure Dragon tribe members raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Everyone's mouth twitched. This fellow was truly the first person in the Myriad Dragon Assembly to drag so many members of the immemorial dragon race down with his own strength. Number 1 in Dragon Contribution Points, Azure Dragon tribe. Dragon Offering Points, 25,400. Number 2, Shadow Burial Dragon tribe. Dragon Offering Points, 10,800. Number 3, Dark Sky Dragon tribe. Dragon Offering Points, 9,800. Number 4, Myriad Fire Dragon tribe. When the grey-robed old woman read out the rankings, everyone's scalps went numb. More than 20,000 dragon offering points. The difference between the 1st and 2nd place was more than double. What was even more terrifying was that Jill Bang Bang had killed so many dragon tribe members. There were more than 20,000 of them. Killing a participant would result in a loss of 50 dragon offering point. Those who have passed and those who do not have enough dragon offering points to pass the test will go to the dragon altar to choose a team to enter the third stage. Teams with more than 100 dragon offering points will receive the title of Honorary Dragon Tribe. They will receive 100 years of support from the Dragon Tribe, 1,000 years of assessment, the trade coordinates of 3 dragon cities, and the qualification to enter the second level of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Once this was said, many dragon race experts looked at them with envy. After becoming an Honorary Dragon Tribe member, they would no longer be insignificant existences in the Dragon Tribe. In the long term, they would receive the resources and support of the Dragon Tribe for 100,000 years. We have become an Honorary Dragon Tribe member. Father, do you see? Mu Tianqing covered her mouth with her hand as tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. Our Azure Dragon Tribe is no longer a tribe that can be bullied by others. All the Azure Dragon elders were crying tears of joy. Although they were already mentally prepared, the arrival of this moment still caused them to shed tears of excitement. Lin Chen smiled. Don't be in a hurry to be moved. Our goal is not limited to this, is it not? Lin Chen's words caused all the elders to be stunned. They turned to look at the dragon platform again. When they saw the fluttering Azure Dragon flag, their hearts palpitated. Champion. Perhaps they had come for the glory of the Dragon Tribe, but this new king who had appeared out of nowhere was only here to win the championship. How many people had such lofty sentiments and boldness in the past and present? The grey-robed old woman's eyes lit up as she said in a deep voice, "Next, I will announce the content of the third stage. Enter the Divine Dragon's ruins. Fighting is prohibited in the ruins. Those who enter the ruins will receive the totem guidance and bloodline baptism of your dragon ancestors. If you spend more dragon offering points, you can enter the dragon tomb and receive the dragon chi of the dragon ancestors to temper your body. You can even absorb the dragon chi of your ancestors. Every choice requires dragon offering points. This is a treatment that even the highest echelons of the Myriad Dragon Palace do not have the opportunity to receive. Cherish it well. There is no need for assessment for the third stage. It will last for 4 months. Those who pass the time will be automatically teleported out. And after 4 months, all the Dragon Tribe teams that have reached the third stage can send a representative to participate in the representative competition. They can also choose to forfeit. The top 10 representatives will receive generous rewards, and the first place of the representative competition will be this year's King of 10,000 Dragon. Lin Chen stroked his chin and said with great satisfaction, King of 10,000 Dragons, this is worthy of my holy dragon. I was forced to become a god in the human race. No matter what, I can't return empty-handed from the Dragon Tribe. The King of 10,000 Dragons, it will be this one. The grey-robed old woman turned her head and exchanged glances with the other Dragon Tribe mighty figures. All the mighty figures stood up and stepped into the arena. The mighty figures of the Dragon Tribe stood together with their eyes closed. As if they had received an order, when they opened their eyes again, they quickly made hand seals, cut their fingertips, and formed hand seals with their dragon blood. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena became solemn and serious. Boom tilde. A giant spatial door opened again, and a desolate aura swept out. An ancient and desolate aura descended on the Myriad Dragon arena. It was so ancient that it made one's heart palpitate, and it seeped out from the giant door. It was as if there was a boundless history behind the giant door. Chen Xie solemnly announced, "The Divine Dragon ruins have been opened. The dragon offering points for entering the ruins have been automatically deducted. As for the teams that have not reached the quota, head to the dragon platform to confirm the candidates before coming back." Everyone looked at each other and entered the Divine Dragon ruins one after another. Lin Chen's heartbeat quietly quickened. The ancient Taishi dragon bloodline was finally settled. At this moment, an old voice secretly transmitted to Lin Chen. "Ying Bang Bang, come here for a while." Lin Chen was stunned, and his mouth twitched slightly. F***CK. At this juncture, which bastard is calling me handsome? I've already taken off my pants, and I'm about to break through the hole. UF**King want me to go over? Chapter 1221. Lin Ming resisted the urge to charge out of the cave and calmly turned around to look at the venue. A white-robed figure walked over. It was one of the mighty figures of the dragon race, Chen Xie. He smiled and said, "Little fellow, the one who sent you a voice transmission was a high-level figure. He wants to recruit you. Perhaps you can meet him after the 10,000 Dragons conference ends." Chen Xie handed Lin Chen a scroll. Lin Chen secretly let out a sigh of relief. He thought that something bad had happened. After all, he had used so many trump cards at the 10,000 Dragons conference. The slowing rune and other methods were not trump cards that the dragon race should have. Fortunately, these mighty figures did not ask about it. At their level, there were very few things that could move them. Very few would covet the secrets of the young dragon race. If every mighty figure was like this, then the new blood of the dragon race would be strangled. "All right, thank you for your appreciation." Lin Chen took the scroll. Chen Xie could not help but ask curiously, "Little fellow, if you don't participate in the fourth test, your life will not be in danger. In the third test, you are in the most danger. Although your multiple bloodlines are an advantage, you should know that once the quality of your bloodline increases, it will be harder to control. It is very likely that your body will explode and you will die. You should be very clear about this problem." At the mention of this, a childlike innocence appeared on this old monster's face. He said in all seriousness, "Can you tell me how confident you are in controlling the multiple bloodlines you are about to upgrade?" "Don't worry, I won't reveal your foundation." Lin Chen was stunned. How confident? He really hadn't thought of this before. His main goal was the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline. His second goal was to increase the quality of his current bloodline. In addition, he had the Heavenly Path attribute picking system. The problem of merging bloodlines had never existed before. This problem that seemed extremely difficult from the perspective of ordinary powerhouses was not a problem for him. This. Lin Chen pretended to be troubled. He could not tell him everything. Was he absolutely confident that he could control it? Then wouldn't he be captured by those powerful beings for research? Seeing that Lin Chen was in a difficult position, Chen Xie suddenly bent down and picked up an item. He smiled and said, "Aya, little brother Ying Bang Bang, why are you so careless? Look, you dropped your storage ring." Lin Chen immediately accepted the storage ring and transmitted his voice with a serious expression. "I'll be honest with you, senior, I only have a 30% chance of success. Sigh, if it weren't for the fact that a handsome King fortune teller told me that I would be able to find a great opportunity in the face of death, I wouldn't have dared to come here. This time, I came here with the mentality that I will die. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? The end of cultivation is to go against the current and challenge life and death." Before Lin Chen could finish, the corner of Chen Xie's mouth trembled. 30%. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Mother **, it was too low? Such high confidence. You still have a trick up your sleeve. Chen Xie exclaimed. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Well, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." Lin Chen gave him a look. Chen Xie winked. "Yes, I know. Lin Chen waved his hand and led the Green Dragon tribe into the entrance of the Divine Dragon ruins. The space changed, and Lin Chen and the others were transferred to a dilapidated ruin. It was dilapidated, fallen, and ancient. The stone pillars that stood up were broken, the ground was cracked, the sky was grey, and there was no life at all. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of time. When all the dragons arrived here, their cultivation was instantly sealed, and they could not use any of their power. When even their spiritual perception was sealed, Lin Chen was shocked. However, when he realized that his slow rune and other tricks were still available, he calmed down a little. With the runes and talents, at least he was not completely defenseless. Everyone looked around and realized that there was a group of totem dragon pillars in front of the ruin. Everyone was on guard against each other. After 15 minutes, they walked to the front of the dragon pillars. It was a group of colossal creatures. Each dragon pillar was tens of thousands of feet tall and thousands of feet wide. It was engraved with the words of the dragon race. There were many strange carvings carved on the dragon pillars, and they were filled with the aura of ancient times. The carvings on them moved everyone, even Lin Chen was the same. He was stunned on the spot. It was as if a historical painting was spread out in front of everyone, causing them to instantly enter the realm of the totem carvings. The carvings had a vast starry sky and an ancient and endless universe. In the universe, there were 9-headed pythons, winged whale sharks, monsters with no eyes and a huge mouth, demons with 3 heads and 6 arms, headless centaurs, horned demons, asuras that covered the sky, and strange creatures that crawled on the continental plates and flew in the sky. They seemed to be the extinct insect race. There was also a group of figures high above, occupying a small part of the totem. And the most numerous was a group of giant dragons flying under the starry sky. The group of giant dragons were in high spirits and had different appearances. Some of them shone with golden light and soared with dragon wings. Some of them had dragon claws that shook the sky like a surging sea. Some of them breathed out and destroyed countless planes. Some of them were unimaginably majestic, as if the light from their dragon scales could cover the entire world. Any creature in the totem seemed to be stronger than all the existences in the world. Lin Chen was very sure that any creature in the totem was countless times stronger than the clear sky sage king he had met so far. It was like a piece of history that was covered with dust. It was like a piece of civilization that was left behind. It was like a storm that had yet to erupt. It was like a blood song that only had a prelude. Everyone was deeply shocked and silent. The aura that was reflected in the totem was just a wisp of the realm and charm that shocked everyone. The Green Dragon tribe stood on the spot in a daze because they saw the image of their ancestor. It was too majestic. All the dragons seemed to be in it, their consciousness wandering the universe, as if they had returned to an unknown era, following the auspicious feather of the dragon ancestors, following the beginning of the historical era. Only Lin Chen, who was not a member of the dragon tribe, would not be easily attracted by the totem's dragon might. He was the first among everyone present to slowly come back to his senses. At this moment, all the dragons looked up with empty eyes. They were immersed in the history of the totem. Lin Chen walked forward. He walked to the center of the totem. There were even more broken and incomplete totem carvings inside. The system converted the dragon tribe's characters into the human language. Yin-Yang Creation Divine Dragon Totem, Extreme Hell Water Divine Dragon Totem, Peak Prison Suppressing Dragon Totem, 9 Nether Yellow Springs Dragon Totem, Burial Shadow Illusory Dragon Totem, Extreme Palace Thunder Divine Dragon Totem. Suddenly, the tip of Lin Chen's foot seemed to have kicked something. He walked to the center of the totem. There was a stone tablet here, covered in dust. He wiped away the dust, and the words on it were twisted like tadpoles. It was not the dragon tribe's words, but a string of human words. Lin Chen could clearly see the words on the stone tablet. I was very afraid that day would come again. Grandfather made a deal with the dragon ancestor. He even asked me to look for them, the people who would appear in that world one day. Grandfather also said that they would shine in that world. I seem to remember their names. I think it was Bai Qi, Yi Wushuang, Ling Yang, and one of them was called, oh right, there was one more called Lin Xingchen. Chapter 1222. Lin Xingchen? Lin Chen was stunned. Could it be the same Lin Xingchen that he met on the Island of Darkness? There's a stone tablet with human words in this place where the dragon race's inheritance is spread all over. Lin Chen couldn't understand it. The information revealed by the stone tablet was too one-sided, and he couldn't figure out anything useful. With his strength sealed, Lin Chen couldn't take the stone tablet away, so he might as well leave it here. At this time, the dragon race's experts gradually came back to their senses. New King, why are you here? The green dragon race walked over. I'm here to find this. Lin Chen pointed at the green dragon ancestor's totem and smiled. Lin Chen walked in front of the green dragon totem with everyone, and he placed his jade tablet into the totem. Swoosh! The dragon offer points appeared in the jade tablet, and an ancient thought was transmitted to Lin Chen and the green dragon race. The descendants of my race can use their bloodline to undergo the baptism of their bloodline, and their bloodline grade will change. Or, they can continue to consume dragon offer points to enter the dragon's tomb to refine their bloodline. Their bloodline will change, and their strength will increase at the same time. Entering the dragon's tomb will deduct 500 dragon offer points per person. Hearing this thought, the green dragon race's elders quickly said, "Miss, you and the new king can enter the dragon's tomb to refine your bloodline. We can wait here for you." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and mocked, "What are you doing? Are you looking down on me? All of you, enter the dragon's tomb to refine your body with dragon offer points. If anyone dares to not enter, I will chase you out of the green dragon race." All the elders were moved. 500 dragon offer points. They had to kill 5 vicious criminals in the dragon penitentiary. The green dragon race might have more than 20,000 dragon offer points, but the new king had risked his life to kill them. If the elders were to participate, they would have to risk their lives just to collect 100 dragon offer points. They were already very satisfied that all of them could enter the divine dragon's ruins. The elders could tell who was the main contributor. Now, the new king wanted all of them to enter. If they refused, they would be chased out of the green dragon race. The hearts of the elders trembled as they shed tears of gratitude. "Your Majesty, this." Tears filled the Grand Elder's eyes, and he almost dropped to his knees. Lin Chen stopped her and scolded jokingly, "All right, don't be so wishy-washy. You deserve it." If one accepted the baptism of the totem bloodline, only the grade of their bloodline would change. However, if they entered the dragon tomb, not only would their bloodline grade change, their cultivation would also increase. After this experience, the Azure Dragon clan would no longer be that weak dragon clan. Coupled with the benefits that Lin Chen had left for them, it was entirely possible for them to become members of the primordial dragon race in the future. Lin Chen picked 11 people. After deducting 5,500 dragon contribution points from his 24,300 points, the 11 people disappeared under the illumination of the 11 spatial lights. When he opened his eyes again, what entered his eyes was a barren hillside. There was a stone tablet erected on every hillside, and every stone tablet was engraved with profound Dragon Clan characters. Sitting in front of the dragon tablet will allow you to temper your body with dragon chi. An old voice faintly echoed in everyone's consciousness. The Azure Dragon clan's elder sat in front of the stone tablet with a nervous heart. "That's right." Lin Chen patted Mu Tianqing's shoulder and threw an Azure Dragon pearl to her. "This is." Mu Tianqing was puzzled. Lin Chen said with a rare serious expression, "Drip your blood on this pearl to recognize it as your master. I will help the Azure Dragon clan upgrade their bloodline. You can take back the grade of this upgrade and transformation at any time. I will give you the right to decide their bloodline." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon clan's elder's expression changed slightly. He could take back the strengthened bloodline of the Azure Dragon clan at any time. He gave the right to decide to Mu Tianqing. This would prevent the elders from betraying the Azure Dragon clan in the future. It was the best choice. The Azure Dragon clan's elder was not surprised by this. The elders who were able to fight until now were the last backbone and hope of the Azure Dragon clan. They were surprised by the tone of the new king. Could it be that he was going to leave? "Then you?" Mu Tianqing wanted to ask. Lin Chen smiled and did not say anything. He strolled among the many stone tablet. Those attribute light balls scattered around the stone tablets seemed to have sensed something. Within 10 feet of Lin Chen, they quickly flew into his body. Received ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline attribute points, 1,500, 1,300, 2,500. Ancient sky-raising dragon as host. Advanced bloodline of the ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline. Beginning bloodline integration, Lin Chen kept absorbing large amounts of bloodline attribute light balls. Finally, he sat in front of a stone tablet and attracted a dragon aura to hover in the air. Boom tilde. As the dragon aura entered his body, Lin Chen's bloodline integration speed became even faster. Received ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline attribute points, 100,000, 200,000, 120,000. Within Lin Chen's holy dragon body, his flesh and dragon bloodline shone with a new phenomenon. It was like a dense green light, shining brightly and disappearing one dragon rune after another. It was as if a legendary dragon clan history was engraved in his bloodline. Ascension, transformation. The dragon bloodline that was stuck at the bottleneck began to throb slightly. Seeing that the new Azure Dragon King had already accepted the dragon aura tempering, the elders looked at each other with mixed feelings. They also sat down cross-legged to accept the inheritance. Although they had not interacted with this new king for long, all the Azure Dragon upper echelons and even the clansmen had accepted this swift and decisive new king. No one would doubt him as the Dragon King of the Azure Dragon clan. The one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Mu Tianqing. That's the right choice. A person like him shouldn't just be a dragon king in my green dragon tribe. After Mu Tianqing wiped away all the complicated thoughts, she touched the dragon tablet with peace of mind and attracted the ancient dragon aura. Boom tilde. 11 streams of dragon aura began to entrench. The entire Azure Dragon clan, including Lin Chen, all received new changes. This change was unimaginable for other dragons. Even if other dragons could enter the dragon tomb, they would only receive dragon aura tempering and bloodline baptism. However, everyone in the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline was enhancement plus 15. Once their bloodline transformed, they would inherit the enhancement of enhancement level. In other words, their harvest was more than 4 times more than the other primordial dragons who entered the dragon tomb. Time passed quickly. After 20 days, Lin Chen was the first to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, a misty green light flashed across Lin Chen's dragon eyes. The green light lingered like a colossal dragon accumulating power, as if it was about to rush out of his body and sweep away the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Chen retracted his bloodline, not knowing whether to laugh or cry under the silver dragon mask. F***ck, my holy dragon didn't break through. The better the foundation of the bloodline, the harder it is to accumulate strength. My strength is still stuck at 800 million dragon veins. Lin Chen had no choice but to open the bloodline column in the system. Congratulations to the host for advancing your bloodline grade. All Azure Dragon bloodline special abilities have been upgraded to either top-notch or perfect grade. You have also awakened a new bloodline special ability, Heavenly Claw. Consumes the power of the dragon veins to burst forth a heaven-shaking dragon claw. The power can cover the sky and earth, and one claw can overturn the stars. Increases the original dragon power's destructive power by 1 to 3 times, and with the power of dragon breath, it can tear the opponent's defense apart. Grade, Extraordinary Grade. Extraordinary Grade Bloodline Special Ability. Lin Chen was moved. He had estimated its power. The perfect grade bloodline special ability was comparable to the human race's orange grade combat skills. Extraordinary grade? Perhaps it was not just low grade orange grade. Host's bloodline, grade, none purple golden eyes, plus 15, grade, middle grade 4th grade heavenly yinglong, enhancement plus 15, grade, middle grade 6th grade hongyang sacred phoenix, enhancement level plus 15, grade, middle grade 8th grade ancient skyscraping dragon. Enhancement level, plus 15, middle grade 8th grade bloodline. Although Lin Chen's strength had not transformed, his Azure Dragon bloodline had a heaven-defying change. In other words, once he used the Azure Dragon race's special ability, the power would undergo an earth-shattering chain. If I meet that Crown Prince Xuanzhen again, I don't need to rely on the heavenly imperial divine ocean. I can beat him until he cries out in pain. Lin Chen felt as if he was in a dream. When he entered the dragon race, his foundation was still weak. Now, with his sacred dragon alone, he was able to compete with the monster genius list in terms of length and thickness. I wonder if those people on the monster genius list who want to mess with me can still do anything when I kill my way back to the 36 domains. Chapter 1223. Legend has it that the ancient sky-raising dragon is the ancestor of the Azure Dragons. All the branches of the Azure Dragon tribe originate from his bloodline. He was a real divine dragon in his prime. My rank 8 bloodline is probably still far from the legendary divine dragon bloodline. However, there shouldn't be many dragon tribe geniuses below rank 9 bloodline who are my match. Lin Chen's rank 8 ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline was plus 15 levels. Overall increase, 410%. Lin Chen was 4 times stronger than the Dragon Crown Prince with rank 8 bloodline. He was almost at the peak of rank 8 bloodline. Lin Chen said thoughtfully as he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The Azure Dragon tribe members haven't finished yet. Looks like it's because I picked up the attribute points first and allowed my bloodline to enter the fusion state. That's why I'm receiving the dragon energy body tempering faster than everyone else. When the Azure Dragon tribe members received the dragon energy body tempering, their ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline was converted from the ancient sky-raising dragon bloodline. Lin Chen received a wave of bloodline attribute points before receiving the dragon energy body tempering. His bloodline was converted in advance. Then, he received the dragon energy body tempering, which was much faster. Let's go out first and find the Taishi ancient dragon totem. Lin Chen placed the jade token into the stone tablet and teleported away. Spatial light descended, and Lin Chen returned to the divine dragon ruins. The ruins were desolate. There were dragon tribe elders sitting cross-legged in front of the totem, receiving the bloodline baptism. There were also dragon crown princes who had disappeared. They must have been teleported to the dragon tomb. Lin Chen continued to look for the other totems. Each of the totems was so thick that they could be described as small as a mountain. With his strength suppressed, he had to walk for a long time to find a single totem. Luckily, Lin Chen was a man with a system. The system helped Lin Chen identify all the words on the totems. He found the Taishi ancient dragon totem. What was strange was that the Taishi ancient dragon totem was only 1,000 feet tall. It wasn't as majestic as the other totems. Lin Chen stuck the jade token on the totem. Entering the tomb of the Taishi ancient dragon requires 500 dragon contribution points. Apart from the remains of the ancient Taishi dragon, there are no bloodline baptisms or inheritances in the dragon tomb. Please choose carefully. When the old, wooden voice sounded out through the jade token, Lin Chen's heart tightened. There's no bloodline baptism or body tempering in the Taishi ancient dragon's tomb? Then wouldn't it be impossible for him to obtain the ancient dragon's bloodline? Not only that, Lin Chen also probed the totems near the ancient dragon. The ancient Eon dragon, Futian dragon, and the only two Torch dragon and Crimson dragon monuments had not undergone a bloodline baptism. The Illumination dragon Steely and the Crimson dragon Steely did not even have a dragon tomb. Only the dragon Steelies remained. Lin Chen returned to the ancient Taishi dragon totem. We're already here. Could it be that we're still going to give up? Forget it, let's go in first. After deducting another 500 dragon contribution points, Lin Chen was left with 18,300 dragon contribution points. He was teleported into the tomb of the ancient Taishi dragon. Lin Chen was teleported into a strange mountain. There was nothing around the mountain. The ground was filled with rocks and was filled with a desolate aura. Am I going to die? F***ck, what the hell is this place? Lin Chen was a little anxious. He had spent so much effort to infiltrate the dragon race for the bloodline of the ancient Taishi dragon. Otherwise, the 3 divine dragon blood jades in his hands would be useless. Lin Chen was unwilling to give up. He continued to search and climb the mountain. He was truly crossing mountains and ridges. After walking for a day and a night, Lin Chen discovered a faint light from a hillside. That's the light of an attribute light ball. Lin Chen rushed over excitedly and slid down the hillside. He discovered an attribute light ball in a crack. The light ball was pure gold. It was a color that Lin Chen had never seen before. It was the size of a goose egg. When Lin Chen picked it up, it automatically fused into Lin Chen's body. Host has obtained a new bloodline attribute. Do you want to absorb it? The screen popped up. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he chose yes. Whoosh. Suddenly, a new bloodline flowed into Lin Chen's body and the divine dragon's dragon vein. This bloodline was ancient and weathered, but it was very weak. Host has obtained the ancient Taishi dragon bloodline attribute, 15 points. Bloodline attribute is too low. Unable to appraise bloodline grade. Lin Chen was shocked. The ancient Taishi dragon bloodline was completed. Lin Chen's consciousness grabbed the new bloodline of the divine dragon and activated it. TSK. Lin Chen's left 2 fingers vaguely turned into a pure gold dragon claw. It was incomplete. F***ck, only 1 claw? Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He took out 3 pieces of divine dragon blood jade. When he activated the bloodline, he realized that the divine dragon blood jade actually had a weak reaction. However, because this was the space of the divine dragon ruins, the phenomenon did not erupt. It's working. This bit of ancient dragon bloodline might be thin and can't give me any power, but it can make the divine dragon blood jade react. At least this trip was not in vain. Lin Chen was excited as he continued to search. He searched the nearby mountains for 7 days and only found 2 bloodline attribute light balls in the end. The ancient Taishi dragon bloodline was only 35 point. Pitifully little. Lin Chen could only use it to turn it into a dragon claw. It seemed to be useless. At least the divine dragon blood jade reacted. I should be able to unlock the secret inside when I go out. This trip was not in vain. After comforting himself, Lin Chen activated the jade tablet, teleported back to the divine dragon ruins, and left the dragon's tomb. Under the illumination of the spatial beam, Lin Chen rose into the sky and left. His pupils suddenly trembled. The mountain he had crossed earlier was actually a broken ancient dragon claw. Could this be the ancient Taishi dragon's claw? Just a broken claw, and a scale is so vast. What cultivation level did this ancient Taishi dragon have when it was alive? In an instant, Lin Chen was shocked as he was teleported away. When Lin Chen returned to the divine dragon's remnants, a startled thought flashed through his mind. He came to the totem of the ancient Taishi dragon next to the ancient Taishi dragon. The jade tablet was placed on the totem, and the old, wooden voice still told Lin Chen that there was no inheritance or reservation in this dragon's tomb. This ancient Taishi dragon and the ancient Taishi dragon are creatures of the same mysterious level. Under normal circumstances, even if a dragon expert enters, it will be difficult to gain anything. I have the system. Should I try my luck? Lin Chen didn't hesitate for too long and actually chose to enter the dragon tomb of the ancient Primeval dragon. In the myriad dragon arena, the experts of various races had yet to leave. To the sacred beasts with long lifespans, a few months was like a few hours. They were waiting for the results of their seclusion. On the arena's high platform, a dozen or so experts gathered together. Every time the bloodline baptism of the totem, there will always be some amazing little fellows who will soar to the sky. Yes, some seemingly ordinary geniuses will suddenly improve by leaps and bounds after receiving guidance from their ancestors. In the past, there was an example of the ancient dragon clan surpassing the primordial dragon clan. I wonder which team has the most bountiful harvest this time. I think it will be the dark sky dragon. That girl, Yang Anran, has obtained the heart of the giant whale from the giant whale plain. I'm afraid that when she comes out of seclusion, with the primordial dragon clan's foundation, she will be invincible. Ji Xiaochuan and Prince Xuanzhen of the Shadow Burial Mirage Dragon are not simple either. They already have peak grade 7 bloodlines and are half a step away from grade 8. This time, they will definitely break through to grade 8 bloodline. While the experts were talking, Chen Xie put his hands behind his head and whistled. He smiled wickedly and said, "Who knows? Maybe it will be that Ying Bang Bang." Him. An old expert of the ancient dragon clan sneered. He just used the power of the vast sea to defeat the dragon crown prince. When he comes out of seclusion, the primordial dragon clan's crown prince will reach a whole new level. This wild brat might even die inside. There will be a huge gap between them. Chen Xie shrugged and did not bother to argue. He just stared at the void with a deep gaze. Suddenly, a sacred dragon elder came to the side of the experts and cupped his fists respectfully. Reporting to the upper echelons, "Someone wants to see you." "Oh, who is it?" the grey-clothed old woman asked. The elder who reported the news replied respectfully. "It's someone from the illusory Heart Dragon clan." Chapter 1224. When Lin Chen was transmitted into the ancient cosmic dragon's tomb, the space of the dragon tomb was grey and white. Lin Chen floated in the air by himself. He was a bit stunned. How come there wasn't even a single hair here? Did I make a wrong bet? Did I lose 500 dragon contribution points? Space caved in and Lin Chen fell into layers of space vortexes. When he reappeared, he was in another grey and white space. This is a massive amount of space layers. Lin Chen was shocked. The Battle Emperor could open up a world of space in the mortal world. A saint could open up a small world of space in the sacred boundary, but to create this endless space layer, even a peak ninth heaven saint might not be able to do so. Lin Chen felt as if he had fallen into an endless void. But he didn't panic. With the 10,000 Dragons Guild Jade token in hand, he could be transmitted back to the Divine Dragon Ruins at any time. I didn't come to the wrong place. It should be said that this is the ancient cosmic dragon's tomb. This dragon tomb is located in an endless space. He allowed the space layers to bring him into the endless void. Lin Chen experienced this for a long time. Finally, after tens of thousands of shuttles, a bright light appeared in space. Lin Chen reached out his hand and grasped. This was a dragon scale. It was hundreds of feet long and like a millstone. It was gray and blue in color, as if it were an ancient artifact from a prehistoric civilization. Lin Chen only touched it and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless vortex of space and time. In that place, time seemed to be frozen. Lin Chen almost lost his consciousness. What a terrifying dragon might. Just a dragon scale has such strength. Unfortunately, I can't take it away, Lin Chen frowned. His storage ring and destiny plant bag were unable to store such a unique object with such formidable dragon might. The system space could only store things related to the system. The grey and blue dragon scale suddenly flowed with an attribute brilliance, entering into Lin Chen's body. Host has obtained a new bloodline attribute, Ancient Cosmic Dragon Bloodline 30 points. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. Within the Holy Dragon's dragon vein, there was an ancient dragon might that was connected to space and time. But the bloodline was too faint, so it didn't cause too many changes. The second ancient dragon bloodline. When Lin Chen tried to activate the bloodline of the primordial Eon dragon, the massive dragon scale actually faintly responded to his call. It rapidly spun in the air, shrinking into a palm-sized dragon scale. If I activate this bloodline, will I be able to take away this dragon scale? Lin Chen's heart trembled. He was an 8th-ranked weapon forging master, and his vision was far beyond that of ordinary people. These dragon scales were related to time and space. If they were used to forge weapons, they would definitely have a miraculous effect. The premise was that his forging skills had to be able to use this thing. Continue to wait. Lin Chen stayed in the ancient Eon Dragon's tomb for another 10 days, allowing Space Shuttle to carry him through hundreds and thousands of planes of space. After that, Lin Chen obtained 3 dragon scales. Each dragon scale had a very small amount of attribute points, adding up to a total of 70 points. After repeatedly staying for 3 days, Lin Chen confirmed that he didn't leave any dragon scales behind and teleported away. This time, Lin Chen came to the dragon totem, but this dragon race didn't have a dragon tomb, and it was the one with the least records of the dragon race, just like the Torch Dragon and Kai Dragon. In the system version 7.0, I can absorb 7 types of bloodlines. Now, I have 6 types of bloodlines: Purple Golden Eyes, Heavenly Winged Dragon, Sacred Flame Phoenix, Ancient Sky Raising Dragon, Ancient Taishi Dragon, and Ancient Eon Dragon. I can't use the 2 ancient dragon bloodlines for now. Other than improving the Heavenly Winged Dragon bloodline, I can still absorb another type of bloodline. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was the most important time to improve the Holy Dragon's combat power. Walking among the totems, Lin Chen came to the Heavenly Winged Dragon's ancestor, the Extreme Hell Water Divine Dragon's totem. The jade token was placed inside the totem, and an old voice came. 500 dragon contribution points deducted. Entered Dragon Tomb. Remaining 17,300 dragon contribution points. Whoosh. Lin Chen disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared above a vast ocean. The ocean surface was blue, and when Lin Chen looked up, he saw many different types of water-type energy at the bottom of the ocean. Some of the seawater was clear and bright, some of it was like the Nether Spring, dark as the abyss, and some of it was like the Yellow Spring, emitting a yellow aura of death. A stream of water rose and condensed into a dragon head. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon aura that enveloped Lin Chen. The dragon aura contained a large number of elemental light balls. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ocean surface and absorbed the dragon aura. Whoosh! The heavenly winged dragon's bloodline increased rapidly, and the dragon pulse throbbed, emitting a new brilliance. 1 month later, the dragon tomb's ocean surface was turbulent. Unknowingly, a screen popped up in front of Lin Chen. Congratulations, host. Bloodline grade, Extreme Hell Water Dragon Bloodline. Grade, Advanced Rank 8, Strengthening plus 15. All winged dragon bloodline special abilities have been upgraded to Pinnacle and Perfect. New bloodline special ability awakened, Extreme Hell Heavenly Prison. Extreme Hell Heavenly Prison, able to mobilize water-type energy within a certain distance and condense the dragon pulse to create a heavenly prison to trap and kill enemies. Able to summon blue waves, dragon breath, splitting blade, and many other attacks. The prison is impenetrable both inside and outside. The only way to break it is through elemental restraint. If activated in a dimension with sufficient water-type energy, the entire dimension can be turned into a heavenly prison. Grade, Extraordinary. He had obtained another extraordinary divine ability. Bam! 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 Lin Chen opened his eyes and saw a series of explosions on the ocean surface. His strength was sealed in the divine dragon's ruin. So powerful. The holy dragon's control of water-type energy has increased by several levels. Even if my cultivation is sealed, I can still detonate the water-type energy nearby with just a thought. Lin Chen was shocked. If the winged dragon was the king of water-type dire beasts, then the extreme hell water dragon is the absolute overlord. Any water-type technique is useless in front of my holy dragon. Lin Chen looked around at the dragon pulse again. After being tempered by the dragon aura, he finally broke through 850 million dragon pulses. 5 billion dragon power points. The holy dragon had entered the ranks of the quasi-rank 8 mid-holy beast. Next, it only needed to accumulate enough to enter the mid-rank 8 mid-holy beast. Lin Chen teleported away again and returned to the divine dragon's ruin. At this time, he discovered that many dragon race experts had already left. They had already completed the bloodline baptism. My holy dragon can still choose a bloodline. Hey, at this moment, Lin Chen laughed very coquettishly. His holy dragon had both attack and defense. Even if its speed was not the best, it was enough. However, he could still inherit another bloodline. If this bloodline there was a type of dragon race that was very strong. It was very suitable for Marshal Lin. Inside the myriad dragon arena, many of the participating dragon race members had already come out of seclusion. This crown prince has received guidance from my ancestor. Ha ha ha, I have already mastered 3 perfect grade special abilities. This time, this crown prince will surpass the primordial dragon race in the 4th round. Very good. The dragon aura tempering my body has helped my pure strength break through 5 billion dragon power points. My bloodline has also reached the 7th grade. This crown prince is not afraid of any race's genius. It is indeed as father said. My bloodline is very compatible with my ancestors' cultivation method. I have also obtained a near-perfect grade special ability. This time, my race will definitely enter the 4th round of the myriad dragon meet. The various crown princes' fighting spirit was ignited. They had all obtained the bloodline baptism of the divine dragon totem or obtained great fortuitous opportunities in the dragon tomb. All of them had a qualitative leap. Boom tilde. At this moment, a team descended from the sky. Everyone focused their eyes. Generally, the longer one stayed in the divine dragon's ruin, the greater the fortuitous opportunities one would obtain. That team was full of vigor, and their sharpness was restrained. The woman in the lead was valiant and awe-inspiring, like a sonorous rose on the battlefield. It was the green dragon race's Mu Tianqing. When the mighty figures of the dragon race saw the current azure dragon race, their jovial expressions instantly froze. Chapter 1225. The group from the Azure Dragon tribe had all sorts of phenomena. The dragon aura was like the sun and moon in the sky. It was as if they could suppress most experts of the same level with just a gaze. Just by standing there, they gave off a sense of dizziness, and a sense of oppression as if the world was spinning. Mu Tianqing's cold and beautiful face had an additional green dragon mark. Her strength had broken through 6.9 billion dragon power points. The 9 elders all released more than 600 million dragon power point. Some of the elders were even more radiant, returning to their youthful appearances. Their appearances returned to their 30s, some were handsome and upright, some were still charming, radiating brilliance in all directions. Among them, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Fourth Elder had all advanced to 8 billion dragon power point. Moreover, they were constantly showing signs of breaking through 800 million dragon power point. What was even more terrifying was that their bloodline pressure was stronger than any of the primordial dragon tribes teams. Their dragon power is actually not inferior to the primordial dragon tribes teams. No, in terms of bloodline pressure alone, it's even stronger than the primordial dragon tribe. The elders of the primordial dragon tribe don't have so many abnormal bloodline grade. Many experienced experts of the dragon clan were shocked. The current Azure Dragon tribe was worlds apart from when they first met them. As the grey-robed old woman's heart throbbed, she immediately wiped her eyes with her palm. Her dragon pupils contracted and shot out a few sharp beams of light to scan the Azure Dragon tribe. The next moment, the old woman's expression changed. Rank 6. The Azure Dragon tribe actually had a rank 6 bloodline? The expressions of the mighty figures of the dragon race were also abnormally solemn. It should be said that they were unprecedentedly serious. However, the next moment, when they carefully scanned every Azure Dragon tribe elder, their expressions changed from solemn to shock. F***ck. A mighty figure of the dragon race was so frightened that he spat. That mighty figure with a cold face could not help but exclaim, F***ck. How F***king ridiculous is this? This was no longer a level of shock, it was a level of fright. The entire Azure Dragon tribe had a rank 6 bloodline and above. No, it should be said that they were all mid-rank 6. What kind of potential did a rank 6 bloodline have? A rank 1 bloodline belonged to a holy beast and had some potential. However, it was equivalent to a saint and was at the bottom. Those with 2nd to 3rd grade bloodlines would basically become elders of the ancient dragon clan in the future. Once a bloodline reached the 4th grade, it would begin to undergo a qualitative change. Even in the primordial dragon clan, it would be considered a high-end elder. Even in the primordial dragon clan, it would barely be able to make a name for itself. A 5th grade bloodline was the potential of the ancient dragon clan's dragon king. 6th grade bloodline, second only to the ancient dragon clan's dragon king. The ancient dragon clan's dragon kings were basically all peak rank 6 bloodline potentials. The geniuses of the primordial dragon race were also at this level. As for those with a 7th grade bloodline, as long as they were born, they would basically be the strongest prodigy of the primordial dragon tribe. In other words, all of the elders of the Azure Dragon clan would very likely be second only to the dragon king of the primordial dragon clan in the future. A peak rank 6 like the great elder of the Azure Dragon would have a future achievement close to that of the primordial dragon king. What was even more outrageous was that Mu Tianqing's bloodline potential had directly broken through rank 7 and was approaching peak rank 7. Only Prince Xuanzhen, who was known as the next successor of the primordial dragon tribe, had the potential to reach the peak of the 7th stage. At first, the Azure Dragon clan's bloodline grade was between rank 2 and rank 3. In the entire Azure Dragon clan, only Mu Tianqing had broken through to peak rank 3. After Lin Chen's bloodline strengthening, all of the elders' bloodline grades had increased by 4 times. They were basically comparable to rank 4 bloodlines, but this was still insufficient in front of the primordial dragon clan. But now, the world had turned upside down. The Azure Dragon clan's bloodline that had advanced to the primordial sky-raising dragon bloodline was originally not lower than peak rank 5. This level was enough to be on par with most of the primordial dragon clan's elders. It also inherited the effect of strengthening level, plus 15, which was 4 times stronger. A 4-fold increase in the primordial sky-raising dragon bloodline and a 4-fold increase in the Azure Dragon bloodline were on completely different levels. It was like having 1 million silver Saint Origin coins quadrupled. It was a completely different concept from having 10 million silver Saint Origin coins quadrupled. I've never seen such a terrifying transformation. In the past, there were also Dragon Clan geniuses who obtained fortuitous encounters after entering the Divine Dragon Relic, and their bloodline grade skyrocketed. But those were extremely rare existences. A whole group of Azure Dragons came? Even if this is a coincidence, it can't be this coincidental. The Azure Dragon Clan originally only had a group of Dragon Clan elders with rank 2 and rank 3 bloodlines. They didn't even have a Dragon King with rank 5 bloodline. After declining to such a state, how could they suddenly rebound so terrifyingly? While many Dragon Clan experts were discussing, Chen Xie's eyes lit up. Could it be the doing of the new Azure Dragon King, Ying Bang Bang? The Dragon Clan experts were stunned. Him? Did this young Dragon Clan member really have such heaven-defying means? Just as the Dragon Clan experts were anxiously looking for that figure, they realized that he was not among the Azure Dragon Clan's team. That new Azure Dragon King is not here? Ha ha ha, this old man knows. That guy must have had multiple bloodline enhancements. His mutated bloodline mixed together and he couldn't control it, so his body exploded and he died inside. This is what they mean by those who commit iniquity are doomed to destruction. Looks like this guy is just a flash in the pan. I already said that he wouldn't be able to cause any waves. The Dragon Clan experts couldn't help but sneer and mock him. Their hearts were filled with joy, as if they had finally reached the bottom of the cave and felt good. Many of their teams had been eliminated because of Ying Bang Bang, so they couldn't wait to kill this guy. Now, he had finally kicked the bucket. Is the new king really alright? We spent so much time searching the entire ruin, but we didn't seem to see any traces of him. The Grand Elder and the others secretly communicated with each other. He's fine, said Mu Tianqing. She opened the green dragon pearl in her palm, and a bright smile appeared on her cold face. I can feel that he's becoming stronger and stronger. Boom tilde. At this moment, all kinds of powerful auras descended on the venue. The Primordial Dragon Clan's team had returned. Even the top Primordial Dragon Clans such as the Myriad Fire Dragon Clan, Nine Abyss Dragon Clan, Extreme Q Lightning Dragon Clan, and Wind Saint Winged Dragon Clan had returned. Some of their elders had broken through the shackles and reached 9,000,000,5 billion dragon power points. Some princes and princesses' bloodlines had improved even further, and some were high-grade 7th grade or peak-grade 7th grade. Together with their cultivation that had broken through 900 million dragon power points, their auras were domineering and sharp. As soon as the Primordial Dragon Clan's team returned, they suppressed all the other Dragon Clan teams present. Whoosh tilde. A dark yellow beam of light descended, and the young man in the dragon robe laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I've received guidance from my ancestors, and my bloodline has broken through to 8th grade. My cultivation has surpassed 1 billion dragon power points. This time, I'd like to see how this Ying Bang Bang dies. It was Crown Prince Xuanzhen of the Black Mountain Prison Dragon Clan. The elders and dragon servants of the same type as him had also gained a lot. Some had broken through to high-grade 5th grade bloodlines, and some had even reached 6th grade bloodlines. Hearing his wild laughter, many of the Dragon Crown princes and dragon race experts were shocked. An 8th grade bloodline was rare even in the history of the Primordial Dragon Clan. If he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely be a powerful figure in the Primordial Dragon Clan in the future. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's eyes were like lightning, and he instantly locked onto the Green Dragon Clan in the venue. A terrifying aura instantly suppressed them. Chapter 1226. However, the bloodline suppression didn't appear. The entire Green Dragon tribe blocked Prince Xuanzhen's dragon aura. Mu Tianqing even looked at Prince Xuanzhen with her cold eyes. The dragon mark between her eyebrows glowed and formed a new dragon aura. She fought against Prince Xuanzhen's dragon aura and didn't intend to back down at all. What? The Green Dragon tribe's trash bloodline has evolved to this level? Prince Xuanzhen's heart trembled. His expression didn't change and he still sneered arrogantly. What? Where did your new Green Dragon King go? Is he afraid of death and doesn't dare to show himself? Mu Tianqing had a faint smile on her cold and beautiful face. She said indifferently, "The Dragon King of my clan was just enjoying the scenery in the Divine Dragon Relic and didn't come out." Why would he have stage fright when facing a defeated opponent? You! Prince Xuanzhen was furious as if salt had been sprinkled on his wound. Mu Tianqing squinted her beautiful eyes. You want to fight? This is the 10,000 Dragons Conference. Private fight. Prince Xuanzhen's veins twitched. He glanced at the stage and said with a fake smile, Green Dragon Tribe, I hope your people don't die in the 4th round. Mu Tianqing smiled. Thank you for your concern. If we meet Prince Xuanzhen, we'll definitely stab your wound a few more times. Our Green Dragon Tribe doesn't have any other skills, but we're especially good at taking out guns. Seeing that Mu Tianqing had angered Crown Prince Xuanzhen to the point where he looked like he had eaten *T, the Green Dragon Elder's mouths twitched slightly. His young miss was a fast learner. It had only been a few months, and she had already learned the new king's glib tongue. The Green Dragon Tribe returned to the resting area. At this moment, even the powerful beings of the Dragon Tribe were confused. Did something really happen to the new Green Dragon King? The Divine Dragon ruins were no longer something they could explore. They only had the right to open the space tunnel. Time flowed by, and another 20 days passed. Fewer and fewer people returned one after another. On the 25th day, even Ji Shaochuan returned. His aura became even more evil and strange. Even the powerful beings of the Dragon Tribe couldn't see through him. On the last 3 days, the 3 people of the Dark Heaven Dragon Tribe also appeared. Yang Anran, who was in the lead, had restrained her aura as if she didn't improve at all after entering the Divine Dragon ruins. However, the powerful beings of the Dragon Tribe all had serious expressions. This woman had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the mighty figures couldn't see through her unless they released their dragon chi into her body. However, the atmosphere in the venue became even weirder. The new Azure Dragon King, who had shone brilliantly in the 1st and 2nd stages of such a difficult test, had actually not appeared yet. The next day, there were still no anomalies in the venue. The time limit for the 3rd stage was almost up. Some of the crown princes and princesses couldn't help but sneer. At the bottom, you'll always be at the bottom. At best, you're just an unorthodox upstart. Come to think of it, he was only able to contend with us in the 1st and 2nd stages because he took advantage of the uniqueness and characteristics of the test plane. If we were to fight for real, which primordial dragon tribe member wouldn't be able to crush him? It's good that you're dead. Don't come out and annoy people. Doubts, sneers, disdain, and curses filled the entire venue. The elders of the Azure Dragon Tribe were a little restless. Only Mu Tianqing was calm, but there was a trace of doubt in her heart. Why hadn't he come out after so long? A princess of the Dragon Tribe, who wore a veil and a crown but had a cold temperament, stood up. Her lips curled in disdain as she spoke bluntly. Seniors, isn't it an insult to the primordial Dragon Tribe to make so many of us Dragon Tribe warriors wait for a lowly Dragon Tribe member whose life and death are unknown? Why waste time? Why don't you just announce the results? As soon as she said that, there were immediately many voices of agreement. Sigh, looks like we've expected too much from him. The grey-robed old woman sighed and stood up to announce. I announce that the time limit for the 3rd stage is. Before she finished speaking, the young man's laughter echoed in the venue. No matter how fair a girl is, there's always a black part. No matter how sweet a girl is, there's always a salty part. No matter how fragrant a girl is, there's always a fishy part. Just like the one who spoke just now. His skin is white, but his heart is black. His silver robe fluttered, and a person descended from the sky and stepped into the venue. He took off his silver dragon mask and smirked. An ancient dragon tribe princess shyly asked her royal brother, what did he mean? Her royal brother said seriously, he said that his heart is black, and his tears are salty. Then what's fishy? Come to my room tonight and I'll tell you. Ying Bang Bang didn't die. All the experts present were shocked. You didn't die. The dragon tribe princess from before angrily rebuked. Lin Chen shrugged and said with a teasing smile, even a woman as black as you didn't die, how could something happen to me? The grey-robed old woman and Chen Xie's expressions were very interesting. They couldn't see through Lin Chen's background at all. Good fellow, this kid has a new fortuitous encounter. The grey-robed old woman beamed with joy. At this moment, a red-faced mighty figure's eyes lit up. He wanted to stand up and lock onto Lin Chen's figure, looking like he was going to punish him. What are you doing? Do you want to touch him at this juncture? The grey-robed old woman narrowed her eyes, revealing her killing intent. Chen Xie stood beside the grey-robed old woman and said casually, "If there's anything, it'll have to wait until the 10,000 dragon gathering is over." There was an evil aura surging in his eyes. The red-faced old man sneered, "After the 10,000 dragon gathering, the upper echelons will decide." The grey-robed old woman announced, "Since the last participant has returned, the 10,000 dragon gathering will officially enter the 4th stage. The representative competition. Please send a representative to participate in the representative competition." The grey-robed old woman flipped her palm, and countless arrow tokens shot into the venue. Each clan immediately sent a representative to enter the venue and draw lots. The number of people was not too many, not too few, exactly 32 people. Representatives of each clan. The rules of the representative competition are very simple. Fight until the other party surrenders or can no longer fight. Life and death are up to fate. If you choose not to surrender and fight to the death, you will have to bear the consequences. All methods are prohibited in this representative competition, and only the methods of the dragon tribe can be used. Those who draw the same token, enter. The grey-robed old woman waved her sleeve, and the representatives turned into streaks of light and disappear. Shua shua shua. Hundreds of screens appeared, and the dragon tribe representatives of the 4th stage were teleported to a new battle plane. Everyone stared at the hundreds of screens without blinking. The new Azure Dragon King Ying Bangbang's opponent was the dragon tribe princess of the 9 Abyss Yellow Springs dragon tribe, the woman who suggested that the 3rd stage end faster. Enemies on a narrow road. Oh. You want this princess to deal with you? You've been annoying since the 1st stage. You're just a stray dog born out of nowhere, yet you dare to challenge me? Die for this princess. The 9 Abyss princess coldly smiled. Her shoulders shook, and dragon chi erupted from her body, bursting forth with an imposing aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Streams of Yellow Springs' draconic aura swept over with toppling mountains and overturning seas. They coiled around the 9th Nether princess like galloping horses and dancing dragons, causing the entire plane to tremble. This woman also has a 7th grade bloodline and 8 billion dragon chi points. She's catching up to the human race's monstrous genius rankings. The ancient dragon tribe's princess, Lin Chen, smiled playfully, revealing his sharpness. "I want to see how dark she is." Chapter 1227. The pride of the primordial dragon race was engraved in their bones, and they were innately superior to other living beings. None of the princesses or princes of the primordial dragon race could accept the new Azure Dragon King taking the top spot. This was a slap to the primordial dragon race's face. Princess Nine Nether grabbed with her hand, and the dragon breath turned into a sword that pierced straight into the yellow spring. 6 odd crystals flickered and injected the powerful dragon breath into the sword. Princess Nine Nether held the sword, and a hellish aura surged and gathered as she slashed at Lin Chen. Yellow Springs 9 slash. Rumble tilde. The surging aura of the 9 underworld's Yellow Springs was like 10,000 horses galloping. Slightly scattering a wisp of dragon breath, it sank into 1,000 mountains, shattered mountains and rivers, and condensed into a vast heavenly river that slashed towards Lin Chen. The sword light scattered, and there was a hidden killing intent. This attack had exceeded the scope of the 3rd Heaven Sage realm. Lin Chen raised his hand and activated the water-type odd crystal. His fingertip swiped across the air. Buzz tilde. A blue dragon light flashed. Rip tilde. Bang. The dragon's breath exploded and was sliced into 2 halves. Even the hidden killing intent was shattered. What? All the mighty figures were shocked. The perfect divine ability of the primordial dragon race's princess was torn apart by his finger just like that. Princess Nine Nether's expression changed, and a hand reached out and grabbed the princess's slender leg. So fast. When did he get close to her? While everyone exclaimed, Lin Chen smiled sinisterly. Let me see how dark you are. Lin Chen lifted Princess Nine Nether up and smashed her onto the ground. Bang tilde. Princess Nine Nether was thrown in an arc like a shooting star, and the impact caused the ground to crack as blood flowed from the corner of her lips. Her beautiful eyes trembled as she realized that Ying Bang Bang's previous position was actually an afterimage. I didn't even notice when he moved. Princess Nine Nether was shocked when she dodged. Boom tilde. At this moment, a winding dragon tail appeared in the sky, rolling with a sky-shaking azure light. The dragon tail swung, and pure energy condensed into an azure sword that slashed down fiercely. At this moment, the aura of Lin Chen's holy dragon leaked out. His entire body thundered with thunderous roars, filled with the power of ancient times. Each dragon vein seemed to contain hundreds of dragons, 10 billion dragon power points. Princess Nine Nether gritted her teeth and sucked on her blood. She twisted her body and transformed into the Nine Nether Yellow Springs dragon, which was thousands of feet long. Rolling and changing the deathly aura of the Yellow Springs, she charged forward. Death of the Underworld. Transforming the dragon body into a primordial strike, this move was even more powerful than the previous divine ability. However, rip tilde, boom tilde. With the crisp sound of a sword slashing through the air, the azure dragon light cut through the dragon's scales. The dragon's skin split open, and the dragon's blood gushed out violently. A few attribute light balls drop. Princess Nine Nether let out a blood-curdling scream. A section of her dragon limb had been severed. The two's attacks were not on the same level at all. Even Lin Chen's instant light split shadows was useless. The azure dragon sword cut through Princess Nine Nether's attack. After transforming into the extreme hell water dragon bloodline, Lin Chen's holy dragon azure dragon sword had soared to the perfect level, comparable to an orange-grade cultivation technique. You, surrender. In the seats, a few experts of the dragon race suddenly shouted. Lin Chen pressed down on Princess Nine Nether's dragon head with one hand. Her dragon eyes shone with horror as she screamed, I surrender. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen's jade tablet lit up, representing that he had advanced to the next round. The myriad dragon arena was dead silent. Insta-kill. He suppressed a primordial dragon race princess in just a few moves, and he didn't even show his dragon body. He was so strong that it defied the heavens. Can he really win the championship? Everyone looked at the azure dragon flag on the stage in unison and shuddered. The rise of the azure dragon race was unstoppable. Even if they couldn't win the championship in the end, the current azure dragon race already had the foundation of the primordial dragon race. In fact, with this new king, becoming the primordial dragon race in the future was not an exaggeration. Received 200 million high-grade health points, 10,000 heavenly Dao points, 20,000 talent points, 4,000 wind elemental energy points, 200 million battle aura essences. Lin Chen easily took the attribute ball dropped by Princess Nine Nether and smiled faintly. What a pity. If there's a next time, I'll just swallow your dragon core directly. Princess Nine Nether's dragon body trembled, and her dragon eyes were filled with deep fear. In the instant when they exchanged blows, she felt that this new Azure Dragon King's bloodline suppression was far superior to hers. It was even completely suppressed. Is he a rank 8 bloodline? Princess Nine Nether's heart trembled. She hurriedly left the battle plane and quickly healed her injuries. He made it through. This kid's multiple bloodlines have undergone a new transformation. Chen Xie's eyes shone brightly. It should be the skyward winged dragon that transformed into the extreme hell water dragon. He's the descendant of the extreme hell water divine dragon. Moreover, I can't even see through this kid's bloodline grade. Indeed, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. The grey-robed old woman clicked her tongue in wonder. Not only did this kid not die in the third stage of the divine dragon's relic, but he also obtained a shocking fortuitous encounter. Just this descendant of the water divine dragon's bloodline alone was enough to earn him the favor of the higher-up. Not only the Azure Dragon race, but also the Shadow Burial Dragon race, the Myriad Fire Dragon race, the Sacred Wind-Winged Dragon race, the Yin-Yang Creation Dragon race, the Dark Mountain Prison Dragon race, the Extreme Q Lightning Dragon race, and the Dark Sky Dragon race. All of them had broken through to a new realm and crushed their opponents in a short period of time. The top 16 of 32 was completed in one day. The second round of the representative competition was immediately followed. When the results of the draw were announced, it attracted the attention of many people. The top prodigies of each race finally welcomed a head-on battle. The Shadow Burial Dragon Race versus the Sacred Wind-Winged Dragon Race. The Extreme Q Lightning Dragon Race versus the Dark Sky Dragon Race. The Myriad Fire Dragon Race versus the Yin Yang Creation Dragon Race. And the Myriad Azure Dragon Race versus the Dark Mountain Prison Dragon Race. The new king of the Azure Dragon Race versus Crown Prince Xuanzhen? Ha ha ha, I'm afraid they'll have to count the old and new grudges together. I heard that Crown Prince Xuanzhen even passed by the Azure Dragon Race's territory and wanted to sleep with the princess of the Azure Dragon Race. In the end, a new king appeared out of nowhere. Who's better between the two of them? I bet Crown Prince Xuanzhen has an 8th grade bloodline and looks down on everyone. He even broke through to become a mid-grade holy beast. He'll have no problem suppressing Ying Bang Bang. The elites of each race raised their heads in anticipation. None of the battles were to be missed. In the battle plain, two powerful auras collided with each other like angry dragons. Torrents poured down from the mountains, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Before the battle even started, they were already fighting. The dark clouds were about to collapse, and the two of them hovered in the air. Crown Prince Xuanzhen looked calm, but his dragon eyes flashed with cruel and crazy killing intent as he sneered. Ying Bang Bang, there's no gravity suppression this time, and there's no vast sea. I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, I'll be fine. If I can beat you up once, I can beat you up twice. Despicable thing, die. Crown Prince Xuanzhen swung his arms, and profound yellow dragon scales flashed on his arms. They all transformed into dragon claws that were hundreds of feet long and slashed toward Lin Chen. Boom tilde. The dragon claws tore through the void, causing space to disintegrate and light to distort as they attacked Lin Chen from both sides. It was like two majestic comets colliding in the sky. Countless dragon patterns appeared on the profound yellow dragon scales, emitting a mighty force that could destroy mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Bang tilde. A mushroom cloud exploded between the claws with a lightning-fast slap. The spatial crystal walls cracked inch by inch, and it was a shocking sight. Some of the elites in the venue were horrified. The pure strength of this attack exceeded 12 billion dragon power points. Crown Prince Xuanzhen still had a trick up his sleeve. His strength was more than 10 billion dragon power point. If this palm strike had landed on a mortal plane, it would have been able to punch a hole through a continent that could hold 1 trillion people. The new Azure Dragon King is going to lose. The same thought flashed across the elites' minds at the same time. Chapter 1228. Prince Xuanzhen's 12 billion dragon power points are overwhelming, and he also has an 8th grade bloodline. This kid is going to beat him with his head. A red-faced dragon sneered. He had some ties with the Red Dragon Race, and the Red Dragon Race had been eliminated by the Green Dragon Race. He had long wanted to deal with Lin Chen. Bang! Prince Xuanzhen's strongest attack pierced through the dimension. Just as the new Green Dragon King was about to lose, the weather changed. Boom tilde. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon claw was bounced away, and he had to take more than 10 steps to stabilize himself. His face was full of shock. Kidney deficiency, sometimes after overwork. Prince Xuanzhen, you didn't use any strength. The young man smiled and said, if a man's waist is weak, he has to use the kidney treasure. It's specially made by Black Horse to treat kidney deficiency. It doesn't contain sugar, and 1 segment is better than 6. In the 10,000 Dragons Guild, I only look at the new Green Dragon King. No injuries. The Black Mountain Prison Dragon Elders' mouths twitched, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The Black Mountain Prison Dragon race specialized in defense. Even dragons of the same level as Prince Xuanzhen would find it difficult to escape unscathed. This guy's cultivation was even weaker, and he was uninjured. Empty bravado. Die for this prince. Prince Xuanzhen's shoulders shook, and his dragon aura shone. Stepping on a streak of dragon chi, he shuttled through 1,000 miles and charged in front of Lin Chen. His dragon arm turned into black-yellow dragon scales, and the primordial dragon roar came crashing down like a hammer. Lin Chen flipped his palm, and his 5 fingers burst out with the power to crush a meteor. He attacked Prince Xuanzhen head-on. Bang! 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 The two of them clashed, and their fists and palms collided. It was a head-on collision. 10 billion dragon power points against 12 billion dragon power point. Lin Chen had cultivated the 7 ultimate force before, and the pure power he used to control the holy dragon was extremely exquisite. Prince Xuanzhen had a strong foundation, and every attack was like a star with the primordial ancient prison dragon energy. The close combat between the two of them was like a collision of comets. Every punch and kick was as powerful as an excellent or even a top-tier divine ability. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's leg was as sharp as a blade. His dragon chi surged as he kicked Lin Chen's waist. As if he had expected this, Lin Chen leaped and dodged the whip. He turned around and aimed a palm strike at the top of his head. Crown Prince Xuanzhen reacted quickly and punched towards the sky. His fist and palm exploded, causing a space storm to form. The rays of light were distorted, and a wisp of purplish-red phoenix flames flapped within the storm. The fist wind was like a furious dragon soaring into the sky as it struck toward Crown Prince Xuanzhen's chin. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon eyes trembled slightly. He raised his hand and struck out with his elbow at lightning speed. The wind from his fist exploded furiously, causing the spatial crystal wall to shatter inch by inch. Another fist, like a crescent moon, was aimed at the left side of Crown Prince Xuanzhen's face. He was forced to transform his dragon scales and raise his hand to block the punch. The fist wind pierced through the void, and its might was like a volcanic eruption. Draconic chi surged, and Lin Chen appeared in front of him, smiling evilly. "Let me help you train your kidneys." This new Azure Dragon King's attack was like an unstoppable raging wave. A knee strike that smashed through the earth meridians was aimed at Crown Prince Xuanzhen's kidney area. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's expression changed slightly. This attack was ready to be launched, and he was caught off guard. He could only use his dragon claws. Boom tilde. The dragon claws blocked Lin Chen's brutal knee strike. The remaining force spread in all directions, crushing the air currents and forming storm-like vortexes that wreaked havoc around the two of them. At that moment, Lin Chen raised his head and used it as a hammer, smashing it toward Crown Prince Xuanzhen's handsome and cold face. Bang tilde. A terrifying explosion that resembled the collision of the sun and the moon rose from the center of the two of them, causing many dragon experts' scalps to go numb. What kind of F***king fighting method is this? Using your head to hit him directly? If you were stronger than him, you might have a chance to hit him with your head. However, you are weaker than him by an entire 2 billion dragon power point. The corners of the red-faced mighty figure's mouth twitched slightly. He was really using his head to hit him. Phut tilde. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's consciousness was blurry from the impact. He flew backward, blood flowing from his nose, and fell like a meteor. That wasn't just pure strength. There was also a spiritual impact. This kid is really scheming. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's consciousness was slightly blurry before he woke up. His nose was dented from the impact. On the other hand, apart from a wisp of smoke rising from his forehead and leaving a mark, the new Azure Dragon King was completely fine and lively. Something was not right. Why was he so tough? Even the mighty figures of the dragon race were puzzled. The two of them had clashed for hundreds of rounds. Why was Crown Prince Xuanzhen at a disadvantage and even injured? Even if they had the same bloodline, the difference in cultivation level of 200 million dragon power points was a fatal gap for geniuses of their level. According to their strength, Ying Bang Bang should have suffered internal injuries from Crown Prince Xuanzhen after the two of them fought for such a long time. This kid has transformed from the Tianyu dragon into the extreme hell water dragon bloodline. This bloodline is good at attacking, restraining, and weak at defense. In that melee battle just now, even the extreme hell water dragon, which also has 12 billion dragon power points, is weaker than Crown Prince Xuanzhen. The grey-robed old woman was full of doubts. Only Chen Xie seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his mouth opened slightly. The host has triggered a total of 4 super chaos attacks. It can be activated at any time. The system's hologram popped up. Lin Chen was completely at ease. There seemed to be a strange energy of yin and yang flowing out from the dragon vein, cleansing his entire body. All the internal injuries he had suffered in the previous close combat were completely healed. Good, very good. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's face was ferocious. He had thought that after receiving guidance from his ancestor, he would be able to beat this azure dragon trash with just his human form after coming out of seclusion. He didn't expect him to grow to this extent. I'm going to use my dragon body to kill you. Ying bang bang, let's see what tricks you can play this time. Crown Prince Xuanzhen twisted his body, and dragon scales appeared. He transformed into a giant creature that was more than 500 feet long, with an ancient and dangerous aura. Its head was like a camel, its horns were like a deer, its eyes were like stars, its tongue was like a sword, its manner was like a lion, its neck was like a snake, its belly was like a yellow python, its scales were dark yellow, its palms were like a tiger, and its claws were like an eagle. Its dragon body was surrounded by an illusory dragon chi, as if countless giant dragons were surrounding it. This was a ferocious giant creature that could suppress everything. Chen Xie squinted his eyes, and 6 dragon patterns appeared on his belly. Legend has it that the divine dragon Tianyu prison suppressing dragon has 9 dragon patterns on its belly. This kid's Tianyu prison suppressing dragon has 6 dragon patterns, which is comparable to his father. Yes, if he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Chen Xie commented secretly and looked at the new Azure Dragon King again. He was still in his human form. He had no intention of revealing his true form. Revealing his true form to fight can maximize his strength. Is this kid planning to, in the battle plane? Azure Dragon Trash, reveal your true form. Crown Prince Xuanzhen roared angrily, and the plane shook. Lin Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled. True form? Against a loser like you, you are not qualified for me to use my big black dragon. Chapter 1229. Damn it, who are you looking down on? Prince Xuanzhen roared and charged toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen connected to the system. System, upgrade my super chaos talent. Consumed 1 million mid-grade talent points to upgrade quasi-orange talent, super chaos, to orange grade. Host remaining, 1.02 million talent points. Low-grade orange talent, super chaos, duration of chaos doubled, trigger probability doubled, and holy point, holy vein, chaos effect added to the original 7 chaos effects. If the enemy falls into the holy point chaos effect, the enemy's connection with 1 or more holy points will be temporarily cut off. If the enemy is a ferocious beast, the connection with part of the holy vein will be cut off. Duration, 5 seconds. Lin Chen's eyes widened, and his aura swept across 3,000 feet, looking down on the world. With 4 orange-grade talents, I don't believe I can't kill you. Prince Xuanzhen's body spun as if he had turned into a storm of dragon breath and charged toward Lin Chen. Primordial heavenly hell aura, dragon roars sounded as if thousands of dragons were covering the sky. It was as if a calamity from the 18 levels of hell had descended. The storm of dragon breath that was tens of thousands of feet long came together like a storm. Everywhere it passed, light dimmed, and space was distorted into countless vortexes. Perfect grade special ability. The perfect grade special ability that Prince Xuanzhen personally performed was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to turn the entire existential plane upside down. Lin Chen smiled evilly and snapped his fingers. Super Chaos, activate. Boom tilde. A chaotic and violent energy emerged from Prince Xuanzhen's body out of nowhere. He instantly sensed that something was wrong. What is this? He shockingly discovered that his chi and blood were churning, and more than 200 million dragon veins had fallen into a strange state. They were actually twisted into a fried dough twist. Are the dragon veins in knots? What the hell is going on? The dragon veins were in chaos, and the power of the attack was reduced by 20%. Azure Dragon Sword. Lin Chen swung his tail, which turned into a sword and slashed down. Rip tilde. This sword strike slashed apart a myriad of storms, and a sword mark suffused with azure blue waves was slashed out from within the raging and frenzied storms. It was extremely beautiful. Splat tilde. Prince Xuanzhen's scales were even cut open, and blood gushed out. Bang! 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 The gigantic dragon's body seemed to be drunk as it stumbled and crashed into the mountains and earth veins in the plain. It couldn't even stand properly. His consciousness had also become somewhat chaotic. Bloodline breakthrough. Azure Dragon Sword has reached perfect level. With Bloodline plus 15, its power has increased by 410%. It perfectly made up for the lack of cultivation. What kind of concept was a perfect god art with a 410% increase in power? It was equivalent to quadrupling the power of an orange tier technique. Even Lin Chen's God's Tears was only plus 13, with 240% of its power. What happened to this prince's wound? Why is the blood not stopping? When Crown Prince Xuanzhen hurriedly swallowed a saint-grade healing treasure, he was shocked to discover that his wounds were unable to heal. Rip tilde. In the blink of an eye, an afterimage slashed over like a knife, and his fist was like a ferocious dragon shaking the sky. Bang! This punch landed right on Crown Prince Xuanzhen's wound. Primordial Dragon Tribe. You think the Primordial Dragon Tribe can humiliate others as you wish? Then I'll humiliate you right now. Lin Chen grinned evilly, and the evil aura belonging to the Dragon Tribe was also activated. Every punch exploded with the greatest power. Bang! 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 The wind of the fists rained down on Crown Prince Xuanzhen, and the wound on his neck grew larger. The mysterious Yu prison dragon was proficient in defense. Originally, Crown Prince Xuanzhen's wound wasn't too serious. But after being beaten up by Lin Chen and adding oil to the fire, coupled with the effect of extinction, the injury instantly snowballed. Raw tilde. Ying bang bang. Aleph asterisk CK your ancestors. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's claw slashed down, and the dragon light burst out. Lin Chen's spiritual perception predicted it in advance and took a step back to dodge. The dragon vein energy surged and crazily poured into the water-type odd crystal. Lin Chen raised his hands. Boom tilde. The endless water-type energy was like a raging sea, covering the entire plain. The entire plain turned into a vast ocean, and the waves swallowed the mountains and rivers. The sky was filled with rolling waves that covered the stars. What? At this moment, everyone at the Myriad Dragon venue was moved. Using 1 billion dragon veins to use such a magical power, this wasn't a realm that a perfect grade could achieve. So what if you're the crown prince of the primordial dragon race? I'll slaughter you today. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with ferocious and domineering fighting spirit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless chains, swords, and spears rose from the sea and surrounded Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body. Raw tilde. Damn it, this trash from the green dragon race wants to take my life. With just you. Crown Prince Xuanzhen grimaced in anger. From the green dragon race to the first round, the second round, and even now that his strength had skyrocketed, he couldn't take this kid down. If they were both strong enemies from the primordial dragon race, Crown Prince Xuanzhen would just lower his stance and admit defeat. There was still a long way to go, so why worry about the opportunity? But facing this Ying Bang Bang, who kept humiliating his pride again and again, he couldn't take it lying down. He wouldn't give up if he didn't fight to the death today. Crown Prince Xuanzhen opened his dragon mouth, and the brilliance of the earth-odd crystal circulated all over his body. The brilliance was like clouds, and thousands of dragon lights condensed in his mouth. Crown Prince Xuanzhen didn't defend against the countless attacks in the water prison and risked his life to attack Lin Chen. Supreme Mystic Light. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon mouth burst forth with a divine light and shot straight at Lin Chen in the sky. The rainbow light crossed the sky, and everywhere it passed, life was extinguished, the tides dried up, the mountains and rivers quietly turned into dust, the blue sky dimmed, and space disintegrated. It was as if everything shone on by this beam of light was disintegrated and annihilated from the inside out. It quickly withered, and even space was nibbled into fragment. Supreme Mystic Light, the Crown Prince has even inherited this magical power. This is a killing move infinitely close to a transcendent grade magical power. The Dragon Elder was shocked, and all the experts' attention was focused on the battle between the two. The rainbow light came extremely quickly and instantly shone on Lin Chen, and he didn't even have a chance to dodge. A green light flashed and dissipated along with the Supreme Mystic Light. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the new Azure Dragon King's clothes were slowly torn, and the dragon scale patterns on his shoulder left a burn mark. However, he wasn't too injured. All the dragon race experts were dumbfounded. What was going on? How could he block it completely? Only the mighty figures of the dragon race were shocked and shocked. They had seen an incredible scene. What kind of monster are you? Crown Prince Xuanzhen trembled in fear and was dumbfounded. Xuanzhen, surrender. A dragon race mighty figure's voice suddenly exploded in Crown Prince Xuanzhen's ears. Is this your dying counterattack? Then it's my turn. Lin Chen grinned evilly, his 5 fingers rotated slightly, and he clenched his fist tightly. Boom tilde. His water heavenly prison suddenly tightened, and all the water energy in the heavenly prison tightly restrained Crown Prince Xuanzhen. Kai kai. Pa. Crack crack. Dragon blood splattered, and dragon scales cracked. His flesh was distorted, and his dragon bones were broken. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body was squeezed into a ball by the water prison. No matter what attack he launched, he couldn't break out of the prison and was almost squeezed into meat paste. I surrender. Crown Prince Xuanzhen finally smelled the fear of death. Just as he was about to surrender, whoosh, consumed 6,000 rune energy, activated level 7 slowing rune. A grayish-white talisman appeared out of thin air at the location of his dragon head, causing a small space to slow down. His throat and spirit power froze, and he couldn't even shout the word surrender. Lin Chen clenched his fist tightly. Bang! 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 His flesh and blood exploded, and Crown Prince Xuanzhen's huge dragon body was crushed, twisted, and exploded. Hiss tilde. The corners of the dragon race experts' mouths twitch. Dead. The descendant of the future primordial dragon king was crushed. The moment Crown Prince Xuanzhen died, rainbow light shot into the sky, and a 5-light supreme treasure chest drop. Chapter 1230. Sigh. This guy is really ruthless. The mighty figure of the dragon race who sent a voice transmission to Prince Xuanzhen sighed deeply. He wanted to save Prince Xuanzhen so that the dragon race would owe him a favor. However, according to the rules, no one was allowed to enter the battle dimension before the contestants surrendered. Obviously, Prince Xuanzhen had enough time to surrender, but he didn't even wail before he died. Obviously, it was Ying Bangbang's doing. The atmosphere in the 10,000 Dragon Arena was particularly strange and silent. Prince Xuanzhen died, and when he counterattacked before he died, he didn't even cause any substantial damage to Ying Bangbang. He was still challenging someone of a higher level. Was the gap between the two sides so big? However, what drove countless experts crazy was that this Ying Bangbang was so strong that it didn't make any sense. You knew he was strong, but you couldn't tell what was so strong about him. With such an obvious gap in cultivation, he could still crush Prince Xuanzhen. Prince Xuanzhen is dead. A new Dragon King has appeared. This Ying Bangbang will become the most powerful challenger of the King of 10,000 Dragons from now on. The power of his last bloodline power is close to the extraordinary level. He hasn't used all his strength yet. As long as he uses all his dragon bloodlines to activate it, it will definitely be a destructive extraordinary level power. When the mighty figures of the dragon race were shocked, some of the dragon race's experts felt their scalps tingle. An extraordinary level power. It was a bloodline power that was close to the top of the dragon race. Wasn't every extraordinary level power in the hands of the primordial dragon king? This guy had a transcendent level power at such a young age. He had a promising future. However, when Chen Xie spoke, another wave rose before the first wave subsided. An extraordinary level power is only one of the reasons. This guy has a double 8th grade bloodline. He blocked Prince Xuanzhen's bloodline power, which was the perfect bloodline power of the ancient sky-raising dragon. Chen Xie looked straight at the green dragon race and the others. As expected, the green dragon race was able to achieve such an unprecedented transformation not only because of the divine dragon relic but also because of Ying Bangbang's intervention. What? Double 8th grade bloodline? Mother **K, did this old man hear wrongly? The primordial Skyraiser dragon, the ancestral dragon of the Azure Dragon tribe. This kid actually obtained the legacies of the Extreme Hell Water Divine Dragon and the Primordial Skyraiser Dragon. Is the Azure Dragon tribe really going to win the championship? This guy killed Crown Prince Xuanzhen. Isn't he afraid that the Dragon King will find trouble with the Green Dragon tribe? Bullshit. With the Azure Dragon tribe's current reputation and the potential of this Ying Bang Bang, even the higher-ups will think highly of them. Who would dare to trip them up? All sorts of shocked and gasping sounds echoed in the myriad dragon assembly hall. The many dragon crown princes and princesses who had yet to participate in the battle instantly felt as though a huge mountain was pressing down on their head. Crown Prince Xuanzhen's strength was at least in the top 5 or even top 3 of the primordial dragon clan. If even he had lost his life, what about the others? Perhaps only those 2 monsters can deal with him. The quick-witted girl in green stuck out her tongue and looked at Ji Shaochuan and Yang Anran with her charming eyes. Inside the battle plane. Obtained 600 million high-grade blood, 200 million battle chi essence, 20,000 rune energy, 20,000 set essence, 20,000 talent points, 80,000 strengthening points, 12,000 heaven path points, 10,000 high-grade earth energy, 40,000 spiritual power, 20,000 high-grade earth energy. Lin Chen's attributes skyrocketed. The high-grade blood went to the sacred dragon, and the dragon veins opened one after another, increasing by tens of thousands. In the end, the number of dragon veins opened reached 1 billion, and his pure strength soared to 11 billion dragon power. Killing Crown Prince Xuanzhen gave him more attribute points than an ordinary 4th heaven sage. Especially the earth energy. Crown Prince Xuanzhen refined 7 earth energy crystals and crushed them, giving Lin Chen 460,000 points of earth energy. Inside Qing Shui's plant pouch, all the clones and Lin Chen's main body, the Saint Acupoints in Taiyi space throbbed slightly due to the large amount of attribute points, and their power increased. Lin Chen had a premonition that as long as he released the sealed Acupoint state, his Acupoints would definitely explode. His accumulation over the past few months was too strong. If the experts in the outside world knew about this, their jaws would probably drop. They had only heard of battle emperors exploding when they became saints, but they had never heard of first heaven sage breaking through to second heaven. After collecting the attribute light balls, Lin Chen reached out to touch the dazzling 5 Light Supreme treasure chest. Opened 5 Light Supreme treasure chest. Obtained Golden Battle God set related item, Ultimate Right Leg Armor Blueprint. Lin Chen was stunned. It was actually a blueprint for the Golden Battle God set. This thing could actually be made. Interesting, at least there's a sign. I want the blueprint too. Lin Chen was ecstatic and entered the blueprint into the system. However, the next moment, Lin Chen was so angry that he started fighting with the system. Golden Battle God Armor Blueprint, materials required, 999 pieces of second-grade sacred artifacts and above, 2 million heaven path points, 2 million set essence, 5 cubic meters of metal-type top-grade sacred ores. Note: metal-type sacred ores must not be lower than 9th-grade sacred ores. Damn it, why don't you go rob a bank? 999 pieces of second-grade sacred artifacts. Do you think I'm a wholesale seller of sacred artifacts? This was the first time Lin Chen wanted to fight with the system. Was it trying to trick him? Lin Chen thought about how the ancient godset's components had personally confirmed that this item was comparable to a divine artifact. Only then did he feel slightly better. In any case, it was a killing weapon comparable to a divine artifact. It couldn't be helped that it was more expensive. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen put away Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body and dragon core. When Lin Chen left and returned to the 10,000 dragon meeting ground, the experts of the dragon tribe were looking at him differently. No one dared to underestimate this new king, let alone the Azure Dragon race. In fact, even the dragon race experts couldn't see through Lin Chen's foundation. Just a double 8th grade bloodline wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed in the battle just now. In other words, this kid was hiding an even more terrifying trump card. Yang Anran opened her beautiful eyes. She, who was at the top, finally revealed a trace of battle intent as she stared at Lin Chen. The two of them looked at each other and Lin Chen winked at her and whistled. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them were flirting. At this moment, a thought transmitted to Lin Chen. New Azure Dragon King, how about we make a deal? I want to buy Crown Prince Xuanzhen's dragon core and dragon body. It was a dragon race expert. Oh! Lin Chen was interested, but then he realized that the dragon body had been absorbed by the Bang Bang and was no longer complete. If he took it out now, he might expose something. Dragon race expert, I definitely can't return the dragon body to you. Only the dragon core is left. If you want it, you can exchange it with 20 low-grade odd crystals. Lin Chen sent a mocking voice transmission. That mighty figure was stunned. This 20 odd crystals is impossible. It's fine if there's still the dragon body. How about this, 5 odd crystals? As long as it's not a blood type odd crystal, you can choose any attribute. How about that? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. To think that this powerful being really wanted it. He was just casually offering a price. Lin Chen didn't know that there was no lack of forbidden techniques in the ancient dragon race that could change one's fate. As long as the dragon core wasn't broken, the shattered spiritual consciousness could rebuild the dragon body. If the dragon body was intact, the bloodline could even recover to 70 to 80% of its peak. Chapter 1231. How about this, 8, no less. I might as well use these dragon cores to cook. Lin Feng pretended to be in a difficult position. Cook. The corners of the dragon race's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, 7, that's my limit. Deal. While the other dragons were fighting in full swing, Lin Chen and a mighty figure of the dragon race completed an earth-shattering transaction. That dragon race's mighty figure wanted to befriend the Xianyu prison dragon race and paid a huge price to buy Prince Xianzhen's dragon core. A low-grade odd crystal was worth at least 400 million silver Saint Origin coins, which was worth 40,000 gold Saint Origin coins. 7 crystals in one go was equivalent to at least 280,000 gold Saint Origin coins. Only a dragon race's mighty figure had the ability to choose any attribute. The primordial dragon race's Prince Xianzhen's sacred beast core was precious and could be used to refine a 6th-grade sacred pill. But odd crystals were even more precious. To Lin Chen, there was almost no limit to how many odd crystals he could absorb, the more the better. Lin Chen chose 2 light-type odd crystals, 1 wood-type, 2 wind-type, and 2 dark-type odd crystals to complete the 9 attributes. But Lin Chen didn't refine them now. His sacred acupoint was in the sealed acupoint state and could only refine these odd crystals after he came out of seclusion. Although the rest of the top 16 battles were dazzling, they didn't reverse the situation like Lin Chen did. On the other hand, Ji Xiaochuan and Yang Anran continued to crush their opponents, causing quite an uproar. Their opponents were the Wind Sacred Winged Dragon Prince and the Thunder Dragon Prince. After entering the ancestral dragon tomb and tempering their bodies with dragon qi, they broke through to 10 billion dragon power and were second only to Prince Xianzhen and the others, but they were still crushed. In 2 days, the top 8 were decided. Lin Chen's top 8 opponent was the Yin-Yang Creation Dragon Princess, Su Meng-er, the eccentric girl in green. Inside the venue, Su Meng-er was like a graceful butterfly, floating to the Green Dragon race's position and came to Lin Chen. I choose to forfeit, Green Dragon King, you don't have any objections, right? Su Meng-er smiled at Lin Chen. Hey! Lin Chen was a little surprised. You're not going to try? As far as he knew, the princesses and princes of the primordial dragon clan were all unruly and arrogant. Their arrogance was comparable to the monsters on the monster ranking. I don't want to end up like Crown Prince Xuanzhen and get crushed by you so violently. Su Meng-er stuck out her tongue. Lin Chen felt that it was inappropriate for children. She sat down next to Lin Chen as if she was familiar with him. She swung her snow-white legs and smiled with curved eyebrows. A young female elder of the Azure Dragon clan pushed Mu Tianqing to the left of Lin Chen. The latter's ears turned red. The 2 beauties, one on the left and one on the right, made everyone envious. This caused some of the primordial dragon race princes to gnash their teeth in jealousy. The name Ying Bang Bang is definitely not your real name. The young girl's bright and beautiful eyes flowed with a trace of craftiness as she stared straight at Lin Chen. She softly whispered and transmitted her voice to Lin Chen, Great King Azure Dragon, how about telling me your true name? She was dreamy and blurred, like a butterfly under the sun. Her exquisite figure had a dreamy charm, like a dream lover in the hearts of men. Well, actually, my real name is Zhongtai Shui, and my nickname is Shalaji. My nickname is Black Dragon in the Waves. Lin Chen laughed. Su Meng-er kept asking Lin Chen questions, but he kept talking. In the top 8, Lin Chen unexpectedly won without a fight because of the beauty's forfeiture, and advanced to the top 4. In the end, Crown Prince Wen Hua fought against the Dark Heaven Dragon Clan in the top 8, and an unbelievable scene played out. After being trampled by Yang Anran for dozens of rounds, Crown Prince Wen Hua was defeated. When he was sent back to the arena, an extremely melodramatic scene played out. Princess Anran, your strength has deeply convinced this Crown Prince. I, Crown Prince Wen Hua, am willing to treat you as my queen. Please marry my clan. Crown Prince Wen Hua knelt on one knee, and his unruly appearance was filled with admiration as he looked at Yang Anran. Many experts were dumbfounded. Lin Chen laughed. This Crown Prince's hobby was a bit strange. Lin Chuan rubbed his chin and said, so this Crown Prince Wen Hua has also become a bootlicker. Su Meng-er and Mu Tianqing asked curiously at the same time, what's a bootlicker? Lin Chen said seriously, a bootlicker is willing to be a cow or a horse for the other party, as long as they give him grass. The two girls said, oh. Something was wrong. When the top 4 were selected, it was finally the end. When the lots were drawn, the Green Dragon Clan's opponent was the Shadow Burial Phantom Dragon Clan, Lin Chen against Ji Xiaochuan. The biggest dark horse of this dragon gathering was against a monster on the same level as Yang Anran. In the battle plane, Lin Chen and Ji Xiaochuan were facing each other. Ji Xiaochuan had an evil look on his face as he licked his lips. You're no match for me. Are you going to forfeit or fight me head-on? This Crown Prince is proficient in the Spirit Dao. If you're injured, there might be some permanent scars that can't be healed. Forfeit. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't you see how hard I hammered Crown Prince Shenzhen's head just now? If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you use a few more moves? Interesting. Since my bloodline skyrocketed, I haven't really used my full strength. I wanted to start with Yang Anran, but I'll kill you first. Rumble tilde. Ji Xiaochuan decisively revealed his dragon form. Endless dragon qi intertwined, and an abyssal dragon flew out from hell with countless lives buried there. Its body was pitch black, and its dragon scales looked like they were made of molten iron. It was bold and majestic. Azure Dragon King, this Crown Prince knows that your Spirit Dao attainments are extraordinary. Use your full strength. The abyssal dragon opened its mouth, and a terrifying dragon roar came like a hurricane, mixed with a Spirit Dao fluctuation that could penetrate everything. 13 billion dragon power points. Ji Xiaochuan is actually this strong. His spirit has already reached the mid-stage of the Saint Rudiment stage. A dragon race powerhouse exclaimed with a solemn expression. This roar shatters the galaxy was a double explosion of Spirit Dao and pure strength. Myriad dragon breaking spear. Lin Chen grabbed with one hand, and the azure spear danced like a dragon, piercing through the dragon roar repeatedly. The sound waves were torn apart along with the spatial crystal walls. Ji Xiaochuan's Spirit Dao was also devoured by a deep and vast Spirit Dao fluctuation. What? His unharmed. While Ji Xiaochuan was stunned, Lin Chen held the dragon spear with one hand, and thousands of spear shadows shot out like torrential rain. Each strike contained more than 10 billion dragon power points, and Ji Xiaochuan attacked with his dragon tail. Bang tilde. The collision of the dragon spear and dragon tail caused thousands of waves of air, shattering the spatial crystal walls. One man and one dragon clashed fiercely, as if they had returned to the primordial era. Every collision shattered the spatial crystal walls, scattering countless Spirit Dao fragment. The burial shadow mirage dragon was the origin of all spiritual type dragons. Their bloodline talent was to cultivate the Dao of spiritual type. This talent made them extremely bloodthirsty, even killing their own kind. If an expert of the same level were to fight him, their will would be shaken by his spirit and baleful aura, and they would be scared before the battle even started. Blood illusion sky glass mirror. Ji Xiaochuan controlled thousands upon thousands of illusory dragon shadow to attack Lin Chen's body. Chapter 1232. Every single illusory dragon shadow was a mental attack. Such a torrential rain of mental attacks was enough to destroy the will of most fourth heaven true saint. Azure Dragon Sword. Lin Chen's dragon tail turned into a sword as he sliced apart the illusory dragon shadow. The mental attacks that could disrupt a fourth heaven true saint's mental attacks couldn't penetrate Lin Chen's defenses at all. Every time they got close to him, an even stronger mental power would transform into a vast starry sky and deflect the mental attack. Competing in mental power? The other members of the dragon race might be a little wary, but this was Lin Chen's forte. How? How is this possible? This crown prince's bloodline ability is actually useless against this fellow. The more Ji Xiaochuan fought, the more shocked he became. He had used 2 types of perfect grade mental attacks, but they couldn't shake Huang Xiaolong's will to battle. Perfect grade mental attacks were equivalent to the human race's orange rank divine arts. Ji Xiaochuan's mental attacks were equivalent to the human race's orange rank divine art. They should be much harder to deal with than ordinary attacks. Why was Huang Xiaolong able to deal with them so easily? His mental power is on the same level as mine. Even if he's slightly stronger than me, it's impossible for him to be completely immune to my mental attack. Ji Xiaochuan was running out of tricks in the battle, and the experts of the various races felt that something was amiss. He's actually evenly matched with Ji Xiaochuan? Evenly matched my ass. He hasn't even transformed into a dragon yet. This brat is too good at hiding his strength. Ji Xiaochuan's mental attacks are completely useless against him. He's forcing Ji Xiaochuan to use pure strength to fight against him. Ji Yingbangbang's mental power is actually so terrifying. In the previous battle, Lin Chen hadn't relied on his mental power to fight. He was afraid that the experts would notice something was amiss. Even though they were both at the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, his mental power was far superior to Ji Xiaochuan's. Lin Chen shattered all of Ji Xiaochuan's mental attacks and used the Genesis Holy Scripture to disperse the mental attacks. He was able to gain a firm foothold. In order to avoid the dragon race's experts from probing, Lin Chen's mental power only attacked and didn't defend at all. Rip tilde. After more than 100 rounds, Lin Chen was the first to expose a flaw in Ji Xiaochuan's defense. The azure dragon sword slashed open his dragon scales. As the dragon blood gushed out, Lin Chen smiled and said, "You've persisted for so long. You can be considered a good fighter." Smack. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and activated his super chaos talent. Buzz buzz buzz. Ji Xiaochuan's body throbbed. His dragon meridians, qi and blood, tendons and bones, and even his consciousness, were all in a state of extreme chaos. What kind of technique is this? Could it be his spiritual type divine art? What kind of ability is this to be able to control this prince's dragon vein? Ji Xiaochuan was shocked and horrified. He finally understood one of the reasons why Prince Xuanzhen lost. Why did his aura suddenly become unstable when his attack was at its strongest? So it was because of this move. In the next moment, the vast power of the dragon vein poured into the water-type odd crystal. Lin Chen clenched his fist and the extraordinary god art extreme prison heavenly prison suddenly descended on the entire plane. Boom tilde. Boom. 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 Endless waves drowned Ji Xiaochuan and constructed the extreme prison heavenly prison. Countless phantom sea dragons galloped on the surface of the sea, and there were even chains binding Ji Xiaochuan's body. Lin Chen's 1 billion dragon meridians were almost completely drained, and then he frantically refined a large amount of silver sacred origin coins to replenish the consumption. The last time he fought against Prince Xuanzhen, Lin Chen activated the extreme prison heavenly prison and only used 500 million dragon meridians to crush him. Only those with more than 1 billion dragon veins could unleash the true power of this extraordinary divine ability. The entire plane was instantly reduced to an endless raging sea, firmly imprisoning Ji Xiaochuan within. Ka. The entire plane was on the verge of collapse, and the space crystal wall was about to collapse. All the dragon race mighty figures suddenly stood up with horrified expressions. Oh my god, this little guy can actually destroy the entire battle plane. This is the power of his extraordinary god art. It's too terrifying. Even the extraordinary god art I inherited back then is far inferior to this kid. Lin Chen activated the extreme prison heavenly prison with 1 billion dragon meridians, and the plus 15 bloodline made the bloodline god art more than 4 times stronger. A perfect god art was comparable to an ordinary low-grade orange-grade technique. What about an extraordinary god art? An extraordinary god art that could increase the power by 4 times? How monstrous would that be? Ji Shaochuan trembled in fear. If his spiritual attack was effective on this prince, he could still fight. But how could he fight? He completely ignored his spiritual attack and had such a heaven-defying bloodline god art. Boom tilde. The plane was overturned and compressed into a ball, and Ji Shaochuan's spiritual consciousness suddenly spread out. I surrender. Surrender. He was very smart. He split his spiritual power into many parts and teleported out, unlike Prince Xuanzhen, who only realized at the last moment that he wanted to surrender and was already locked down by Lin Chen. Rip tilde. Space cracked, and 2 dragon race mighty figures instantly entered the battle plane and interfered with the outcome of the battle to protect Ji Shaochuan. Alright, King of the Green Dragon Race, you've won. Lin Chen only retracted his god art after the mighty figures made the announcement. Even though his face was pale, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. A complete extraordinary god art is indeed monstrous. With my bloodline strengthening, my holy dragon has already grasped a whole new level of strength. Lin Chen was confident that if he met the group of 4th Heaven True Saints in the Sacred Burial Mountain range again, he wouldn't need to rely on the War God's gauntlet anymore. He could rely on his own body and holy dragon to fight against them. This was an overwhelming strength. Lin Chen, who hadn't even reached the 2nd Heaven True Saint realm, already had the strength to fight against 4th Heaven True Saint. If it's you, you might be able to fight against that monster. She obtained a huge fortuitous encounter in the giant whale plane. Don't give her a chance at the start. Ji Shaochuan transmitted his voice to Lin Chen. The monster he was referring to was young Anran. Ji Shaochuan wasn't a weakling. In fact, he was stronger than Crown Prince Xuanzhen. However, he was helpless against Lin Chen. His spiritual type ability was completely suppressed. Even if he had risked his life to fight back, he might have been able to injure Lin Chen. However, he would have died under that terrifying god art. Thank you for the information. Lin Chen flicked his finger and sent a few long Qingguo to Ji Shaochuan. Lin Chen didn't have much of a grudge with Ji Shaochuan. Hence, he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Ji Shaochuan cupped his fists and turned to leave. With a wave of his dragon claw, Lin Chen collected all the attribute light balls Ji Shaochuan dropped. Most of them were spiritual type. When he returned to the 10,000 dragon arena, Yang Anran had also defeated his opponent. Their gazes met, and the smell of gunpowder before the finals filled the air. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems like we can finish the battle in the first round. Yang Anran said calmly, I hope you have more trump cards up your sleeve. Otherwise, this battle will be boring. Lin Chen said, don't worry. The most people will say about me is that I'm full of surprises. I guarantee you that I'll surprise you again and again. When the two of them returned to the arena, the experts of the various races looked at the Azure Dragon banner on the champion's seat with complicated emotions. Who would have thought that a team that wasn't even from the ancient dragon race would be able to kill their way out of the encirclement and shine brightly in the 10,000 Dragon Conference? No one could stop them as they stood in front of the Dark Sky Dragon race. Chapter 1233. The final round of the competition will begin in 3 days. Both parties, please get ready. The winner will become the king of myriad dragons. Lin Chen returned to his seat and continued to refine the silver Saint Origin coins in the peach blossom pouch to replenish the draconic vein he had consumed. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Dao Possession System version 7.0, host, Lin Chen, cultivation, First Heaven True Saint Realm, 10 Saint points, high-grade essence, 398. 8 billion points limit, 6 billion dragon energy, flesh shell awakening plus 100%, high-grade vitality, 228, 9 billion points high-grade consciousness, 439 million points, middle saint realm, high-grade cultivation technique essence, 3. 1 million points high-grade rune energy, 2. 25 million points mid-grade heavens path points, 1. 85 million points mid-grade talent points, 2. 84 million points set essence, 950,000 points blank attribute points, 0 points strengthening points, 97. 9 million points high-grade elemental energy, Fire element 1,600,000 points, Earth element 1,940,000 points, Wood element 1,360,000 points, Metal element 1,770,000 points, Water element 1,640,000 points, Lightning element 1,550,000 points, Wind element 1,410,000 points, Light element 1,500,000 points, Darkness element 1,620,000 points. Cultivation technique status column, open, bloodline status column, open, life awakening column, open, passive talent column, dual cultivation, assault, laceration. Quasi-orange, super chaos, orange, extreme god possession fragment, 3/4, active talent column, open, Shorekill skill column, open, unique rune column, open, talent combination skill, open. Just like Lin Chen, Yang Anran hadn't even revealed her true form in the previous battle. Her strength was unfathomable. Lin Chen still needed more trump cards to deal with her. System, use all my strengthening points to strengthen all my bloodlines. While the Myriad Dragon Arena was in full swing, on the other side, in the sacred boundary, the Green Domain. The Green Domain tower was so tall that one couldn't see its top. Its body was pitch black like a coiled black dragon. Every level of the tower was equivalent to a city that could accommodate tens of millions of people. From afar, it looked like a true colossus that reached the heavens. At this time, the Realm Tower was packed with people. Those who could enter the Realm Tower were all saints. The saints of the 36 domains had gathered from all directions. Today was the registration day for the preliminary competition of the Genius List. The 10-year Sacred War was about to begin, and the situation had changed. An expert had appeared, a reclusive old monster had come out of seclusion, and a peerless monster had personally arrived. The Genius List had gathered, and the top 1,000 Saint Realm geniuses were all present. There were even 7th-rank aristocratic families and sects that came out to observe the preliminaries in person. The preliminaries were the first of its kind in history. They could challenge the monsters on the monster rankings. On the 9th floor of the Realm Tower, within a secret room sat an old man with a sage-like bearing. He flipped through the jade slip in his hand, and his dark green eyes flashed with traces of praise as he nodded from time to time. Yes, there are a lot of good seedlings this time. I just don't know if that young man, Lin Chen, will come. I really want to see him. Buzz tilde. Space rippled as a black-robed figure descended and knelt on one knee. The black-robed man reported, "Eldershan, we have an important guest." Oh! The old man was surprised. Could it be that this person was a 7th-rank giant? Who are you? If it's not something important, let Elaine deal with it. The old man was a little impatient. He didn't want to give face to a 7th-rank force. The black-robed man said again, "It's the Godly Flame Palace." Eldershan's pupils trembled. The Godly Flame Palace. Eldershan stood up and squinted his eyes. The black-robed man said respectfully, "The important guest is on the 8th floor, the Orchid Plain." "Yes, I'll go there." Eldershan took a step forward, and the stars moved. When he appeared again, the surroundings were filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This was the 8th floor of the Realm Tower. Those who could come here were all experts in the upper levels of the sacred boundary in terms of status, experience, and cultivation. At this moment, there were more than 100 powerful saints gathered here. Some were in charge of a region and had authority over billions of living beings. Some had unfathomable cultivation, and some had even stepped into that illusory and new realm. The young ones were the peerless monsters on the monster rankings. Every one of them was a living legend of the 36 domains of the sacred boundary. However, at this moment, all the experts on the 8th floor were staring at a waterfall in a valley, dumbfounded. Eldershan teleported to the front of a waterfall, and then he was shocked. In the dense mist, there were 10 peerless beauties standing beside a snow-white figure. They were like stars surrounding the moon, setting off this stunning beauty. Her long dress was like a cloud and fluttering snow. In the mist, she looked ethereal like a fairy. The beauty's hair was adorned with pearls, and her hair was in a cloud bun. Her eyebrows were like the distant mountains in late autumn. Her brows were filled with deep longing, and her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Her temperament was elegant and otherworldly. The beauty's flawless waist was tied with a strand of red. It was as if everything in the world was overshadowed by her beauty. The mist flowed and surrounded the peerless beauty. Her flawless snow-white hands were folded in front of her waist. She was quiet, beautiful, refined, and peerless. She didn't need too many decorations. As long as she stood there, she would be the center of the world. She would make anyone sigh. How could there be such a person in the world? If there were fairies in the world, perhaps she would be the most beautiful one. Seeing Elder Shen arrive, the beauty bowed to greet him. Greetings, Elder Shen of the Boundary Tower. Elder Shen came back to his senses and immediately cupped his fists. Miss, you're too polite. May I ask why the Godly Flame Palace is looking for the Boundary Tower? Elder Shen's status was terrifying. Even if a powerful figure from a 7th-rank family invited him, he might not necessarily accept. However, in front of the Godly Flame Palace, he couldn't put on airs. Not many people knew how powerful this sect was. However, in the long history, there was once a 6th-rank family that offended the Godly Flame Palace. In one night, the family, together with its branch family, was destroyed and disappeared in an instant. A grade 6 organization was already the peak of the holy world. Whether or not a grade 6 organization could nurture a monster on the monster rankings depended entirely on the grade 6 organization. Destroying a grade 6 organization was not something that could be accomplished just by suppressing the other party in terms of cultivation. It required a lot of energy. What kind of family was the Godly Flame Palace? No one knew. Even Elder Shen didn't know. The beauty said, I want to be a candidate for the monster list and participate in the competition. I hope Elder Shen can help me. Elder Shen was stunned. He smiled pleasantly and said, so that's what you want. It's a small matter. Why would I trouble someone like you to do such a small matter? The monster list competition was definitely a grand event in the sacred boundary in the outside world. However, in front of the Godly Flame Palace, it was nothing. It's not a small matter. The beauty shook her head. Anything related to him is not a small matter. There was a hint of joy, longing, and anticipation in her tone. Oh. Elder Shen was old and shrewd. He asked with a smile, who are you here for? Is there such a lucky young man in the world who can win your favor? The beauty smiled faintly. She was peerless. He's the most important person to me. His name is Lin Chen. Elder Shen was stunned. In the sacred burial mountain, a black-robed young man walked out slowly. His eyes were demonic and extraordinary. He was like a demon walking out of a graveyard, flowing with monstrous demonic intent. Chapter 1234. A figure slowly walked out from behind the black-robed youth. Finally, I have obtained a decent body. The newcomer was a young man with a calm demeanor. However, when he thought of the person who had messed up the situation, a murderous aura erupted from his face. Boom tilde. A boundless demonic prison appeared around the young man. Numerous 8-armed brute devils and 9-headed heavenly devils surrounded him. Demonic aura filled the sky on his left, while holy light shone from his right. Both demonic and human techniques coexisted. Lin Chen, this little bastard ruined my plan. If I don't sacrifice him, I won't be able to swallow this anger. The young man's face was twisted like a mad beast. The black-robed youth said calmly, he will definitely participate in the preliminaries. We can intercept and kill him there. In any case, your body is more than enough, isn't it? Hearing this, the young man's anger subsided. He licked his lips and looked creepy. Hee, I wonder if the preliminaries are comparable to when I participated in the preliminaries. In a palace, the young man held the last breath of a middle-aged man in one hand. His pair of golden pupils surged with 3,000 rays of sharpness, as if they could pierce through the void with a single glance. The young man asked coldly, "Where is he?" The middle-aged man struggled. I don't know, but, if he is fine, he should be participating in the preliminaries." The middle-aged man tried to break free from the young man's grasp. His saint acupoints surged and shone brightly, but he realized that the young man was holding the entire space in his hand. His strength was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. What is his strength? Expanded cavern realm? How can there be such a freak in the expanded cavern realm in this world? The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He was a fourth heaven saint with 37 acupoints, a late-stage expanded cavern realm cultivator. He was suppressed by the young man with a flip of his hand. Oh, seems like you are not being honest. Crack. The young man twisted his hand and broke the middle-aged man's neck. Lin Chen, the divine crimson 7 silk is not something a mortal like you can wield. Reserve meeting for the genius list. What kind of trash is that? I, Lin Xingchen, will destroy it with my sword. Boom tilde. The young man transformed into a streak of sword light, traversing thousands of miles. This youth was none other than Lin Xingchen, who had personally infiltrated the sacred burial mountain range. The reserve meeting of the genius list was a gathering of all sorts of people. The great wilderness. A slender black-robed figure silently appeared. When he lowered his head to look at the demonic seal on his palm, he suddenly flashed and quietly disappeared. On the other side, at the Myriad Dragon Assembly Hall. The last round of the representative competition, the Azure Dragon Clan against the Dark Heavenly Dragon Clan. Gilbert Bang Bang vs Yang and Ran. Both parties, please enter the battle plane. The winner will become the king of Myriad Dragons of this Myriad Dragons Assembly. You will have the qualifications to enter the 7th level of the Myriad Dragon Palace, and all the clansmen of your race will be baptized by the primordial dragon Chi once every 100 years. When the grey-clothed old woman made her announcement, 10,000 dragons surge. The final battle of the 10,000 Dragons Guild. The king of 10,000 dragons was a blessing to the entire race. Every time the king of 10,000 dragons was crowned, the vast majority of it was monopolized by the ancient dragon clan. Only 3 million years ago did a heaven-shaking genius emerge from the ancient dragon clan and win the king of 10,000 dragons. From then on, the honor of the king of 10,000 dragons never belonged to any other dragon clan besides the ancient dragon clan, not to mention the ancient dragon clan. If the Azure Dragon Clan could accomplish this unprecedented feat, they would become the most dazzling clan in the history of the Dragon Clan. Lin Chen and Yang Anran entered the battle plane. Yang Anran was still wearing a short skirt today. Her black clothes were like the night sky, like a rose under the night sky. Her beauty hid a fatal and obscure killing intent. She smiled slightly, and her smile was so beautiful that it shook one's soul. Ying bang bang, this time you. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen blasted out a palm, and the dragon vein was sucked dry, and the water shone brightly. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and the universe changed. The massive furious sea heavenly prison descended from the sky, engulfing the entire battle plane. All the experts in the Myriad Dragon Assembly were dumbfounded. This kid didn't play according to the rules. He used a transcendent divine ability right off the bat. But it was far from that. Boom, boom, boom. Air waves surged, and the might shook the heavens and the earth. 10 grayish-white talismans, each 1,000 feet in size, appeared out of nowhere, erupting with an invincible aura that could seal all things. Sealing people, sealing ghosts, sealing demons, and suppressing dragons. Consumed 50,000 rune energy to activate the level 7 slowing rune. Lin Chen's body was burning with golden flames. This was a sign that he was burning gold Saint Origin coins to quickly replenish the dragon vein. Beauty of the dark sky dragon race, I'm very good at making things. If you can't take it, remember to surrender. As Lin Chen smiled flirtatiously, he clenched his fists, and the massive extreme hell heavenly prison quickly compressed, squeezing Yang Anran's petite body continuously. Her hot and sexy figure continued to appear, as if the weight of an infinite plane was pressing down on her. The terrifying pressure of the slowing rune made Yang Anran unable to move for a moment. Lin Chen's slowing rune was unprecedentedly powerful. Crack, crack, crack. The spatial crystal walls of the plane started to crack. Even though it had been reinforced by the mighty figures of the dragon race this time, it still couldn't stop the momentum of the battle. Yang Anran, who had always been arrogant and disdainful, finally had a change in expression. The power of a perfect divine art was roughly equivalent to Lin Chen's Moon Mirror God's divine art or Heavenly Sword Fury. A peak perfect divine art was comparable to God's Tear and True Dragon Dance. As for the extraordinary divine art, it was comparable to the human race's mid-orange grade cultivation technique. After being strengthened by Lin Chen, it might even have the power of a mid-orange grade cultivation technique. The extreme hell heavenly prison could be used to attack, defend, and exhaust. To Lin Chen, it was a heaven-defying technique. Bang! 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 The extreme hell heavenly prison continued to crack and explode. Black draconic chi covered the sky and tore the void apart. Even though the extreme hell heavenly prison wasn't destroyed, it was heavily damaged. Even this can't trap her. This woman is a little troublesome. Lin Chen increased the speed at which he absorbed the gold Saint Origin coins, and the dragon vein was replenished rapidly. That sneak attack just now, coupled with the slowing rune, could crush an ordinary mid-fourth heaven true saint. How could Yang Anran break a corner of the prison? Rumble tilde tilde. Draconic chi spread out for 3,000 li, and it was like a flood that pushed a corner of the extreme hell heavenly prison open. Yang Anran's black draconic chi covered her body, and blood flowed from her lips. Her hair was scattered, and she looked extremely charming. She laughed evilly. You really didn't disappoint me. Ying bang bang, don't stop. Ha 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 ha. Yang Anran stepped through the void, and layers of black draconic shadows appeared. Her speed was so fast that only a few people in the myriad dragon arena could see her clearly. Her slender arms transformed into black draconic scales, and she slammed them down on Lin Chen's head. Everlasting azure light. Lin Chen circulated the sky dragon bloodline in his body, and azure light burst out from his body. He used all his strength to defend himself, and at the same time, he swung his dragon tail and slashed out with the azure dragon sword. 5 streaks of draconic light slashed down, and the black draconic claw slashed down. Bang! Lin Chen's azure dragon sword was destroyed in a single strike. Draconic chi pierced through the azure dragon sword and slammed into the everlasting azure light, shattering Lin Chen's perfect divine art defense. Poochie tilde. Lin Chen retreated with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the expressions of the dragon race experts changed. Yang Anran's dragon power has broken through to 20 billion. Chapter 1235. Lin Chen forced her to use her perfect mystique right from the start, which ignited Yang Anran's battle intent. The moment she entered battle mode, Yang Anran was like a battle maniac. Her previous image was completely gone as she chased after Lin Chen. This is impossible. The requirement to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Conference is 8 billion dragon power points. How did this girl's cultivation increase so much in just a few months? This girl hasn't even reached mid-stage rank 8 yet. Once she reaches mid-stage rank 8, won't she be able to turn the world upside down? While the dragon race mighty beings were shocked, Ji Shaochuan said solemnly. As expected, she refined the giant whale's heart while using the dragon tomb to temper her body. Now, she can fight all of us primordial dragon race princes alone. Ji Shaochuan's words were shocking. Su Meng'er's heart tightened as she stared at the battle dimension nervously. The difference is too big. How can we fight? 20 billion dragon power points was the same as a human's acupoint expansion when he tried to open the 31st Saint acupoint. This number was beyond common sense. Normal saints could expand their acupoints by 3 to 5 times. Monster-level geniuses could expand their acupoints by 6 to 10 times. The monster-level geniuses could expand their acupoints by at least 15 times. Yang Anran hadn't even broken through yet, but she was already much stronger than normal monster-level geniuses. The difference is too big. Hurry up and make that Ying Bang Bang surrender. Chen Xie was a bit anxious. There was no way to fight this kind of difference. Hey, don't be anxious. Let's watch. This kid seems to be getting more energetic the more he fights. Suddenly, the grey-robed old woman said in shock. Inside the battle dimension, the extreme hell heavenly prison followed Yang Anran like a shadow. Sometimes, it would unleash dragon-like dragon breath, and sometimes, it would sweep up blue waves to attack Yang Anran. Even so, Yang Anran was still suppressing Lin Chen throughout the battle. 10,000-year dragon breaking spear. Dark Abyss Devour. The dragon breath swallowed Lin Chen's azure light dragon spear in one gulp. Super Chaos Slow Rune. Super Chaos triggered 3 times. Activating. Consume 10,000 rune energy to activate slow rune. When the grayish-white talisman descended, a portion of Yang Anran's dragon meridians fell into chaos. His chi and blood churned as if they were about to break out of his body uncontrollably. What a strange move. Did he use this move to defeat Crown Prince Xuanzhen and the others? If it was during the first stage of the 10,000 dragon gathering, it might have been useful. But now, it's not even worth mentioning. Yang Anran suddenly shouted coldly, "Break!" The power of his bloodline suddenly soared. The ancient might of the primeval dragons filled Yang Anran's blood and broke the restraint of the runes of slowing down and the status of super chaos. Bang bang bang! Lin Chen was slightly surprised when his confusion status was completely broken. Mighty and regal dragon might erupted from the battle plane, spreading throughout the entire universe. All of the dragon tribe powerful beings in the myriad dragon assembly venue were instantly struck by a sense of fear and trepidation. This is the desolate era's dragon might. 9th grade bloodline. My god, this girl actually broke through the 9th grade bloodline. Ji Xiaochuan is only at the peak of the 8th rank, but she has already advanced to the 9th rank. The dragon clan experts felt their scalps go numb, and the mighty figure's eyes narrowed. There seems to be a fine line between the 8th and 9th grades, but the difference is actually like heaven and earth. Even among the desolate era dragons, she's probably at the top level. Jill Ying Bang Bang is about to lose. Lin Chen flapped his holy phoenix wings repeatedly and repeatedly used all kinds of trump cards, but Yang Anran blocked all of them. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. In less than 10 rounds of battle, Lin Chen's sacred dragon fell into a heavily injured state. Although Yang Anran was also injured, and because of the extinction wound, her injuries could not be healed, but she only suffered light injuries. In comparison, Lin Chen's flesh and blood were all over his body. His arms were full of cracks, and the dragon scales on the surface of his body were soaked with blood as if they were about to split open. The assault talent is not suitable for magical powers above the perfect grade. What a pity. Lin Chen laughed in his heart, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. So what if you have a 9th grade bloodline? Brother Chen will defeat you today. Green light swam, and the power of Atlas gathered on Lin Chen's azure dragon right arm. He suddenly pushed his palm horizontally and stretched out a claw. Rumble tilde. A green dragon claw burst out from his 5 fingers like a coiling dragon. Its power covered the sky and the earth, and it erupted with a dragon aura that could shatter the stars in the sky and shake Yang Anran. Together with the extreme hell heavenly prison, it surrounded her from the front and the back. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. It was actually another extraordinary level divine ability. Yang Anran unleashed all her 20 billion dragon power points. She raised her hands high, and a pitch-black ball condensed between her palms and smashed it down. Dark dragon sky, shatter. Tilde. Just as the black ball was about to collide with the green dragon claw, the latter suddenly trembled and turned into 5 claws. The host has consumed 200,000 talent points to activate 2 orange talents and enhance the extraordinary bloodline ability. Instant light split shadow. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. What? Almost everyone's scalp tingled. The extraordinary divine ability was divided into 5 moves. The power didn't change. Bam! 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 The 5 dragon claws shattered the black ball, stirring up a green and dark storm and setting off a shocking explosion. It was as if the entire existential plane was about to be overturned. Every wisp of energy was crushing the spatial crystal walls, and Yang Anran was tightly bound by the extreme hell heavenly prison. The 2 of them were sent flying far away by the aftermath of the collision. Tilde. Both of them vomited blood and flew backward at the same time. The ancient skyscraping dragon bloodline's extraordinary magical power, Heavenly Claw. It consumed the dragon bloodline's power to unleash a heaven-shaking dragon claw. Its power could cover the sky and earth and overturn the stars in the existential plane with 1 claw. It could increase the original dragon power's destructive power by 1 to 3 times, and with the power of dragon breath, it could tear the opponent's defense apart. With the enhancement of instant light split shadow, the power of this move was enough to shake the current Yang Anran. However, the consumption was also extremely terrifying. Almost 1/10 of Lin Chen's talent points were used up in an instant. Yang Anran is seriously injured. Why does this kid have so many trump cards? Oh no, Ying Bangbang's accumulated injuries are too heavy. Although Yang Anran is seriously injured, he might be shaken to death. The mighty figures of the dragon race suddenly got up, ready to attack at any time. If this continued, the dragon race might lose two peerless geniuses. Yang Anran was injured, and the injuries were continuous and could not be healed. Bathed in her own dragon blood, she finally revealed the true form of the dark heavenly dragon. The purplish-black dragon's body was like that of a Yinglong and a Qilin, looking down on the world and dominating the primordial world. Its dragon claws were like towering mountains, and a pair of sky-covering dragon wings was raised on its back. Every flap of the dragon wings stirred up torrential storms that swept through the 9 heavens and stirred up the cloud. The dragon's head was majestic, and the dragon's eyes were filled with violent fighting spirit. At the sight of the insufferably arrogant dark heavenly dragon, many of the dragon race's princes and princesses trembled in fear. However, before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. On the other side, the new Azure Dragon King was bathed in blood. The aura of yin and yang covered the top of his head, and the black and white dragon breath flowed through his body like endless power of creation. His pale face actually recovered its color at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, many dragon race experts and mighty figures suddenly stood up. Their faces twitched in horror as if they had seen a ghost. This was another type of bloodline. This kid didn't have 2 8th-grade bloodlines, but 3 8th-grade bloodlines coexisting in one body. What the hell was going on? Chapter 1236. Their scalps went numb. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. They wanted to subscribe. This was the current state of all the dragon tribe experts. Even the powerful beings of the dragon tribe were no exception, because this scene was simply too strange. Ji Bangbang's body was surrounded by yin-yang dragon chi, one black and one white. They were like 2 dancing dragons dancing around him. Every time they spun, his injuries would heal faster. This kind of efficient healing method, this kind of perfect fusion of yin and yang energy, this kind of tenacious vitality, it was the yin-yang creation dragon bloodline. And it was also an 8th-grade bloodline. 3 8th-grade bloodlines? 4 bloodlines coexisting in one body? This scene was even more terrifying than witnessing the 9th-grade bloodline dark sky dragon's true body. Although 9th-grade bloodline was extremely rare in the immemorial dragon tribe, it was not unheard of in history. However, in the history of the immemorial dragon tribe, there was no dragon tribe that could coexist with 3 8th-grade bloodlines. Chen Xie was so shocked that he muttered to himself, no wonder the battle between him and Crown Prince Xianzhen felt strange. How could he block Crown Prince Xianzhen's attack with just his defense? He has the yin-yang creation dragon bloodline to protect him. When the various powerhouses savored it, a wave of shock crashed into their heart. The yin-yang creation dragon, the life creation dragon, was born with yin-yang dragon chi to protect their bloodlines. Their powerful vitality was ranked at the top of the dragon tribe, far surpassing other dragons of the same level. Their recovery ability could even regrow broken limbs in battle. Although this dragon tribe's attack and defense were weak, their vitality was extremely strong. Especially their healing ability, they could heal other dragon tribe members. This was a true treasure of the dragon tribe. The Yin-Yang Creation Dragon Tribe did not participate in this 10,000 Dragons conference because this dragon tribe was a treasure. Every death of this dragon tribe member meant one less dragon tribe member. If it was the princess of this dragon tribe, thousands of tribes would fight over her. If it was the crown prince of this dragon tribe, hundreds of tribes would propose marriage. This was the immemorial dragon tribe that was sought after by countless dragon tribes. However, the new king of the green dragon tribe, Ji Bangbang, had the ancient sky-raising dragon, extreme hell water dragon, and yin-yang creation dragon bloodline, 3 8th-grade bloodlines. What did this mean? It meant that he had the defense of the ancient sky-raising dragon, the attack of the extreme hell water dragon, and the vitality of the yin-yang creation dragon. A truly perfect body. It was unknown which expert had blurted out the fragrant scent. F***CK. Isn't that F*** king cheating? Attack, defense, recovery, perfect as one. Are you King writing a book here? In the history of the primordial dragon clan, there weren't any outrageous dragons. No matter how experienced the dragon clan's experts were, they could not remain calm. He cursed on the spot. Some of the dragon crown princes were even more enraged. This was too infuriating. Long by long, 8th grade bloodline, one type was already rare enough, but this guy had 3 types of bloodline to himself. Wasn't Jill afraid of being punished by the heavens? Mr. Lin chuckled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Is this exciting?" The Yin-Yang Fortune Dragon bloodline was the last bloodline he had chosen before leaving the Divine Dragon ruins. It made up for the final flaw of his Holy Dragon bloodline. The only downside was that this bloodline was a new bloodline and could not inherit the same level as the previous bloodlines. Even after using up all his strengthening points, he could only strengthen it to +12. Even someone as insufferably strong as Yang Anran also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. 3 in 1. Azure Dragon King, you are worthy of me, Yang Anran, to bet everything I have to fight you. Rumble tilde. The dark heavenly dragon soared into the sky. Even though its dragon blood was gushing out, it was still like a world-shaking dragon that could split heaven and earth. With a flap of its dragon wings, it swept up raging winds and a huge dark storm, destroying the damaged extreme hell heavenly prison. Lin Chen stepped into the air, golden light covering his head. His yin-yang dragon aura fluctuated, and his dragon bloodline was recovering at the same time. He had recovered more than half of his injuries, close to 60%. It was already very fast to recover to this extent in such a short time. Even if he ate long kingguo and glazed body seeds, he would not be able to catch up to this efficiency. There was still a difference between the injuries of the holy dragon body and the human sacred body. You are not the only one with extraordinary remarkable abilities. Yang Anran opened its dragon mouth, and a pitch-black abyssal dragon breath gathered like a vortex. An aura of destruction quietly spread out. Lin Chen exhaled and ignored the attribute light balls dropped by Yang Anran. He was fully focused. The difference in cultivation between him and Yang Anran was huge. The difference was 9 billion dragon power points and a grade 1 bloodline. His 2 grade 8 bloodlines were strengthened by +15, but in terms of potential and talent, they could not compare to a grade 9 bloodline. The reason he could fight until now was all because of the slow rune and a few orange talent. To be able to force Lin Chen to this extent, Yang Anran could be called a monster without a doubt. My dragon bloodline is only enough for one extraordinary remarkable ability, one move to settle the universe. Lin Chen gathered all his dragon bloodline. Dense green light surrounded him, and the holy light on his left arm covered the world. Many dragon race experts held their breaths. This was going to be a historical scene. It had been many eras since a grade 9 bloodline appeared in the 10,000 Dragons faction. This time, not only did a grade 9 bloodline appear, but an unprecedented genius had also appeared. It's already at this juncture. What is this gilding Bang Bang doing? Why isn't he transforming into his dragon form? The dark dragon head tilted up, and the destructive aura in the dark vortex suddenly erupted. A black spear covered the sky. Great dark abyss, fallen sky spear. The destructive aura at the tip of the spear was like an unstoppable hurricane, directly locking onto Lin Chen's dragon aura. There was no way to escape. This spear made many mid-stage stage 8 dragon race experts smell the scent of death. If they faced this spear, they would definitely die. Boom. A grayish-white talisman appeared out of nowhere, and the talisman's energy decreased sharply by 200,000 point. Splat. Rip tilde. The black spear pierced through the grayish-white talisman's freezing power. After its power was reduced by a portion, it pierced toward Lin Chen. Instant light split shadow, heavenly claw. Boom tilde. The green light dragon claw was like the sun and moon in the sky, crushing the fallen sky spear. Bang. 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 The entire plane exploded in an instant, and all the spatial crystal walls shattered, turning into fragments that flew everywhere. The two of them were sent flying by the shockwaves. Before the battle plane shattered, dozens of spiritual light beams descended and collected all the attribute light balls that Yang Anran had dropped. The battle plane that had been reinforced by the dragon race experts was strong enough to withstand the damage of a mid-fourth heaven true Saint Realm expert. Attack. Both of them are going to die like this. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh tilde. Chen Xie and the grey-robed old woman's figures flashed as they entered the void. The other experts also entered the void and pressed their palms together, stabilizing the shockwaves from the battle so that it wouldn't affect the 10,000 Dragons faction. Boom. Boom. The two of them were brought back into the faction by the dragon race experts. Everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. These two fellows had even destroyed the battle plane. How perverted were their attacks? However, more people were concerned about who had won and who had lost. Chapter 1237. At this time, both of them were heavily injured. Yang Anran had returned to her human form, but her body was covered in wounds. Her black dress was soaked in dragon blood and her beautiful eyes were slightly unfocused. On the other hand, although the Azure Dragon King's blood was weak, his head was covered in golden holy aura. The yin-yang dragon breath still had energy to revolve around him and heal his injuries. Victory and defeat had already been decided. Lin Chen walked in front of Yang Anran. Although he was panting, his fighting spirit was high as he asked, "Do you still want to fight? In terms of endurance, I am not inferior to anyone." Yang Anran's heart palpitated. Her expression was unfocused as she looked at the youth in front of her who was grinning wildly. I lost. Yang Anran unwillingly said those 3 words. This was the first time she had lost to someone of the same age since she was born. Her injuries could not be healed, but her opponent could quickly heal them. The result was clear at a glance. Hearing Yang Anran's answer, all the dragon race supreme elders were stunned. The grey-clothed old woman reacted the fastest and loudly shouted. This old woman announces that the champion of this 10,000 dragons gathering is the Azure Dragon tribe. Congratulations on the birth of the new king of 10,000 dragons, Jill Ying Bang Bang. The 10,000 dragons gathering was in an uproar. Some were dumbfounded, some were shouting. This was a dreamlike counterattack. The king of 10,000 dragons, it was a title that belonged to the primordial dragon tribe countless times. The 10,000 dragons gathering had not produced a king of 10,000 dragons below the primordial dragon tribe for countless epoch. There had only been one recorded in history, and it was a shocking talent of the primordial dragon tribe. In terms of bloodline talent, resources, and cultivation, the primordial dragon tribe completely suppressed the primordial dragon tribe and the primordial dragon tribe. Even if one stood in the primordial dragon tribe, it was almost impossible for them to counterattack. In short, it was almost impossible for anyone below the primordial dragon tribe to kill their way out of the 10,000 dragons gathering and take first place in the final assessment. Now, the Azure Dragon tribe had broken this record. The most excited were the Azure Dragon tribe. It was as if they were in a dream, and their minds were filled with ecstasy. Even when their bloodline had transformed, they had never dreamed of such glory. Our Dragon King is the king of 10,000 dragons. The elders of the Azure Dragon tribe wept tears of joy. "Father, do you see this? We have become the king of 10,000 dragons." Mu Tianqing's tears flowed down as she clenched her fists. Under everyone's gaze, before the mighty figures of the Dragon clan could personally present the award, Lin Chen slowly walked to the podium. He stood proudly on the champion's seat, smiling calmly and domineeringly. "All of the participating teams, is there anyone else who wants to fight? At this moment, whether it's a spar or a death match, whether it's a duel or a group duel, as long as there's a challenge, this king will accept it all." Clang. Boom tilde. He suddenly pulled out the Azure Dragon banner, the divine charm between his brows dominating the world. Lin Chen held the banner with one hand, and the dragon banner danced wildly in the wind. This prince has always convinced people with his virtue. Those who are not convinced, I will beat them until they are. Now that the Azure Dragon tribe has taken down the king of 10,000 dragons, who has any objections? If anyone is unconvinced, you can come up now. If you defeat me, the king of 10,000 dragons will be given to you. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up, and he smiled wickedly. There was an uproar in the venue. The young man's figure was as straight as a spear, and his face was pale and cold. The yin-yang dragon Qi was like two dancing dragons, coiling around his body. Endless golden light covered the top of his head, and his silver robe fluttered. The dragon banner fluttered, and his domineering aura surged. He was like a king looking down on the world. All the doubts, disdain, ridicule, and mockery from before vanished into thin air. In the huge venue, not a single dragon made a sound. Whoever was unconvinced could go up and challenge him now. No one dared to move. Even the arrogant primordial dragon race princes did not dare to make a sound. Domineering, powerful, carefree. This new king of 10,000 dragons had played this role to the fullest. Yang Anran's beautiful eyes were in a daze as she stared at the figure under the dragon banner. Ha ha ha, the heavens have not abandoned our race. What a new king of 10,000 dragons. This boldness is the son of the new era that we are pursuing. Ying bang bang, you have already exceeded our expectations. At that moment, a few laughter and praises that shook the heavens sounded from the void. The expressions of the mighty figures of the dragon race changed slightly. The upper echelons had spoken. Chen Xie, give out the rewards. When one of the upper echelons sent a voice transmission, his dragon might was vast and intimidating. At that moment, a red-faced man with a chiseled face stood out slowly. The red-faced mighty figure cupped his fists and said seriously, "Upper echelons, there's still something that hasn't been resolved. This lad has a lot to do with this matter." With that said, the red-faced mighty figure did not wait for the upper echelons to reply. He turned around and questioned sternly, "Ying bang bang, tell me your background. Also, your relationship with Lin Chen of the human race. Right now, I suspect that you colluded with the human race to harm the primordial dragon race's prince. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll cripple you and lock you in the dragon prison no matter how talented you are." The red-faced mighty figure's words stirred up 1,000 waves. Colluding with the human race to harm the primordial dragon race's prince. Without waiting for the higher-ups to speak, the red-faced man invited two graceful and beautiful figures. One of them was still charming, delicate and alluring. One of them was extremely charming and alluring. Fear and trepidation could be seen in the eyes of the two ladies as they sized up Lin Chen. "That's right, it's him," the mother and daughter said in unison. "Oh!" Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was the illusory heart dragon's princess and Madame Huan Meng? How do you explain this matter? The upper echelons sent a voice transmission, their dragon might filling the air. All the experts felt suffocated. Upper echelons, it's like this. A few months ago, the red-faced mighty figure briefly described Lin Chen's battle results in the illusory heart dragon. When the experts in the venue heard this, some were shocked and some were furious. Colluding with the human race to harm the primordial dragon race's prince was a serious matter. If Ying Bang Bang had killed his own people, it would have been fine. The key was that he was involved with the human race. Most of the experts in the venue were more or less related to the human race, but they would not collude with the human race to harm their own race. Any grudges would be settled by their own race. If the human race interfered, the nature of the matter would be different. While the red-faced mighty figure was explaining, Lin Chen connected to the system without batting an eyelid. Once the matter was exposed, he could not just stand there and wait to be killed. Super-dimensional teleportation and the maximum value of the delaying rune would be activated instantly. His only blue-rank ultimate surekill skill and the R's set would be used. What? This kid is related to the human Lin Chen? An elder of the nine-clawed Big Dipper dragon race suddenly stood up with a cold expression. Once, one of their dragon princes had died in the four-way conference of the human race. That prince's bloodline had not been fully awakened. In the future, he had the potential to attain a fifth-grade bloodline. His murderer was a human called Lin Chen. Oh, there's such a bizarre thing. When the voice in the void sounded, it was slightly surprised, but there was not much anger or blame. Ying bang bang. What's the relationship between you and that Lin Chen? The upper echelons sent a voice transmission, and everyone's eyes turned to Lin Chen. The Green Dragon race's people felt their hearts tighten. Chapter 1238. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Of course, it's a cooperative relationship. Could it be that we're friends with benefits? Although both of us are very handsome, our goal is very simple. I want to take a bath in the illusory heart dragon's dragon pool, and he wants the illusory heartstone, so we hit it off. This casual attitude made many powerful beings' mouths twitch. Those who didn't know would think that you were entering your own backyard. You want to go to someone else's dragon pool so blatantly? Lin Chen's attitude made the upper echelons slightly stunned. The red-faced mighty figure snorted coldly, and his shoulders shook. His dragon aura surged as he sneered. I think you're looking down on the rules of the dragon race. I'll capture you first. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. His main body in Qing Shui's pouch was ready to fight with all its might. Just as the red-faced mighty figure was about to suppress Lin Chen with a palm strike, an ethereal voice that was like the sound of nature reverberated in the myriad dragon arena. If you touch him, all the dragons will die today. Boom tilde. Monstrous demonic aura descended upon the myriad dragon arena like a 1,000-foot torrent. The owner of the voice was so cold that it made all the dragons shudder. Demonic aura surged like a tide. At the center of the demonic aura vortex, a slender and beautiful black-robed figure slowly stepped out. She wore a cloak, hiding her true appearance. All the mighty figures of the dragon race were shocked. A powerful being of the demon race? Who are you? Chen Xie, the grey-robed old woman, and the other mighty figures of the dragon race soared into the sky, erupting with earth-shattering dragon aura. Rays of dragon light illuminated thousands of miles, and the void within 50,000 miles trembled. The mighty figures of the dragon race only used 1/10 of a breath to surround the black-robed person. Everyone entered a state of combat readiness. As long as the other party made any move, they would immediately launch an earth-shattering attack toward her. The person who came was very strong. These mighty figures of the dragon race were all the pillars of the primordial dragon race for 100,000 eras. None of them would underestimate this mysterious black-robed woman. Lin Chen's eyes trembled. It's actually her. Why is she here? All of the dragon tribe powerful beings in the myriad dragon assembly grounds instantly felt a suffocating pressure. This was an absolute suppression that originated from the difference in cultivation level. Don't act rashly. A cry of alarm reverberated. It was the voice of one of the higher-ups hiding in the void. Just as he finished speaking, a series of explosions rang out. Phut tilde. The bodies of the 12 dragon race mighty figures were as bright as the stars and the moon. Before they could even unleash half of their power, they all spat out blood and retreated. Those dragon clan experts who wanted to resist instantly felt their scalps tingle. They didn't even see when the black-robed man attacked. What kind of great god was this? How dare you? Another upper echelon shouted angrily through voice transmission. Thousands of miles of the sky trembled, and a crack that was like a deep abyss split open. An ancient and desolate might was about to descend. From the heavenly abyss, endless draconic energy seeped out. The dragon talismans and giant dragon shadows that danced in the air seemed to have returned to the ancient times. The black-robed woman raised her slender hand and clenched it gently. Billions of blood-red light gathered in her palm. All the light in the world gradually dimmed and finally turned into a blood moon scimitar. This scimitar looked like it was made of blood jade. The blade was bright and light like snow, but the rolling demonic aura seemed to be able to split open the ancient times. It released an extremely demonic aura. You are. The higher-ups hiding in the distant void exclaimed in shock. All the spirit chi, vitality, light, space, and even time in the world seemed to have been sucked dry by the blood moon scimitar. Light was devoured and absorbed by the blade. Vitality was devoured and turned into a vortex that was annihilated by the blood moon scimitar. The moment the blood moon scimitar appeared, the 12 mighty figures of the dragon tribe turned from shock to horror. They were actually uncontrollably sucked in by the blood moon scimitar. Damn it! An exasperated voice came from heavenly abyss. In an instant, 12 dragon-shaped auras surged out, stirring up the sky and shifting the void, pulling the 12 mighty figures back alive. Be it the veteran experts or the participating prodigies, their faces were filled with horror. It was too terrifying. This mysterious person hadn't even made a move, but she had already suppressed 12 mighty figures of the dragon tribe who could kill 4th heaven and 5th heaven true saints in an instant. Just how strong was she exactly? Whoosh. The cloaked woman pointed the blood moon scimitar at the venue and looked at the void on the other side. You can save them, but I wonder if you can save the ants here. The woman's words scared many of the young prodigies of the dragon tribe out of their wits. F***ck, if this blade slashed down, not even a speck of dust would be left of them. That was a move that defied common sense. Even the mighty figures of the dragon tribe couldn't escape from it, let alone them. Why did you offend the dragon tribe? Do you really think that the divine dragon of our tribe won't appear in the world? When the higher-ups spoke, some of the old monsters' mouths trembled, and their scalps went numb. What kind of background did this woman have? Even the higher-ups had to use the name of the divine dragon to scare her. I want him. The black-robed woman grabbed with her palm and directly pulled Lin Chen over out of thin air. She carried him with one hand like she was carrying a chicken. Do you think I don't care about my face? You. Another higher-up was furious. They were planning to nurture Ying Bang Bang, but a demon appeared out of nowhere to snatch the dragon. Why? Do you have a problem with that? The black-robed woman's slender hand shook, and a demonic blood-colored blade light flashed out. Wherever it passed, the space around it twisted into a vortex, and all the light was sucked out and swallowed by the blade light. Rumble. It directly shattered the heavenly abyss in the sky. If you're not afraid of losing tens of thousands of dragons, then chase after me. The black-cloaked woman carried Lin Chen and without saying a word, she stepped into the void and flashed 10,000 miles away. This. Chen Xie gritted his teeth. A peerless genius of the dragon tribe with 3 rank 8 bloodlines was snatched away just like that. Don't chase after him. This person's background is extraordinary and beyond our ability. When the higher-ups transmitted their voice, they hurriedly said, "Clean up the mess." Then, they disappeared without a trace. All the dragon tribe experts were dumbfounded. What kind of deity was this gilding Bang Bang? There was actually such a terrifying expert behind him. He came directly to the 10,000 Dragons Guild to snatch him. The eyes of the Azure Dragon tribe elders almost popped out. Their Dragon King was kidnapped just like that. Traveling through the void, Lin Chen became a chicken and was carried for tens of thousands of miles. He didn't know how far he was taken. After a long time, he sensed that the spatial travel had stopped. He was placed on a mountain peak. I say, Beauty Luo, can you leave me some face next time? Speaking of which, what do you want to do? You suddenly appeared. Even I was shocked by you. Lin Chen rubbed his face that was about to cramp as he smiled bitterly. He knew that this woman was Luo Yaro who he had met in the sacred burial mountain range. Luo Yaro had seen his holy dragon and had a demonic mark on her body. Even if his bloodline transformed, she could recognize him. Therefore, Lin Chen's holy dragon could hide from others, but not from her. Pa. Luo Yaro grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in front of her. Her delicate fragrance lingered around his nose. Lin Chen was shouting in his heart. I want you. Lin Chen was shocked. F***ck. What's going on? I'm not a casual person. Right, let me look for my dual cultivation talent first. Chapter 1239. Inside the cloak, Luo Yaro's beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Chen. I want you to come with me. Luo Yaro's answer stunned Lin Shui, who was about to upgrade his dual cultivation talent. Go with you. What do you mean? The previous you said to go back to the demon race with you. Lin Chen was puzzled. Luo Yaro nodded, and there was a hint of anxiousness in her tone. Yes, in this life, you will never step into the sacred boundary of the human race again. Follow me to the demon race, and I will make you my right-hand man. That's impossible. Lin Chen rejected. Perhaps this Luo Yaro had left some indelible impressions and good impressions in his heart. The two of them had experienced life and death together, but this was not a reason for Lin Chen to give up on himself. Don't worry, I won't control your consciousness. If you want to take back your friends and family, when my demon race rises, you will be the overlord of the sacred boundary. What 9th level saint, 9th revolution saint realm, saint king, they can only bow their heads in front of you. Luo Yaro's tone gradually softened, and for the first time, there was a hint of pleading. Lin Chen's attitude was firm, I don't know why you suddenly did this, but I will never change what I have decided. I will not follow anyone, including you. Rumble tilde. Luo Yaro's aura soared, her demonic eyes were cold, and a terrifying oppressive feeling overturned the sky, completely suppressing Lin Chen. If that's the case, then I can only forcibly control your consciousness and take you away. The current Luo Yaro was many times stronger than when she was seriously injured in the sacred burial mountain range. Her injuries seemed to have completely recovered, and with a thought, Lin Chen's sacred dragon could not move. Then come and try it. I guarantee you won't even be able to get my corpse. Lin Chen's eyes were deep. Even though he could not move, the sacred dragon's body began to burn with orange flames. That was the sign of activating the absolute life and death talent. Luo Yaro had seen it before. Luo Yaro was silent. Although Lin Chen could not see her true appearance, he could still feel her inner turmoil. Finally, when she looked at Lin Chen again, her eyes were incomparably cold. She slowly raised her slender hand. The pressure on Lin Chen suddenly increased, and the demonic seal on her palm began to surge with violent demonic energy. It rushed straight to his head and into his spiritual sea, trying to forcibly control Lin Chen. On the contrary, Lin Chen calmed down. His tone was somewhat cold. I risked my life to save you last time, and this is how you repay me. Luo Yaro's delicate hand stiffened and her heart was in a mess. She couldn't help but coldly scold, "Is it so difficult to follow me? Power, strength, status, lifespan, if you follow me, you can obtain these things with a flip of your hand. Why are you so stubborn? You're the stubborn one." Lin Chen sneered, "Can't you see what kind of person I am?" The beautiful woman's body trembled. What was he like? He wasn't even afraid of the will of the gods, so how could he control his will? Even if he could, after being controlled, would he still be the person she wanted? However, she didn't know why, but she couldn't let him go. Every time she recalled the scenes in the Holy Burial Mountain range, her heart would always ache with anticipation. "I really want to take you away from here." Suddenly, Lin Chen felt the pressure of the demonic seal on his palm slowly dissipate, and the demonic energy receded like a tide. Luo Yaro lowered her hand and lifted her cloak. Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Although he had seen Luo Yaro's appearance and temperament, when he saw her again, it was still breathtaking. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyebrows were beautiful. Her nose was delicate, and her snow-white skin outlined her perfect and holy beauty. She was like a goddess from the highest heavens, but her eyebrows were dotted with cinnabar, and when she smiled, she was as charming as a witch. The pure and holy face of a celestial fairy, and the extremely charming temperament of a witch, the two perfectly coexisted, as if she were the most unique beauty in the world. The corners of her eyes flashed with tears, but she smiled sweetly, her smile stunning all things in the world. "In the end, I still can't harden my heart and kill you. Lin Chen, I have to leave. Thank you for letting me have a good dream." Lin Chen was startled. He could feel that the always cold and indifferent Luo Yaro seemed to have the weakness of a young girl for the first time. Lin Chen took a deep breath. "Where are you going?" Luo Yaro turned around, her back like a painting, like a dancing goddess. She stepped into the air and softly said, "I have to go to a very distant world. I will forget everything." Lin Chen's heart inexplicably tightened. He stared at Luo Yaro's departing back and suddenly shouted out, "If you are in danger next time, I will protect you again." The beautiful woman's body trembled. As her tears fell, she giggled. "Idiot, take care of yourself." Lin Chen suddenly leapt into the air. He reached out and grabbed the beautiful woman's back, turning her into a wisp of smoke. "When I was born, you weren't born. When you were born, I was already dead. I hope that in this life, you will never forget me." The woman's resentful sigh echoed in the sky. Lin Chen stood in the same place for a long time. He was like a block of wood on the mountain peak. The cold wind whistled. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh my God, it's almost time for the preliminaries. I have to go back quickly." Lin Chen slapped the peach blossom plant pouch. Little Shadow turned into a thick and big black dragon and roared, "Little guy, it's your turn to perform." Lin Chen grabbed Little Shadow's little tail. Purple lightning flashed above Little Shadow's head. Woo Shadow, I'm going to fly tilde, Kang Yu World Tower. Today was the last day of registration for the preliminaries. It was said to be the last day, but in reality, the registration had already been completed. For such a grand event, not many people would be absent until the last minute. Which genius did not arrive early to prepare for the preliminaries? On the second floor, the registration elder sat with his legs crossed. He drank Baguio wine and ate melon seeds. He held a book called A Million Postures Encyclopedia and read it with great interest. The elder did not pay attention to what was going on around him. He only focused on reading the book. There was a saying that went, "There is a house of gold in a book. There is a handsome face in a book. There is also a handsome stand-up in a book." Hey! Look, what's that? Suddenly, many saints on the second floor of the World Tower narrowed their eyes. They sensed a strange phenomenon thousands of miles away. Tens of thousands of miles away, a crack was instantly torn open in the clouds. It was a blazing wave that was moving at an extremely fast speed. Like an aurora, it fell straight towards the boundary tower. Some of the saints on the second floor could not help but stop. When they looked out of the window, they could not help but gasp. It was a shooting star. At the center of the meteor, there was actually an aurora arrow that was moving at an outrageous speed. No. Look, what's that? There's a person standing on that arrow. All the saints were stunned. There was a figure standing in front of the arrow. The arrow traveled thousands of miles and shot outside the second floor of the World Tower. Bang! Boom tilde. The World Tower was extremely sturdy. Although the arrow was powerful, it could not shake it at all. It only exploded into fragments of arrow light. Damn it, who is interrupting my study? Who dares to attack my World Tower? How dare you? The elder whose study was interrupted angrily lifted his loose belt and cursed. Amidst the dust and smoke caused by the explosion of the arrow light, a young figure appeared. His laughter spread throughout the second floor of the World Tower. Countless geniuses were stunned. A handsome arrow. Thousands of handsome men have come to meet me. I'm Ji Ying. Oh, no, I'm Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club. I'm here to sign up for the Monster Ranking Reserve competition. After saying that, Lin Feng waved his hand, and 3 Demon Genius List candidate tokens shot toward the elder who was learning just now. One of the Saint Realm geniuses gasped. He came over on the arrow? Chapter 1240. There were 3 dragon steles in the air. The dragon steles were ancient and filled with dragon carvings. They released silver spatial power that seemed to connect the heavens and move the stars. Suddenly, the dragon steles lit up and many figures descended. Everyone, why are you so shocked? Didn't you go to pay attention to the 10,000 dragon gathering? Why have you returned so quickly? The dragon steles flickered and a calm voice came out. A faint dragon roar echoed in the air and the dragon's might shook the surroundings. It was an almost invincible will. It was as if the owner of this voice could change the world with a single thought. Reporting to Grand Elder, a female demon appeared in the 10,000 dragon gathering. She has a demonic saber that can devour time and space. In the darkness, the 2 figures that returned said in a trembling voice, It's suspected to be the Demon Empress. Demonic saber, heaven slashing. What? The voice that was deep and unfathomable a moment ago actually panicked for an instant. That woman took away the rising star mentioned in our report. The 2 of us didn't have time to descend. The 2 continued to report and briefly described the situation in the 10,000 dragon gathering. The voice on the dragon steles asked very seriously, Are you sure her goal is only to take away this child? The 2 in the darkness looked at each other and said with certainty, It should be. With her strength, if she wants to charge into the various races of the great desolate continent, we can't stop her. The dragon steles were silent for a long time before saying, Search for news of the new Azure Dragon King closely, but don't alarm her. There's no need to offend such an enemy for a junior. I need to report this matter to the desolate ancient dragon race personally. I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, the dragon stele resumed its eternal silence. The 2 of them sighed faintly and disappeared in a flash. Inside the 10,000 dragon gathering, All the dragons were still in shock after the previous accident. When the final prize was given out, the Azure Dragon race took the Azure Dragon flag and left with endless glory. The first place reward of the representative competition went to the Azure Dragon race. The reward of the King of 10,000 Dragons and the special reward of the Honorable Dragon race was enough to transform the entire Azure Dragon race. Adding on the upper echelon of the Azure Dragon race that had been baptized in the Dragon Tomb and Mu Tianqing, who had a peak grade 7 bloodline, the Azure Dragon race's future was at least a peak ancient dragon race. Will the new king be alright? The first elder asked worriedly as the Azure Dragon clan members returned to their own territory. No, he's fine. Mu Tianqing spread out the jade pendant in her palm, her eyes full of hope. He gave me the jade pendant in advance. He must have expected this day, or he was prepared to leave. There was also the Azure Dragon Pearl that Lin Chen had given her. It was made from the purple dragon pearl that he had obtained in the first trial. It could be used to strengthen the elder's bloodlines, and at the same time, it could also sense the life and death of its master. In the entire dragon clan, only Mu Tianqing knew that the current new king was very safe. Is this the path you left for me? I will break through and show you. Mu Tianqing held the Azure Dragon Pearl tightly while a wisp of unswerving determination surged onto her cold and beautiful face. She knew why the new king called himself the future Dragon King from the very beginning. He had never wanted to be the Azure Dragon King. The second level of the Boundary Tower. The elder raised his hand and grabbed 3 streams of light. They were the candidate tokens for the preliminary round of the monster rankings. Oh! Lin Chen from the Black Horse Club? The elder's eyes flashed. You're the Lin Chen who caused a ruckus in the sacred burial mountain range and danced on the Holy King's grave? Lin Chen flipped his hair and chuckled. That's right. You can also call me the most handsome person in the sacred boundary. I'm a very low-key person. Yes, that's the shameless smell. I can't be wrong. The elder beamed with joy. He picked up the brush and scurried away, taking Lin Chen's name and the candidate token. With a flick of his palm, a red light shuttled back and forth. Lin Chen held the red light. It was a red jade slip. Go to the 3rd level of the Boundary Pagoda. The preliminary round is about to begin. Your name will be entered into a random draw. Go up quickly, or you'll be eliminated. You can't travel through space in the Boundary Pagoda. You have to hurry. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Chen cupped his fists and smiled. Many thanks, elder. I'm going to fly. Lin Chen's figure flickered, and he shot up to the 3rd level. Only then did the true Saint Realm geniuses and holy kings react. His Lin Chen? Oh my god. I finally saw him in person today. F***ck, he's really handsome. He has both potential and strength. Why is the heavens so unfair? Why is this different from what I've heard? Didn't I hear that this Lin Chen is incomparably ugly, ferocious, and has 3 heads and 6 arms? Nonsense. Can you not listen to such rumors? This young master is the first freak in history to refine pills with his gaze. I've heard that several hidden grade 6 alchemy families and sects have come out to recruit him. The candidate rankings meeting is going to explode. He exploded 9 acupoints in a row, toyed with a holy king, and fought a dozen 4th heaven true saints alone. F***ck, who among these geniuses can compete with him? It's hard to say that he's borrowing external strength. It's not completely his own cultivation. The stronger the strength, the greater the price he has to pay. The moment Lin Chen appeared, it instantly caused a heated discussion among the experts in the entire Realm Tower. The only difference this time was that it had been 7 months since the Holy Burial Mountain range. Even in the boundless sacred boundary, there were many experts who had come into contact with Lin Chen. During these 7 months, Lin Chen's various experiences, legends, stories, and secrets in the saints' world, including the few women he had come in contact with, had all been completely dug up by some peak force. The only thing missing was the color of his underwear. There were even experts who secretly sent envoys to the Iceheart Palace to befriend him. There were even people who brought their daughters to the White Dragon Gate to propose marriage. That's right, they were all trying to rope in Lin Chen. This was because Lin Chen could be said to be the one and only weirdo throughout the ages. In the sacred boundary, every peerless genius had their own background and experience. They were either recruited into a top sect, ancient family, or giant force. The birth of every genius was accompanied by abundant resources, cultivation secret realms, miraculous opportunities, top-notch cultivation techniques, and the guidance of famous teachers. Not a single factor could be missing. All of these factors required the support of a powerful force. No matter how talented an ordinary genius was, if they didn't have a powerful background and the support of a sect, just a top-notch cultivation technique would take a lot of time and effort to obtain, not to mention other ways to become stronger. Only Lin Chen was different. His background was a blank piece of paper. No matter how powerful a force was, there would only be one result after an investigation. This kid was born in the mortal world. Moreover, he didn't belong to any force. It was King Black Horse Club, and it was created by this kid himself. Without any forces, he had roamed the sacred boundary alone and killed his way from the combat emperor realm to the monstrous geniuses list in a little over a year. He was a freaking monster. Chapter 1241. Therefore, Lin Chen was a walking piece of unpolished jade to all the top forces. Whoever could recruit him would have a heaven-defying powerhouse rise in the near future. Although it was rare for someone to become one of the top 100,000 geniuses on the genius list without the support of a force, it was not unheard of. However, there were only a few who could reach Lin Chen's level. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of geniuses who could stand out from the top 100,000 geniuses on the genius list in a short period of time without the support of a force. These monsters without the support of a force almost all survived in the end and became the dominant force in the sacred boundary. That was how the Clear Sky Sage King rose. Now, Lin Chen had become the most eye-catching person in the eye of the storm. All the forces in the 36 domains had their eyes on him. Lin Chen ran all the way from the second level. Wherever he went, his eyes would shine and he would constantly use the stealing omen on the sages to steal their attributes. On the third level of the Realm Tower. The Realm Tower was created by a human sage in the primordial era. The space inside was stable and not chaotic. The space inside was countless times larger than what one could see with the naked eye. One level was comparable to a small continent in the mortal world. This was also the reason why the Elder asked Lin Chen to speed up. Under the premise that he could not travel through space, Lin Chen had to fly the distance of a continent. On the third level, there were 5 void islands connected to the north, south, east, and west. The central island was the largest. Each void island covered an area of 100,000 acres, and there were more than 10,000 sages on each void island. There were more than 40,000 sages on the third level alone. The extravagance could be said to be unprecedented. They could witness the birth of a new generation of monsters, and they could even see the new generation of monsters fighting against the old generation of monsters. The central island was the largest, and there were 431 people standing there. Their auras, avatars, and characteristics were too unique. Even if they were gathered together, one could still remember them at a glance. The men were tall and strong, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Just by standing there, they had the demeanor of a great master. Lightning flashed under their feet, and they dominated the world. Some were cold and arrogant, and their entire bodies were like asuras that had descended into the world. Hundreds of saber chi tornadoes revolved above their heads, and they had the momentum to support the heavens and the earth. There were some whose sharpness was reserved and peerless. When the holy sword was sheathed, endless sword chi was born and extinguished in their eyes. When the holy sword was sheathed, it was like an ascetic cultivator in the mortal world. When it was unsheathed, it shook the heavens. Some were as savage as archaic descendants. They were several jong tall and had a third vertical eye between their brows. Between their breaths, wind, clouds, dragons, tigers, dragons, and snakes moved swiftly. Some were pure and holy, shining with Buddhist light. They wore kasayas, put their palms together, and thousands of Buddhist wheels rose behind their heads. Their eyes were tightly shut, and every word they spoke seemed to have an extraordinary meaning of enlightening the world. Some of them were strange and unfathomable. They wore black robes that stirred up chilly winds, and there were 9 demonic dragons that coiled beneath their feet. They had a pair of cold eyes that seemed capable of sending people straight to hell. Some of them had a berserk blood energy, and their auras were pitilessly wild. They carried a blood-colored saber on their backs, and they tore open a bloody ray of light in the sky. The saber saint had descended, and the domineering aura between his brows looked disdainfully at the world. All of the women were captivating beauties, and they were devastatingly beautiful. Some of the beauties were exquisite, some were hot and charming, some were mischievous, some were cunning and intelligent, some were charming and cold, and some were extraordinary. They played the zither alone, and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. They were the top geniuses from the entire 36 domains. These 731 people perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a genius. They did not need any proof. They only needed to stand here, and all the sages would unanimously believe that they were the peerless geniuses that represented this era. The top 1,000 geniuses on the genius ranking had gathered in the Realm Tower, but only 1/3 of them could truly participate in the reserve competition. There were not many geniuses with reserve tokens. Most of the 700 geniuses had withdrawn or given up their original ranking on the genius ranking, and focused on cultivating or collecting reserve tokens. Therefore, the geniuses who were not ranked among them were even more terrifying. No one knew what level they had reached in their cultivation. At this moment, the 731 geniuses were staring straight ahead. Far away from the central island, there were faintly discernible mountains. On the peak of each mountain, there was a figure standing upright. If one were to say that the 731 geniuses had distinct personalities and various avatars. Every single one of the figures on the mountain peak had created a brand new world for themselves. The monsters on the genius ranking. Each of the people on the mountain was a peerless monster on the monster genius ranking. Xiao Jing and Long Yi Jing, who had a feud with Lin Chen, were among them. As long as they passed the reserve competition, they would be qualified to challenge the genius ranking and snatch the other party's ranking. The raging battle intent that filled the entire central island did not need to be spoken. Buzz. It was as if a flame from the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world and landed on the Void Island in the east, stunning many geniuses. I have seen such a peerless mental cultivation technique before. That is the Divine Flame Palace's avatar, exclaimed a graceful white-robed young man among the geniuses. The geniuses slightly activated their sage power and saw through the void, looking thousands of miles away. That one look stunned all the geniuses, regardless of gender. They saw a white-robed heaven immortal descending on the Void Island in the east. She was quiet, beautiful, and peerless. How could such a person exist in the mortal world? Regardless of gender, the genius's first thought was the same. Swoosh. A list glowing with sage light appeared above the genius's heads, and many names started to roll. An aged voice spread across the 5 major islands. It was Old Shun who spoke. The reserve competition has officially begun. The opponents drawn will enter the battle dimension through the space door in order. Swoosh. 20 silver space doors, each of them 100 feet tall, opened in the air. All the geniuses stared at the rolling list. At this moment, 40,000 sages focused their attention. Every battle here would be of an extremely high standard. Buzz. The waves sparkled, and the holy light changed. The names started to be arranged neatly. 299th on the genius ranking, Flying Dragon Startling Clouds, Ji Wushuang. Against unranked genius, Northern Underworld Darksaber, Mo Ihai. 455th on the genius ranking, Unparalleled Sword, Jian Qingcheng. Against 410th on the genius ranking, 1,000 Miles of Dark Ice, Feng Qingxue. First on the genius ranking, Child of Surprise, Han Yizhi. Against unranked genius, Qin Lian. Other than the 1,000th on the genius ranking, God's Descent, Lin Chen. Against unranked genius, Dragon Fist, Yang Wanli. Genius ranking. When they saw the names of the combinations in the 4th row, all the sages were dumbfounded. God's Descent. Lin Chen? Why did his name appear? Wasn't he not here? The powerful figures who were in charge of the various forces were still discussing why this person was absent from this reserve competition. Many sages looked around, but there was no sign of Lin Chen in the central island. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the geniuses got their opponents, they entered the space door in order. A series of screens appeared, showing the situation in the space door. Only the hidden genius, Yang Wanli, was in the fourth space door. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and smirked. What's going on? The list is shown. Where did he go? Could it be a false report? Maybe the elders in the Realm Tower made an exception and registered Lin Chen, and then this person couldn't make it. The sages on the Void Islands were confused. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.